Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls.
Have you ever heard the expression, saying goodbye is the hardest part? Well, it doesn't apply in this case. Saying goodbye is the easiest part, and also the happiest. Because today we say goodbye to John Riccitiello. He's not dead, but his reputation and career might be. And it should be. He should never work in the video game space again. He is a plague that infects it with the greediest, most outlandish ideas ever, and fundamentally ruins any type of goodwill the companies could ever muster. He has a worse reputation than E. coli. John Riccitiello sucks. Point blank. No reason to beat around the bush. I made a video talking about the Unity situation a couple weeks ago. I never gave the update in a separate video, but I'll just go ahead and give it now. I've talked about it on stream. Basically, the big drama that led to all this is Unity published some changes to how they're going to be doing business going forward. Is extremely fucking greedy, extremely ridiculous. There was a ton of backlash, and a lot of developers were making the switch to competing game engines and just abandoning Unity because they could no longer trust them, obviously. So, Unity did what the electric slide taught them to do. One hop this time, and take it back now. So, they walked back most of their changes, and put forth a more reasonable proposal, a more reasonable policy change, where it would no longer be retroactively enforced, meaning any games that were made with the Unity engine prior to this new agreement are not subject to the new terms, the way it should be and should always be, as well as increasing the threshold that you need to reach to be subject to the changes and the fees and all that. Basically, they made a much more reasonable change. However, I don't think that exonerates them of the crime of cringe and greed. That was still an unforgivable sin that most people are still sore about because they did that out of nowhere and had no problems doing it either. No hesitation. They just dropped that shit and said, toodles. And that was that until the backlash was simply too much. And then they reluctantly had to change it. Now, John Riccitiello isn't solely responsible for that policy change, that greedy direction Unity tried to go. There were a lot of moving parts there. Once again, I mentioned Upper Echelon made a video covering it, and I still think his video on the situation is extremely informative, so if you want to know more about the inner workings that led to something like that, I highly recommend checking that out. But John Riccitiello is still the CEO, or was the CEO of Unity at the time, thus a leadership position for the company, the face of it. So, with the decision this detrimental, this apocalyptic, the doomsday that was brought forth from Unity, someone needed to shoulder most of the blame, and naturally that's going to fall on your CEO because that's kind of the face of your company. So John Riccitiello rightfully caught a ton of shit for that, and it seems today the decision to step down has been finalized, so he is no longer the CEO of Unity, which means he has done something unthinkable, something I wouldn't have ever imagined possible. He is a creature that was too greedy for EA, and now also too greedy for Unity. That's fucking mind-boggling. Almost impressive. Congratulations to John for making history here. For those that don't know, John, the money's gone Riccitiello, was previously with EA before Unity. And while there, he kicked around some pretty abominable ideas, such as charging per reload. His example was, we need to strike while the iron's hot, and when someone's in the middle of a game and they're shooting against an enemy, they run out of bullets and they need to reload, we charge them $1 for that reload, and they won't be price sensitive at that point because they're going to want to finish off the kill. I'm paraphrasing it, but I'm boiling down the point in a nutshell. Fucking charging per reload, he was listing as a gold standard example of great microtransactions. He also famously called developers fucking idiots if they didn't focus on microtransactions in their games. He's just an awful guy. He is the worst thing for gamers because he is someone that just wants to exploit the industry for selfish gain. But I'm not here to just keep talking about his past. Let's talk about John's future. Hopefully there is none in the video game space. I hope this is truly his last rodeo here with Unity. Why would you hire someone that keeps failing? His greed is insatiable and it fucking sinks companies. Well, it doesn't sink them, like Unity and EA haven't gone anywhere, but it ruins reputations. Why would you want him in a powerful position at your company? It's incomprehensible, but I already know he keeps failing upwards. He shouldn't have been working in the video game space after his bout with EA. He should have never even made it to Unity, but he did. So, I have a sneaking suspicion John will continue to fail upwards, and he'll probably land a CEO position at fucking Ubisoft next. Like, he will likely be in another position in the video game space and finding more and more creative, degenerate ways to squeeze money out of the consumers, and that's just the cycle's going to continue. That's my prediction, but I hope I'm wrong. He's like a cockroach, and I don't want to see him in the industry anymore. He sucks. It's great to see that he's no longer with Unity. Maybe Unity can get their shit together, but as I said in the previous video, I don't think this means people should trust Unity going forward. I really don't. It's not like John was the only problem here that led to this decision. It had to go through many, many, many different people and many different layers of the big business onion before it went into effect. So, them getting rid of John doesn't absolve them of all of the sin. It doesn't get rid of the root cause of the greed. It's just one of the symptoms that they treated here. So I think it's important people remember that. Unity isn't blameless here. They're not innocent. Unity and everyone that's still currently there in a position of power did play a role in that initial policy change that was extremely greedy and exploitative. So yeah, just keep that in mind. I don't think we can all just start trusting Unity again just so quickly. But I am happy to see that John is no longer at the helm of the company. They've already appointed an interim CEO. His name is James Whitehurst. I'm not super familiar with him or his work, but I guess we'll see how all of that goes. John will continue to advise during the transition period, which isn't like abnormal or anything, so I guess we'll just see how Unity looks a year from now. Maybe it goes in a much healthier direction now that John's gone. Maybe his influence and his tendrils really spread deep at the company and infected a lot. And now with him gone, everything will be smooth sailing. That'd be nice, but yeah, we'll see. Just wanted to give a little update to this whole story here. That's about it. So yeah. Avatar: The Last Airbender is one of the all-time great shows. But unfortunately, it's a property that has been abused by some truly evil scoundrels over the years. There's been a complete failure and an insult to its legacy in a live-action movie that M. Night Shyamalan directed over a decade ago. There's been a handful of unforgivably trash games, even as recently as a month ago with something called Quest for Balance, which is a $50 super stinker that was shat out from the rancid, vile bowels of Game Mill. It's more torturous than a saw trap. The goddamn Brazen Bull was more humane form of punishment than playing Avatar Quest for Balance. And when Netflix unveiled a few years back that they were going to be trying again for a live-action Avatar, a lot of people rolled their eyes and wet their pants, going to bed very concerned and scared because no one that's a fan of Avatar wants a repeat of the 2010 movie that M. Night Shyamalan made. Yesterday the trailer finally dropped for it. And I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know if it was going to be a blessing or a curse. And I feel as though I'm the only one qualified to opine on the quality of a live-action Avatar because I believe I'm the only person on this fucking planet to see the 2010 live-action Last Airbender movie multiple times. I exposed myself to more radiation than fucking Chernobyl ever was by watching this movie multiple times. I made a whole video on it, breaking it down. It is abhorrent. You can really feel the hate that M. Night Shyamalan has for the property. In every single shot, there's just this miasma of agony that is just oozing out of the film. It's something truly special. So I honestly don't think there's a single dimension in the multiverse where the Netflix Avatar would somehow be worse than the 2010 movie. You couldn't try to make it that bad. They couldn't even pronounce Aang's name correctly in that movie. They called him Ong. So I'm happy to report, rejoice Avatar fans, that the Netflix trailer for Avatar live action is pretty good. It's certainly better than the 2010 movie. I know it's a low bar to set, but it clears that for sure. It does seem like they have a team together behind it that cares. I did enjoy it. Now, I do want to dive in a bit more in depth on my feelings about this project going forward. I am still a bit skeptical on how good it's going to turn out. Many of you might not remember this, but 3 years ago, the creators of Avatar: The Last Airbender actually walked away from the live-action project, citing some creative differences internally that they couldn't reconcile. So that makes me a little concerned because they're not going with the creator's vision, and their vision is the one that led to one of the most iconic cartoons ever made. That usually doesn't bode well. Now get out your pen and paper because I'm going to take you to class real quick. Let's cite a very recent example here. The success of the live-action One Piece. A production I thought was doomed for failure. I was bah-humbugging about that bad boy for many moons. I didn't think you could take an anime and translate it to live action successfully. I was wrong. And one of the main reasons why I was so wrong is because I didn't realize how involved the creator of One Piece, Oda, was in the production of the live action. And it's very clear that that was the biggest difference maker. You can feel Oda's presence throughout the entirety of the live action One Piece in order to steer the ship properly and make a very good show that stands on its own two legs even outside of the One Piece anime. So people that have never seen the anime still really like the live action. For example, Danny. Danny never watched the anime, he loved the live action, and it got him into the anime, which is something I didn't even know would be possible. So clearly having the creator of the property you're adapting involved is extremely important. Stand back, I'm dunking from the free throw line with this next example I'm dropping on you here. Live action Cowboy Bebop from Netflix. The live action Cowboy Bebop is an absolute disaster, a fucking full-blown Category 5 catastrophe of a show. And guess what? The creator of Cowboy Bebop was not involved in the production of it in any way, shape, or form. And look at how it turned out. It is horrible. That piece of garbage is so foul, if I took a shit on it, my poop would be embarrassed to be on top of it. It is bad. So the fact that here, the creators of Avatar threw their hands up and said, "Bye-bye, pussies, we're not doing this, we're out," is a little concerning, because it makes me nervous with the direction that they're going to take this. Like, this could turn into some kind of fucking sci-fi show. They might try and make this Stranger Things, but with airbending. Like, who knows? So, while I do think the trailer is fine, like, it looks good, I'm still nervous. Another thing I've talked about a lot on stream, and I still firmly stand by this, if you're just taking a animated show, Avatar in this case, and translating it one-to-one to live action, it feels worthless. You already have a beautiful piece of animation that tells an incredible story. Taking that and then just putting a new coat of paint on it just doesn't really seem to do much. Kind of like Lion King, where they took the Lion King animation and then turned it into a pseudo live action movie with the CGI Lion King, which is basically just the same movie, but with CGI instead of, 2D. And it's fucking worthless. Like that, it's entirely worthless. I don't think it adds any value. It's just a cash grab. So if that's the direction they're going, it wouldn't exactly be the most satisfying thing in the world just to see the cartoon I already love being played out again, but with real people. It's not going to enhance it. Like, things that you can do in the animated medium simply cannot be done well in the live action medium, period. The reason One Piece, for example, works so well in the live action and the anime is the One Piece live action is pretty different from the anime. It goes, of course, down the similar story beats, but it executes everything differently, and it breathes new kind of life into One Piece that wasn't necessarily there in the same episodes that it was adapting from the anime. So Oda being there and recognizing that just going one-to-one with it's not exactly going to hit the same way, changed it a little bit and made it really enjoyable. Now, of course, the show hasn't premiered yet. It's not out. I'm just speculating. Maybe they don't just go one-to-one with it, though the trailer makes me believe they are going to try and do a lot of exactly the same stuff from the cartoon into the live action, but maybe they're just doing that to show that they actually do have a passionate team behind there. That's entirely possible. It's not out yet, so I don't know exactly what the direction is. I'm just stating that I'm still a bit concerned knowing that the actual creators of the show left the project over creative differences. That's a pretty big deal, in my opinion. But it could still turn out great. I hope it turns out great. I don't want another bad Avatar live action. That would suck some serious shit. So, that's my full thoughts on that. I do also want to briefly mention something that's really flown under the radar, unfortunately. Netflix also released the teaser trailer for the live-action Yu Yu Hakusho, and I haven't seen anyone talk about that yet. This is something I was extremely skeptical on being good in any capacity because Netflix adaptions, for the most part, are huge fucking misses. Aside from very rare exceptions like One Piece, they don't do a great job of it. So when I saw they announced live-action Yu Yu Hakusho like a year or two ago, I immediately just wrote it off, rolled my eyes, and said, yep, that's going to be turbo ass. And now that they've released the trailer, I can comfortably say, maybe there's a chance. Like, I'm shocked to say it, but there might be a chance that this is pretty good. I didn't outright hate the trailer. I think it's very rough around the edges, but it's a teaser first and foremost, so it's not like they showed a ton. But what they did show, I thought was fine. CG is a little wonky in a couple of the scenes there, but that's to be expected. I kind of like the direction they seem to be going. It's kind of taking characters that you don't see until the Dark Tournament saga and bringing them into the fold much earlier. And it piques my curiosity. It piques my curiosity on how they're going to handle that and what the direction they're going with the story is. It could be pretty decent. Like the couple of the fight scenes they showed, like the choreography looked kind of hype. So who knows? I thought that had no chance, was doomed to failure, but it really wasn't like alarmingly trash or anything like that. Not in my opinion. So yeah, I just wanted to briefly shout that out there because, man, what if Netflix is actually getting it together and releasing like some banger adaptations? That'd be fucking incredible. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Last night I had a little trouble falling asleep. I think what I needed was a good bedtime story. So I turned to Reddit, just cruising around, perusing, see if I could find anything that'd give me the yawns and help me go night-night. But I found something extraordinary. Something so stimulating, I stopped any attempt at going to sleep, and I just sat there bewildered by what I had just read. For at least 40 minutes, I just sat in silence, truly stunned, like a child who had just watched his first episode of Chris Angel's Mind Freak. My brain was blown out my ass. I couldn't imagine a world where this was real, but all of the evidence pointed to it being a genuinely true story. I did eventually hit the hay, and now, a full 9 hours later, I'm still thinking about this, so I figured, why not share it with all of you? Perhaps this will have a profound effect on your life, or maybe it'll do something to help motivate you to not be like the guy in this story. It's a series of text messages between a man and a woman. And that's all I'll tell you for now. I don't want to get in any spoilers. I want you to come into this as unsuspecting as possible. Let's dive in. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, the two people in this text conversation were close friends for about 9 years. The Reddit poster is the woman in this story, and her male friend here had recently professed his love for her in a pretty creepy way. The feeling wasn't mutual, so it led to a bit of a disconnect between the two of them, and in an act of desperation, the male friend calls in the cringe artillery and starts bombarding her with memes, to which she finally responds, "Hey, I appreciate the memes." Real quick, I'd like to come in here with a PSA. I recognize that in the current climate of things, there's a lot of people that have lived their entire lives online without any actual social interaction, so I want this to be a teachable moment. Don't send memes as some kind of last-ditch Hail Mary. Like, if you let something rip and it's not reciprocated, spamming memes isn't going to salvage the situation, it's only going to make it worse and even weirder. Her saying, "I appreciate the memes," is just a lie. No one's ever going to say that. Those words have probably not left a human being's mouth ever. "Ah, good morrow, sailor. I really appreciate the exquisite memes you've shared with me today. I was a little perturbed with our last conversation, but now that you've sent 1,000 memes, I see you've got a good heart. Thank you for this." And I'm speaking from experience here. I'm very knowledgeable in this field. I'm the authority on this matter. I've told this story before, but I'll just briefly repeat it. The very first girl I was ever flirting with and exchanging text messages with was back in high school, and she did not feel the same way about me as I did her. And in my weakest moments, I turned to the dark side and consulted the Sith Lords, and was advised to try and maybe send goofy memes and ASCII art, because that was big back in the day. So I did. And guess what? It didn't fucking solve anything. It just made it even worse. I know how uncomfortable that must have been for her. So yeah, that is not the right play, to just start spamming memes and shit. But anyway, she continues the message by saying that she's only ever thought of him as a close friend and never really viewed him in a romantic way. So when he professed her love, it made things a little weird. They grew distant, they grew a bit hostile, but she thinks they can be friends again just as long as it's very clear that there is no romantic feelings in this relationship. She's just laying down the brass tacks and making things very clear, to which he responds, I certainly had my head on backwards, but as my friend, I really think you're fucking adorable, and every trip I've ever taken with you is so fucking precious. I've heard of a Japanese word called shibumi, and it's basically authority without dominance. Call me a simp, but I really think you have that. Code red, he's not taking no for an answer. Jinkies, we're going too deep. He just busted out shibumi. Jesus Christ, we're in the in-game now. Lord help us. He continues to spaghetti dump here for the novel that he's writing her. There's steam coming off of the touchscreen pad as he's writing. The most important takeaway here is a very specific line, a buzzword that gets dropped that I think is very important that we highlight. He says, "Sometimes it feels like my chivalrous interest with you is underappreciated or just unappreciated sometimes." The reason I point that out is because I'm pretty confident that the word chivalry is used exclusively by creeps. I don't think there's been a documented case of a normal person saying chivalry, especially not in this context. It's just like an immediate red flag word to drop, especially when saying that my chivalrous interest is underappreciated, it's not valued enough. It's just some certified weirdo Redditor energy. Like, tip in the hat, m'lady. It's no problem, you're welcome for holding the door open for you. Chivalry isn't dead, am I right? I'm the perfect example. No, of course, I'm just kidding. I jest. Chivalry can't die, because to die, it would imply that it was ever alive in the first place. Only a living thing can experience death, and chivalry is not a living thing. It's an idea, more of a social code, per se. He continues on, and then eventually tells her that she should like one of them so he doesn't feel crazy, to which he says, "You're not crazy, I just need some time to think." Which I think is a perfectly reasonable response to all of this, but he gives her no time to think and immediately just comes back to, please, let me find favor in your eyes. I'm assuming he heard that in some kind of like indie song at some point, so he tried to throw that in here to see if it'd work. So he's going full-blown Robert Frost now, even then drops a picture saying, "Daydream with me," and it's like the sun rising. So it's getting very emotional in here. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit because it's him once again just begging for any kind of reciprocation, to which she just keeps saying she just needs some time to process all of this. But he's extremely impatient. His foot is fully on the gas and there's no turning back now. He is full throttle invested in all of this. He's using every possible cliche line imaginable, but he's not finding any favor in her eyes. It just keeps going. "You're valid. Never really heard the extent of why I'm your friend." So now he's like interrogating her. "Why am I your buddy? Why am I your pal, huh? Tell me." "I could tell you all day why you're my friend. Your voice is fucking music. I think you're brilliant. Just a brilliant person to be around. Really wish I could hug you." Fuck. This hurts. Then again, she reiterates, "I need time to think. I will reach out when I'm ready." And now we've finally gotten past the introduction here and we're entering the climax. Welcome to the wacky zone. He once again gives her no time to reach out or process any of this. He reaches out pretty soon after everything, only a couple of days, and says, "So is there any chance as your friend I could send you something explicit?" She says, "What do you mean?" And then he goes, "NSFW," which I'm sure all of you know what that means, but I'll break it down anyway. Not safe for work. Of course, she wasn't expecting this curveball, so she says, "Are you trying to make a joke right now?" And then he goes, "No, kind of a gamble." I will say this is a historic moment. You are witnessing the worst gamble in history. Congratulations, we all got to be a part of this. This is, by far, the absolute worst possible fucking gamble you could ever make. This is like betting 100% of your life savings on me getting taller. What the fuck are you, I don't understand how you think an out-of-nowhere nudie is going to somehow win her over and, somehow solve all of these problems. I just can't even understand that mindset, really. It just doesn't compute. Okay, I tried all the lovey-dovey, really mushy-gushy stuff with the favor in your eyes, your voice is like magic or music. It didn't work. So let's try something a little more primal. Wiener. What about penis? Eureka! This might be the answer. Let's try it. She's once again just trying to make sure she fully understands the lunacy going on here, so she says, "Are you asking me if you can send me something sexually explicit?" Respectfully. What a gentleman. A fedora tip to you, my gentle sir. That is sophisticated. Very respectful. M'lady, Doth thou wish to gaze upon my meat? And then he sends her a dick pic with his pinky out while holding it. An incredibly interesting play here, as if somehow his cock was going to hypnotize her and make her fall in love with him. So she eventually responds by pointing out how weird this whole interaction has become. She still only ever viewed them as friends and will only ever view him as a friend, and that she's very disappointed that he can't even respect that she wants some time to herself to process this entire weird interaction. She also drops a bombshell at the end by mentioning that she's currently in a relationship, so that was a big plot twist. This goober is doing all of this to a girl who is not interested and also in a relationship. The odds couldn't be more against him. Now, she used a word at the end that's about to change the entire course of this interaction. She said, "It sucked when you went all incel on me towards the end." That word, I had a big voice crack there, that's how powerful that word is. That one word ruffled this guy's feathers so much. You're about to see a full-blown ballistic breakdown from it. I respect that. Also, if I'm an incel, you're toxic, so let's not name call. She's toxic because she doesn't want to fuck him. Why is that even in your argument, that I can't get someone? I can. You choose not to. That's fair, but you didn't get to call me an incel because you decline. You go out of your way to say it. Why is that? Label me as anything else, like for real. It's foolish for you to argue something like that. She gets taken off guard here, saying like, "Hey, whoa, pump the brakes, Buster. I didn't mean to offend you." She says, "I never said you couldn't get someone. What do you mean?" She never said that. Like, he is now just projecting some insecurities and reading between the lines on shit that doesn't exist. She just said his behavior was that of like an incel or something. And he keeps going. "You should know I'm anything but a little dick incel, so out of here with that shit." Again, she never even pointed out your penis or anything. She didn't call it small. Like, where is this coming from? He's fighting ghosts. I'm not even gonna pretend that's valid. You're with a fucking beta cuck to begin with. Maybe that's your type, and maybe that's why we aren't together. Have fun with that. The mask has come off. He is unchained, unhinged, and unhappy. Your boyfriend's a beta cuck loser. That's the only reason you and I aren't together, because that's what you're into, beta cucks. You couldn't handle an alpha male testosterone titan like me, a real man who cries while he texts. She then goes on to say, like, look, if you find me to be toxic and all of this awful stuff, like, okay, then, you know, you shouldn't be upset that we're not close anymore. And to this big message, he just responds by saying, "I'll see you in hell." And then she says r/nice guys, which this very much is an r/nice guys moment. You know, keep in mind, this is still, only a couple days after the whole poetic, "Allow me to find favor in your eyes, miss. Your voice is music, sweet music." And now it's, "What an excellent take on a 7-year waste of my fucking time." To which she responds, "So you're just waiting around until I'd eventually date you? That's on you, man." She's absolutely right. That is entirely on you. This dude played the long game, almost an entire decade of pretending to be her friend in the hopes that eventually you'll get to fuck her, I guess was the plan. That is a long commitment to a deep cover operation to stay in disguise, faking friendship, hoping that eventually you'll be able to have sex with her. Then he says, "How was I supposed to know you're only interested in half men?" I've never even seen that term used before. This guy's pulling all kinds of Insano-style phrases out of his ass now. "I spent 7 years just waiting for you to notice the difference, but I guess I bet on the wrong fucking horse." This goober spent 7 years pretending to be her friend, hoping that somehow she'd fall in love with him? This is craziness. This is a longer time spent undercover than Rob Lucci and the gang during the Water 7 arc of One Piece. Like, this is outrageous how long he committed to this ridiculous, diabolical plan. And now he's just full anime villain mode. "I'm over you. That's why I asked if you needed a visual definition of the word endowed, because I bet you're never going to get that with the life you choose to live without me. Motherfucker, I grew this dick for you, you ungrateful clod." We have to pause here for a moment. Wow. "I grew this dick for you, you ungrateful clod." That is one of the most powerful sentences I've ever had the pleasure of reading. What does that even mean? That's not even possible. How could you have grown your penis for her? Was there no dick there to begin with, and then you just started, like planting the seeds and then taking care of it like summertime gardening? Like, what does that mean, you grew it for her? Is it a laboratory experiment like the Cybermen? Like, I don't understand. It's just such a bafflingly amazing sentence. She's also stunned, saying, "I refuse to believe that these messages aren't satire." And then that sets him off even further. "This entire relationship is satire. A joke. Your interest in men is a joke." The wambulance is coming in hot. "He's Squidward, you're Squidward, I'm Squidward, we're all Squidward. This whole relationship satire, it's all a joke, you're a joke. Fuck you. My interest in you is a joke. This is the first time I wanted to show someone my dick because I hate them. Fucking brilliant. R/nice guys, these nuts." She waits a while and then says, "I think enough time has passed and I just genuinely want to know if you've had any remorse for the shit you said to me or if you truly believe it was all valid." And then he responds 7 hours later saying, "Let's find out if you're still seeing the Hat Man first." I don't know what that means, but then he comes back 2 hours later and said, "I'm over you. You're wasting your time." So he's trying to flip this around on her like, you missed your opportunity with the golden goose. You missed your opportunity with the alpha. I've moved on, you harpy. I don't need you anymore, harlot. Listen, I've matured a lot. You clearly haven't. So you're wasting your time trying to talk to me now. You had your chance. You blew it. I'm sure you're kicking yourself now for this, but hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles. But then just to finish it off with the cherry on top, he quotes from before where he was offering to show her his wiener and says, "I still mean this if you need clarification." And then comes back and says, "Except don't even bother asking for nudes. I have a girlfriend." Okay. I mean, this is quite the ride. What an adventure. She eventually just says, "What's wrong with you? We were friends for almost a decade." And then you go into this shit, which is a reasonable response. Like, how did this happen? We have been friends for like 10 years. We've known each other for so long. Where did this come from? It is crazy. This whole situation was wild. And also, I'm calling fiddlesticks on that last statement from him. I don't believe he has a girlfriend. If we go back to like chapter 7 of this meltdown, he said that she was the first girl he wanted to show his penis to. So, I'm under the impression he's a virgin. And I don't think enough time has passed between those messages and these that he would not only lose his virginity, but then also have a girlfriend, especially given all of the behavior we're seeing exhibited here. So, I think he lied about that. That was probably just once again some kind of Hail Mary to make her jealous. Like, hey, listen, Toots. Got a girlfriend. Stay off of me. Can't send you nudes anymore. You blew it. Nope, can't do it. Sorry. That's on you. Yeah, you'll regret this for the rest of your life, clearly. Sorry. Have a girlfriend. Even though it's most likely a lie. But yeah, that's all there is to the story here. Overall, I think we can all agree that nice guys really do finish last. It is insulting that these two didn't end up getting married. This guy is a real catch, and it's just a shame to see that it didn't pan out. But yeah, overall, dropping the sarcasm, I actually feel really bad for the woman in this situation here. This is someone who was a close friend to her for a fucking decade, only to then find out that that close friend was actually just a complete piece of shit, loser, degenerate, who was only being her friend, trying to have sex with her down the line. I can't even imagine that kind of betrayal. That must have been fucking awful. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to share this because I've been thinking about it like all day. So yeah, that's really about it. See ya. A Home Alone game. I've always wanted to play a Home Alone style game. And it is the season. This one's for you, Macaulay Culkin. If you're in the chat. It's a Souls-like Home Alone game. Need to find some traps ASAP. The wet bandits are a-comin'. It said the gun was in the attic, right? I'm not stupid. Oh, it's not a real gun. Damn. Well, who's this gonna defeat? There we go. Curse has been broken. Oh, never mind. The curse has only just begun. It's a supernatural burglar! Do you even do anything to me? Oh, okay. I did not expect that. I wouldn't have guessed that's how demons fight. Can you even hit me up here? Oh, it's just like in the movie. I need some traps. Need like a can of beans for her to slip on. Nice! Back to the Shadow Realm with you. I still can't leave. That's the Grinch. I recognize that anywhere. That's gonna get me DMCA'd. I'm turning that off. I can't turn that off. It seems the game itself set a trap for me. When you stuck, glitch, or want to start again, drop this flag. The way they spelled glitch is so adorable. G-L-I-C-H. Baubles from Christmas Tree. 20 HP. Baubles, huh? Wait. I got a sauce pot? Pot with very hot sauce. 20 HP. What, will he eat it or something? Bowling ball's big. Maybe I can set it up here next to the baubles and have it roll down and hit them the second they get here. I don't know how to use something as a trap. Like if I drop this, what happens? Does it just go straight to the, yeah, it just goes straight to the floor. Immediately almost killed myself on it. Okay, I'm hurting myself. Just pick it up. I just want to... Oh my god. The bandits never even showed up and I fucking killed myself. I don't know how you actually make a trap. Defeat the robbers and call the police. Why don't I just call the police now? You can't call the police now when the burglars are nearby. They'll run away when they see the police and then you don't know when they'll come back. Yeah, but at least I'll be safe. They might not get arrested, but at least I'll be alive. Man, these must be the biggest bicycles in the world. To defeat the furnace, use water, aim into the red hot core. I'm trying! What? God damn it! I'm doing no damage to it. Well. Oh my god, it can go upwards. How? Yeah, I was holding the button to shoot when I beat the demon upstairs in the attic. When do the fucking bandits show up? God, I just want to fucking fight the bandits now. It takes so long for them to get here. Their van is right there. Yeah, I know, but it said I have to wait 7 minutes for them to come through. So I don't know what to do. I can try like knocking on it maybe. How many of the Home Alone movies have you seen? Have you seen all of them? I've seen Home Alone 1 through 3, but I think there's more than that. Home Alone 3 made me miserable. Really, I actually loved it when I was a kid. It was a shame they didn't bring back Macaulay Culkin, but I still actually really liked Home Alone 3 when I was young. I thought it was pretty cool going for the computer chip. And then there was that scene where I think one of the guys gets shocked, and then he's got his like hair stood up and it's like half shaved, and he goes, You stunned my Winky." Or no. What the fuck? He gets hit. Oh, he gets hit. One of the other robbers hits him with like a baseball bat in the sack, and he goes, "You hit my Winky." That's what it was. I remember that scene vividly. I thought it was amazing. Other than that, I don't remember a ton about it, other than really liking it when I was young. Where are you, cheeky bastards? There's no way they could have come through the second story window, right? What?
What did he hit? Oh, there he is! He fell for my spider trap. He fell for my toy car trap. Outsmarted again. Got him with the baubles, too. This guy's... he's eating all of it. He's taking no damage. Maybe my bowling ball. He avoided that masterfully. Oh, that almost fucking killed him with that. Ow! No! My own trap. Oh, nice. Bowling ball got him. This is pretty cool. I also like that they just ripped the audio from the movie so you can still hear like the background music going off from the ow. I'm almost out of slingshot ammo. Shit. I needed that one to hit. I gotta make these count. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh! Oh, God. I killed one! He's dead! Let's go! Can I pick up his crowbar and beat the other one to death? I'll try and get him with the hot sauce pot. That's an awfully hot, saucy pot. What? Hey, what the fuck? What a surprise attack. Alright, first I want to see if falling down the stairs does more damage. Then I want to see if they can fight the furnace demon. Oh, good stealth. And he avoided the trap. Wait, does he not see me? What are you doing? No! Oh. 10 minutes for that. How did the car not hit him? He avoided every trap. And then he fucking swung for the fences on me. Oh, it was right after a dodge roll, too. You can tell just by taking a quick peek at me that I am a highly trained, lethal combat machine. Millions of years of fine-tuned evolution has led to the apotheosis of fighting. Me. If we walked by each other on the street, you'd look over your shoulder out of fear, praying that I don't decide to beat your ass. And if you're lucky, I won't. And it's all thanks to my extensive knowledge of martial arts. More specifically, the most intense discipline, Bullshido. This is probably my biggest guilty pleasure content online. I love fake martial arts. Online, it's referred to as Bullshido. There's an entire subreddit dedicated to it, a Twitter account. I think it's also blowing up on TikTok as well. It's a scam that's been around for at least 50 years where some goober will open up a dojo and, you know, call it a self-defense course, and it's just absolute outrageous fucking nonsense, and they pass it off as martial arts. The most notable example of this is actually Steven Seagal. I'm sure all of you are familiar with him. He is an iconic, timeless specimen of Bullshido. If you watch any of his, like, demonstrations of his expertise in martial arts, you'll have someone grab his arm, and then Steven Seagal will do this, and the guy fucking flips around like he just got hit by a car going 60 miles per hour. Like, he just ragdolls people by looking at them. Force blasts. He'll take their finger, and he'll, like, tickle it a little bit, and the person has a heart attack, right? And it's all for show. Obviously, none of it's real. The people that are having the maneuvers performed on them just sell it, and it's supposed to get some students to sign up to the course under this ridiculous belief that it's real.
but the video footage that exists from these courses is unbelievably entertaining. Some of the best footage online, period. This old timer's looking extremely powerful. He could probably beat up a tech support scammer through the telephone. He gets a phone call from the scammer's like, hey, you got a virus on your computer, pay us and we'll fix it. And he just says, you're already dead. Hangs up, and then the guy fucking explodes. Because it turns out this guy did like 15 karate blasts at the phone and it killed the guy. Like, he is not to be messed with. Every part of his body is a weapon. He can fatality your ass from any position. So, like, in one of those, the guy just comes up behind him and, like, taps him on the shoulder, and then he fucking flies off the screen. Like, God forbid one of his grandchildren come up to try and get his attention, poke him on the back. That just straight up snapped their neck, it seems. If he doesn't want to be moved, there's not a force in this universe that can make him move. Not even God. It's like pulling the sword from the stone here. The guy trying to lift him even tries biting on his ear a little bit to no avail. He won't budge. And then eventually, he sends him flying thanks to his overwhelming spiritual pressure. This old timer's got such powerful aura, he could probably kill people just by entering the same room as them. Just when you thought it was safe to ask Grandpa to pull your finger, he's got a move for that too. And he's lucky he didn't perform the full fatality. This one's one of my favorites. This is an older video. I've seen it at least 20 times. Every time this gets posted somewhere, I can't help but watch the entire thing. So obviously I've been doing a bit of a deep dive through Bullshido subreddit because it's got not only the classic bangers, but also some new ones. So it's just a nice array of things that I'd like to showcase today from the subreddit. I legitimately love this technique, the fucking forbidden turbo slap jutsu here. I've tried it myself every time I watch this, and it's like legitimately painful on the entirety of my arm. Like, it's kind of impressive how quickly they're able to throw the slaps out, and if you watch them do it, they're hitting themselves more often than they're even throwing something out. So they keep like slapping themselves in the face and on the chest, but they make such a good sound. And it's really cool to just like watch the fucking phalanges fly around like this. I don't know, it's very satisfying, especially when he's running around doing it. Obviously, you're not winning any fights against a human being with this technique, but it is extraordinarily deadly if you're being chased around by a couple of pages out of a textbook. So if you've got to slap some paper that's bugging you, you might want to try some of these maneuvers that they're teaching you here.
You'll see me cutting the arms, Ukanagashi here, Tenkan there, Tigatana here, Tigatana here, Tigatana, Ukanagashi here. Always moving, always cutting them out of the way. Keep going. Here.
This class, I believe, is just being taught in his living room. They just push the couch back and then bring the students in. So he's teaching this very elegant, majestic maneuver about how to fight multiple opponents, and you clearly can't argue with the results here. Highly effective against a group of opponents that also happen to lack object permanence, so when you brush them off, they lose all their steam, and they have to like relocate you and try and remember where they are. It may not work very well against people grounded in reality and are actually trying to hurt you in a fight, but who knows, maybe it's worth giving a try. Just give them one of these, tap them on the back, and I don't know, maybe run away. Like, maybe that could be more effective than trying to just keep, like, doing some of this. Though I do really like the clothesline at the end. I don't know why he decided to clothesline them. That seems like it wasn't even part of the lesson. He was just improvising there and thought it'd be a nice cherry on top of the cake. But I appreciate it. This one had DMCA music, so I'll just talk you through it. This is the Finger Master. He's an expert of all things related to finger-based combat. I mean, and just look at him. He's built like a killer. He looks like Executioner Smog from Dark Souls. So you can't even get near him, really. He's super slippery, super powerful. Just an all-around elite warrior. You can see his guard is never down, and no matter what you do, you're not penetrating his defenses here. Like, and look at it, again, look at the power he's able to exert through just a single finger. And then he gives him the old, the washing machine twist, and there's just nothing you can do about it. Now, I know what you're thinking. Charlie, I'll just wait to strike him when he's sitting down. That way I have the advantage and he has no way of fighting back. You absolute imbecile. You think an elite warrior like that wouldn't also be able to beat your ass 1,000 ways to Sunday while also in the seated position? You absolute fool. Some say he's even more powerful while sitting down. You can see that his opponent's really out for blood, trying to hurt him, but just can't. Every time he makes contact with the human body, he sends excruciating pain into his victim, causing the entire body to shut down. I believe he calls it the cheese touch technique. He just is able to do anything he wants. Look at this, wrapping him up like a fucking pretzel. Hurting people is as easy as breathing for him. Just look at how much fun he's having. Even while sitting down, there is just no one that can match his expertise in martial arts. I really do love Bullshido. Fake martial arts is really goofy to watch, but it is sad to think that there are people that pay for these classes thinking that it works, and God forbid they ever get into a real fight and try and use these techniques. They're going to get themselves hurt significantly worse than if they had just tried to, like, run away or something. You'd probably get further if you just did this with your arms and just start flailing around wildly than trying to use any of these techniques, like trying to push a pressure point that causes your opponent to shit their pants or something. So it is sad to think about the people that get scammed into believing this and paying for it, but man, is it fun to watch. So yeah, that's really about it. See ya. Whoa there, Buster, you just wandered across a smile checkpoint. Let me see those pearly whites. Alright, you pass. Now go ahead and take both fingers, put them up like this, and give them a little wag and give yourself a little body wiggle, because we're celebrating today. Sam Bankman-Fried, one of the largest fraudsters in history responsible for FTX and its collapse, is now been found guilty on all charges and could face a maximum of 115 years in jail. Ooh, God, that just felt buttery coming out of my lips right there. The way those words danced across my tongue, letting you know that SBF has been found guilty on all charges, facing serious time. Oh, wow, that felt good. That's a pretty long time to spend in the slammer. There's very few people that could survive that. Maybe Gandalf at the top of that list. And unless Sam Bankman-Fried is a vampire, which I can't rule out with 100% confidence because he looks like someone that sleeps in a coffin and drinks blood, then he has no shot here. So I guess we'll see in 115 years. Mark your calendars. Now, even though SBF was slapped by all of the charges brought against him, I do think they missed out on a very important one that wasn't even brought here in front of the court. I think he should have also been facing criminal punishment for being so incomprehensibly dog shit at League of Legends. If you're unfamiliar with the Sam Bankman-Fried lore, this turbo weenie would go on and on about how much he loves League of Legends, yet he was still hard-stuck bronze 50. This fucking goober was somehow like bronze 3-locked forever. I don't know what he mained. Maybe AP Tryndamere on Butt Patrol or something, like he's not even laning with a character, because I feel like if you put in enough hours like he claimed to, you'd accidentally at least hit silver. It's almost more impressive that he stayed bronze and stayed that bad, refusing to get better. So they should really look at criminal charges for just how trash he is at gaming. But yeah, I'm getting a little carried away here. We're celebrating, damn it. This is a great day. This is truly fantastic. There was a part of me that was worried he was somehow going to squeak his way out of here without a serious, harsh sentence. And he hasn't been sentenced yet. But the fact that he is now being found guilty on all that he's charged with is a great, great thing. And special shout out to the courtroom sketch artist here who was pouring their heart and soul into this. You can feel the passion with each stroke on the canvas here. Look at this beautiful sketch of Sam Bankman-Fried looking like something out of Tolkien's work right now. Like just some kind of evil presence that's being foiled in real time. Like, I feel like I'm there with him. It's a beautiful creation here, up there with some of Picasso's masterworks. I love these. Especially this one. You know, pictures truly are worth 1,000 words, and all 1,000 words I'm feeling from this one are, wow. This is something special here. Sam Bankman-Fried, I guess his head got hit with a shrink ray or something. But I mean, overall, this could be the next American Gothic here. It is a fantastic piece. And also, we're gonna get a little off topic here, but there's more we have to celebrate today. Another group of scammers was also just blasted. And I'm talking about SafeMoon founders. If you follow CoffeeZilla's work, and I'm sure a lot of you do, you'll know about SafeMoon. He's made a ton of videos covering the topic. I highly recommend you check them out if you're at all interested in big scams and wild fucking stories. And today, there's been huge news on that, but I want you to get it from CoffeeZilla. So check out his most recent upload about that. And, you know, I just wanted to lump that in here because it's another one of those crypto-focused, yucky things where finally punishment is being dealt to some of the most evil people in that entire space. And maybe this trend will continue because there's still a couple big fish out there. You know, maybe Crypto0, Logan Paul, anyone? I mean, who knows? This is a great day, honestly, for some justice, you know, starting to take shape and really pop off here. So, SBF found guilty on all charges. Huge news with SafeMoon. And yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. Give you something happy to celebrate a little bit this afternoon. That's about it. So yeah. You know how everyone's been saying that Marvel's kind of fallen off? The quality of its shows and even its movies has just been dwindling to a point where it's not really exciting to see them anymore and they're kind of stinky. Whoo-wee! Wait until you see the Marvels. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. I mean this with no exaggeration. The Marvels is the MCU's messiest movie to date, and it's not even close. I actually can't even believe the movie released in its current state. It almost feels like this is internal sabotage from someone on the inside trying to sink the MCU and make it go even lower, because it's like nobody even bothered to watch what they were putting out there. I really thought Ant-Man Quantumania would probably be the worst modern Marvel movie we'd ever get. How wrong I was. It's like they took every single criticism that's ever been thrown against the MCU and said, oh, you thought that was bad, watch this, and then did all of it 10 times worse. It feels as though they shot 4 different films and then took some elements from each one, haphazardly threw them all together into this witch's cauldron here, bubbling over into this fucking potion that induces a headache in all of the spectators. This movie is fundamentally like 4 action sequences that are loosely strung together with the worst narrative the MCU's ever had, because it doesn't even try to develop the characters or their relationships. I'm gonna go ahead and get my only compliment about this movie out of the way right now. I've never seen the Miss Marvel show, so this movie was my introduction to Miss Marvel, and she is great. Both the actress playing Miss Marvel and even the character I think has so much potential in the universe. She is the only good thing about this movie. She fucking kills it. Miss Marvel is the only thing this movie does well, but it's not nearly enough to save it or even make this worth watching. It doesn't redeem the 150 minutes that get flushed down the shitter. So let's go ahead and dive in. The biggest mistake this movie makes is with its villain. The most forgettable villain in MCU history, the most underdeveloped villain in MCU history. I don't know how we're in 2023 with like fucking 15 years worth of MCU movies, and a big criticism was underdeveloped villains in some of the movies, and somehow this deep into the game, phase fucking 5 here, they deliver the worst villain they've ever had. I can't even remember her name. I have to keep looking it up and then I still forget it. That's how forgettable she is. I think her name is Danber. I looked it up again. Darbin. Her name is Darbin. Fundamentally, she is like Ronin if Ronin was written in 5 minutes. Like, all she does is she creates some portals that suck things up occasionally. And that's it. Spoilers, I'll tell you her motivation, and it's only explained in a couple of lines of dialogue. Instead of showing you, they just tell you. It really does feel like a lot of this was AI generated at the last possible second. I'm just gonna fucking say it. Basically, Captain Marvel made a decision that had a huge effect on the Kree and caused a lot of problems for them. Dar-Benn, being one of the Kree, will do anything to try and save them. She hates Captain Marvel and thus wants to take things from her in order to help save the Kree, basically. And since this is only explained in a few lines of dialogue that feel almost like throwaway lines, there's no actual emotional investment here. Since they don't bother to flesh out Dar-Benn at all, she becomes kind of like this villain caricature, this cartoonishly evil presence that's evil for the sake of being nasty. And even when Dar-Benn and Captain Marvel are on screen together, there's still no emotional weight to anything that happens because they're speedrunning through shit and barely even attempting to make something cohesive. But she's not really a big threat, because they make it clear early on that the only reason she's not defeated easily by Captain Marvel is because the big gimmick of the movie keeps happening where they switch places when they use their powers. So Miss Marvel even says, like, I know you could absolutely just fucking clobber her if we would stop switching places, and I'm sorry about that. And she's right, because the main villain isn't very strong. And in fact, every time they meet her, they pretty much do defeat her until she just miraculously pulls out like a big force blast that opens up that portal at the last possible second. But even aside from just the super weak villain, this movie is tonally all over the place. The vast majority of the film doesn't take itself seriously. It's mainly like a Thor Love and Thunder fucking flat comedy where almost none of the jokes are landing. The worst offender is actually Nick Fury. Nick Fury has a prominent role here, but he's just literally a clown. I don't think he has a single line of dialogue in this movie that isn't a joke or leading into a punchline. Even when the stakes are super high, like, oh, we might, lose the world here if Dar-Benn's plan goes correctly. And even when he's about to fucking die, he's making jokes the entire time. What happened to this character? It's not even consistent with the Nick Fury that we know, or the one that was in Secret Invasion, which I didn't finish because I didn't really like it that much. But this is not the same character. They replaced him with a goofball. Like I don't understand what even happened here. Almost every single scene outside of action is all over the place. It wants to be like this wacky, quirky, zany comedy, and then sometimes it wants to be like a drama, and then sometimes it wants to be more action-focused. It's at its best when it's doing action. I think some of the action scenes are pretty decent, though there are moments here where you can really feel the tears from the CGI artists that have to work on this. They are just overworked. The VFX department at Marvel, I can feel their pain through some of these scenes because a lot of them feel as though they didn't have time to actually finish it. I don't hold it against them. It's just the Marvel pipeline where they're constantly just fucking pumping shit out as quickly as possible without a care in the world. But there are some action sequences that look alarmingly rough in the CGI department. But for the most part, the action is pretty okay. It's pretty fun, especially the final fight is interesting, I guess. But it doesn't really matter that much because there's not a real movie around it. You're basically just watching a montage of some decent action moments, and that's it. So anyway, back to what I was saying. In between these action sequences, when it's trying to do a bunch of different things, it fails on all fronts. Let me give you an example. So there's a planet they visit, and it's a planet that means a lot to Captain Marvel. And the inhabitants of that world only communicate through song. If you just speak, they can't understand you. It basically has to be a musical. And I think it is the most insufferable sequence or series of scenes the MCU's ever had. It just doesn't make any sense. If this was a Rick and Morty sketch, fine. This feels like it'd fit right at home in some kind of Saturday morning cartoon special as a joke. But this comes in the middle of the film where things are getting desperate, where the villain's succeeding and this is a planet Captain Marvel really cares about, and it's about to get fucked in the ass. And it's okay, why are we having a musical here about this and not taking anything seriously? And even when they fail to protect it, 10 seconds later, Captain Marvel's joking. This is a place she called home 5 minutes ago. She fucking fails to protect it from Dar-Benn, and she immediately just starts joking about it. And then the next scene, pretty much, they go into this whole cat subplot. This whole side quest with cats, and Nick Fury, and cats. It's all over the place. You can't take it seriously if the movie itself doesn't take it seriously and isn't actually held together by anything at all. There's no real substance here. The only time this movie even comes close to making an emotional beat work is between Captain Marvel and Monica Rambeau. They have a relationship that is loosely explored and only one time successfully gets across the weight of it. And that's through this sequence where they're seeing each other's memories. They all kind of tap into this thing that's showing memories, and they do a good job of setting up Captain Marvel and Monica there. But outside of that, anytime they try and explore that, they don't give it any real chance. Like, it just falls flat again. They have one good emotional scene with that, and then completely forgot how to do it appropriately because they were too busy focusing on lame humor. And going into the film, I imagine a lot of you think that the switching of places is going to be integral to the plot. It's really not. Like, it's used occasionally, but it doesn't even follow its own rules for the switching sometimes. Like, they forget to switch. It's supposed to be when they, like, use their powers at the same time they switch, but there's multiple scenes where they both, or all three of them really, will use their powers at pretty much the same time and not switch. It's like they forgot that that gimmick was even present sometimes. And it doesn't really play a role in the narrative outside of explaining why Dar-Benn just can't be easily defeated by Captain Marvel. So while I think the concept could have been fun to explore, like, these three characters need to work together in order to overcome an overwhelmingly powerful enemy and somehow use this to their advantage, the ability to switch places. Somehow they take that and just make it like, we'll utilize it sometimes, but it doesn't really matter. And even at the end of the movie, they just kind of throw it away. They just wipe their ass with it. They just say like, oh, we're not entangled anymore. It's like, oh, okay. Well, okay then. I guess so. It's like, come on. Like, I don't know what went wrong here. In its current state, the movie only works if you want to go and just watch some mindless action and then not listen to any of the dialogue or the story. Like, that's probably the only way you can get any amount of enjoyment out of it. Because like I said, some of the action is pretty good, but like, that doesn't make a movie. You still need more than that. And it's not like the action is anything new to the MCU. It's all still very generic for the most part. There's nothing new here, aside from new lows that it reached with how little it actually cared. And now I have no idea what they're even going to do with these characters going forward, because this movie did nothing to progress any of them except Miss Marvel. Miss Marvel, like I said, is the only component of this film that works at all. She is the only good part of this movie. Monica, I think, could have been great here. I think WandaVision was building up to Monica being a very strong and interesting character, but this movie just ruined it. They didn't let her do anything until the very end. I won't spoil that, but at the very end she becomes the most important character pretty much out of nowhere, because up until then, she didn't get to do anything. Like, they didn't develop her or even try, and it's such a shame. And I don't know what the fuck they're going to do with Nick Fury going forward. Maybe they'll try and explain away his behavior here as him being some kind of variant from an alternate universe or something that got fucking slapped into this movie. Because I don't know what the fuck their plan is. They turned him into comic relief, purely just comic relief and nothing else, which is such a wild decision. Anyway, plugging the Marvels into the moist meter, I'm going to have to give it like a 25%. It is the messiest MCU movie that has been made. I think I can comfortably say that. I'm still shocked that it released in this current state that it's in. That's really about it. It's not looking great for the MCU going forward here. I don't know how they bounce back. I don't know what direction they even take the MCU anymore. But I guess we'll just have to see. That's it. See ya. The title of the video isn't clickbait, it isn't sarcasm, it's not a practical joke or some kind of prank. It is the God-honest truth. With my hand on a stack of Bibles, I swear to you before the Lord and anime that I am being genuine when I say Twitch actually just made an incredible decision. We are witnessing history. I feel like some of the people that took the first manned airplane flight, where you know what you have just experienced is a game changer, is super special, and you are part of history. That's how I feel right now with this. A very rare instance where Twitch does something that I can't help but applaud and really appreciate.
So last year we updated our simulcasting policy to allow simulcasting on mobile services such as TikTok and Instagram. On my recent trip, a number of streamers talked about how they are leveraging these services to grow their Twitch community. So today we're taking this a step further, and announcing that we are allowing simulcasting on any live streaming service.
Daniel Clancy, you beautiful son of a gun. You put a smile on my face and made me wet. Now, for those that don't know why this is such a big deal, I'll dive into it. But that right there is the new CEO of Twitch. He took over earlier this year. He replaced the previous CEO, who was extraordinarily hands-off on the platform. Many of you probably didn't even know Twitch had a CEO because this guy was more secretive than the elusive man. Like, this fucking guy seemed to be ashamed to be the CEO of the platform. His name was Emmett Shear, or as I like to call him, Emmett, have no fear, I'm barely here, Shear. If you went to any of his socials over the long time that he was the CEO of Twitch, you would have no idea what his position was, because he didn't talk about the platform, he didn't interact with it, he didn't stream on it, he didn't communicate with anyone on it. I'm pretty sure he doesn't even know who XQC is, even to this day. Or Kai Cenat for that matter. Like, he doesn't know anyone on the platform, no matter how big they are. He treated his position as CEO of Twitch the same way I treated boners back in high school, like random erections, just trying to like hide it the best you possibly can and hope nobody notices. So Emmett Shear, for a long time, was CEO in name only. I don't think he actually really did anything for the platform except try and fucking flush it down the shitter. And earlier this year, he stepped down and Dan Clancy, whom you just saw, stepped up. Now, when he first stepped up, I made the statement that he is an extremely nice guy. I had actually met Dan before he became the CEO of the platform, and I had nothing but positive things to say about him, but I did say that I don't see any big changes coming under his leadership because I really don't believe that he had the capability to make big sweeping changes or improvements to the platform because there's just so much red tape and the inner workings of the company are more divided than my ass cheeks. Like, everything is so separated into their own departments and no one really communicates with one another, so it leads to a lot of discrepancies and miscommunications, at least in my experience from talking to some of the employees and about how the sausage is made there at Twitch, you know, the behind the scenes information and all of that. And to further explain, I'll go ahead and use my Twitch contract as an example. I actually talked to Dan directly about that, and he was super supportive of me canceling my contracts, that way I could explore streaming on YouTube. He was super enthusiastic about it, he understood, and he said he had his blessing, but it wasn't up to him entirely. It still had to go through all of the other teams and all the other filters, and that took an additional like 3 or 4 months, I think. I'm getting a little foggy on exactly the timeline now since it's been a while. But the fact that Dan, being the CEO of Twitch, still had to go through 3 or 4 months for something as simple as canceling my contract, which was already kind of getting towards the end of its duration anyway, just led me to be more convinced that even if Dan came in with the best of intentions, which I really do think he did, that he wouldn't be able to make the changes that he'd want to see in the platform. But boy howdy, I've never been happier to be proven wrong. Eating my own asshole has never tasted so good. It is great to see Dan actually being able to have a positive influence on Twitch. This is absolutely a decision that Dan himself would pitch. From our conversation, I know that this is something he felt strongly about, that streamers shouldn't be tied down to Twitch if they don't want to be. So it seems like he was able to push this forward and make it come to fruition and make it a reality, which is absolutely incredible. And for those that don't know, Dan loves Twitch. Like, he lives and breathes the platform. He actively streams on there himself, just doing like some music. Like, he's like actually extremely talented, so he does some kind of fire streams, and he is very much a user of the product, enthusiastic about it. There's a Twitch, well, not a Twitch clip, there is a clip on Kick where one of the Kick streamers saw Dan just roaming around, and they said, "Oh, sorry, I'm live on Kick right now." And Dan goes, "You know what? That's your choice," and then gives him a high five and just walks away with a big smile on his face. He just seems to love streaming, and he wants Twitch to get back to its former glory of being the best place to do it, and give everyone the freedom to stream how they want and where they want. And I couldn't be more ecstatic about that. So let's go over why this simulcasting change is so massive, because it almost sounds too good to be true. For those that don't know what simulcasting is, it's the ability for you to start up a stream on multiple platforms at the same time. And Twitch has always hated that. They hated simul streaming more than Timmy Turner's dad hated the Dinkelbergs. So they outlawed it. They made it against their terms. You couldn't simul stream. If you were doing a Twitch stream, it needed to be content exclusive to Twitch. You couldn't just have that stream being pumped out to a lot of other places, except for mobile platforms, like Dan mentioned. They did eventually allow for that, where you could simul-stream your Twitch stream to mobile platforms, but you couldn't do that otherwise. Unless, of course, you were like a completely unaffiliated account. And even then, it's not like they really encouraged it. It was still very frowned upon. It was more forbidden than human transmutation in Full Metal Alchemist. Until today. This was like one of the main things I thought Twitch would never, ever even consider backing off on. I thought Twitch would always stick to their guns on simul-streaming being against their rules. Because if you really stop to think about it, why would they? Twitch is still the #1 streaming platform. And now if streamers have the flexibility to stream their Twitch broadcast to other platforms at the same time, why wouldn't they? There isn't a single reason why anyone on Twitch wouldn't also just stream to YouTube. It's the same content, you just put it to 2 different places, so it just maximizes your reach and viewership, and it's just an overall net positive to the streamer, but doesn't really do a whole lot to help out Twitch that much. Unless, of course, you're mainly interacting with your Twitch audience, and like your YouTube streaming audience is seeing that, oh, the Twitch chat seems a lot more hyped than the YouTube chat. I'll start going over there. Then maybe you do get some new users that aren't already endemic to Twitch. I think there's definitely a real case to be made there in that argument. And perhaps it'll be extremely effective. Like maybe if you're broadcasting your Twitch stream to YouTube and your YouTube audience is now seeing your stream for the first time and wants to get more involved, they'll go to Twitch because the interaction on Twitch is just genuinely better than YouTube, which is something I've talked about quite a bit at length now. So I do think there probably is a case to be made that this is a strong move for Twitch in order to continue to grow and stay on top. But regardless, it is by far the best move for streamers. And it's not like this comes with any like fine print or anything. If you go to the page that makes the announcement that really breaks down what you can and cannot do, they are very lenient. The only thing that they ask you not to do is try and drive your Twitch audience to other streaming platforms while you're simul streaming. So let's say you're streaming Twitch and YouTube. Instead of like saying, hey, Twitch audience, go to YouTube. You're going to like it better over there. You know, we've got the hottest babes in the YouTube chat over there. So get on out of Twitch and go to YouTube. They don't want you doing that. They also don't want you like combining the chats into one for the stream because they want it to feel like if it's on Twitch, it is a Twitch production, even though it's other places. It is still like the Twitch audience is getting the most love, so that way you're still celebrating with the Twitch community, which I think are both very understandable positions to have here for like the policy. There's really not much else. Everything else is kind of sunshine and rainbows from what I can tell. So obviously I'm going to start simul streaming YouTube and Twitch. I can finally shake the cobwebs off of my old Twitch channel here, which has just been collecting dust. It was like that scene out of Toy Story where Andy says, I don't want to play with you anymore, and then drops him. That's what I did with Twitch. And I've been loving my time on YouTube, but now there's absolutely no reason not to also stream on Twitch. I get the best of both worlds here. It's fantastic. I started streaming on Twitch. I still loved Twitch, but I switched to YouTube because I wasn't confident in the direction Twitch was going at the time. But now I can do both. It feels great. Like, this is such a huge W move. It cannot be understated just how big of a deal this decision is from Twitch. And man, absolute hats off to Dan Clancy on this one. Fuck yes. So definitely wanted to talk about this. I'll be doing my first simul stream tonight. I don't know what time, probably like 10 p.m. EST, somewhere in that general ballpark. So make sure to tune in if you want to see what this new experience is going to look like. I'm really excited, and this really gives me a lot of hope in Twitch actually, starting to steer the ship in the right direction again. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Whoa there, partner, hold your horses. I bet you thought I had finally kicked my addiction to reading uncomfortable, cringy, weird text messages from the dating world. Well, do I have news for you, pal? I've only just begun on my bender here. I can quit anytime I want, it's not that big of a deal. I don't need electroshock therapy or any kind of mumbo-jumbo psychiatry to break me out of this rabbit hole. I don't have a problem. The only problem I have is that there isn't more of these for me to read, damn it. So anyway, let's begin. This morning, I hopped on and read 2 different stories here from relationships that fell apart in the most tragic and confusing of ways. So let's just dive right in. So we're reading from the perspective of the girlfriend in this relationship, and she's communicating with her boyfriend. They were coming up on their 3-year anniversary, but after this exchange, it all went right down the shitter. So it begins. Well, we're fucked. Pork chops went bad. My mom was getting ready to fry them and there was mold. To which the boyfriend just hits her with an okay. So she apologizes saying, I'm sorry, she's just gonna send me to get chicken alone because I already made mac. She's referring to mac and cheese, for those of you that don't understand the nomenclature there. Now, I think it's very important, as we go through this first story, that you know the ages of those involved. It's 25 and 27. The reason why I think that's important is because as we go through this story, I imagine most of you will assume that these are children, like literally 13 and 14-year-olds. But that's just not the reality of it. This guy is about to throw away a 3-year relationship and have a biblical meltdown over not getting some fucking pork chops. He continues giving her the ice treatment here, so he just goes, okay, no good. Actually speaking like a Neanderthal. She says, the pork chops were bad, we didn't know, I'm sorry, I tried to make you food. He just once again says, okay. She says, sorry again, and he just says, cool. So this guy, he's going catatonic right now. We're losing him. He's flatlining. He's starving to death because the pork chops went bad. What is he gonna eat now? He's only a fucking 20-something-year-old man. He can't fend for himself without these pork chops. He's gonna die. She continues by saying, I really tried. Once again, just hits her with that okay. This is actually just like out of One Punch Man, that famous panel where Boros is powering up and One Punch Man just goes, okay. That is his whole personality. So he just goes, okay. And he says, you left? Yeah, she sent me to get chicken. He says, okay again, to which she just says, well, okay. She continues to profusely apologize for this whole situation here, as if she did something wrong, even though she didn't. The pork chops just went bad. I don't know what he expects from her, to like sorcery away all of the mold or whatever on them, or somehow conjure up brand new pork chops from her ass, which is something she also mentioned in the comments, like, I don't know what he wanted from me. Like, she even went to get other food that he could consume. Chicken, mac and cheese, there were other options besides the pork chops, but his mind is set on one thing. Pork chops. He only has room in his noodle for one thought, and right now that thought is pork chops. So now that he realizes he's not getting them, he's about to go berserk over this whole situation here. Cool, you got to eat. I didn't for waiting on you. Good night. Okay, good night. I love you too. No, bro. Good night. I could have ate, but I waited on you. Of course. You could have just eaten regardless. So the poster here, she went into detail about all of the context around this. So apparently he had said he was going to go get food, and she mentioned that she was making pork chops with her mom later. So he said, oh, okay, well then I'll just eat the pork chops with you and your mom and I won't get food. To which she replied saying, no, you can still get food and you're also welcome to have these pork chops. But being the noble chivalrous man that he is, he put down the food that he was going to purchase and instead was going to eat these pork chops, which didn't end up happening. And when he didn't get served his pork chops on a golden platter, he just refused to eat, crossed his arms, kicking his legs in his high chair. Well, then I'm just going to starve. So even though she had other food that he could eat, the chicken, the mac and cheese, he just didn't. And then also didn't feed himself at any point throughout the rest of the night, I guess because he was still so fuming with steam coming out of his ears. And also, according to her in the comments, the reason he didn't eat the chicken and mac and cheese is because he only likes his chicken prepared in the most simple way ever. So he didn't like the way the chicken was prepared, and he also doesn't like mac and cheese, which is already giving me red flags. I don't know anyone that doesn't like mac and cheese in some capacity. That's making him seem already off his gourd, just from that simple fact alone. But yeah, he refuses to eat for the rest of the night, all because he couldn't have those pork chops. She says, I tried to cook, I didn't know they were bad, I couldn't have known until they defrosted. I don't care, bro, I shouldn't have waited. They made food, but I had to wait on you. Some bullshit. Good night. Oh my god, this insufferable, whiny asshole. Those pork chops must have been, like, heavenly, divine, like, to just give up food for the rest of the night and then ruin a 3-year relationship. Those pork chops gotta taste immaculate. Like, not only do they have to taste amazing, they have to come with legitimately life-changing benefits in order to have this kind of fucking tantrum over them. Like, taking a bite of those pork chops instantly chisels out your jawline a little bit further or something. I just don't know what kind of pork chops would be worth all of this anger. She apologizes again, saying, well, I'm sorry, good night, I love you too. Bro, stop telling me that. I am so tired of this guy saying bro to his girlfriend. He clearly has no respect for her whatsoever. He then throws a term out I've never seen before. He says UPMO. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that stands for, so I looked it up, and usually it's an abbreviation for Project Management Office. But that doesn't really fit in the context of this conversation. I imagine it has to be an insult. I don't think he just came out of nowhere saying, "You Project Management Office." So it must stand for something else, but I still can't piece it together. Maybe you pussy monster outcast? I couldn't tell you. Never mind, now I can tell you. I just took an additional 10 minutes looking through Twitter to see anyone else who has ever used that abbreviation, and apparently it means you piss me off. Wow. Fucking oof. That is so cringe, Jesus Christ. But anyway, she says, I mean, I do, but okay, referring to loving him. And then he just says, I don't want to talk to you. And then she just says, okay, good night, I love you. He then comes back around as all of these unhinged weirdos do, where they're like, don't talk to me, I don't want to talk to you, good night. And then he just keeps fucking going and going and going and spewing. So he comes back and says, at all. Not tomorrow either. I don't care. This is bullshit. Good night. You're fucking selfish. Fuck you for real. I really don't want to talk to you or see you. Honestly, I'll remember this. Good night. I mean, he's speaking like it's the Walking Dead Telltale game. Goofball will remember this. I mean, obviously he's going to remember this. You just had a fucking meltdown over pork chops. Everyone's going to remember this. So then she's confused, like, what did I do? You said you don't want to talk to me, so I'm leaving you alone. He then says, fuck you, please leave me alone. Get the fuck out. And then she just says, you're the one texting me just to say leave you alone. And then he again comes in, I don't want to talk or see you at all. And then she just, again, I didn't even respond to you. Okay, good night, I love you too. Just trying to get out of this conversation because he just keeps coming back to just say, leave me alone. Stop talking to me. Why aren't you talking to me? Hey, stop talking to me. I'm texting you one more time just to let you know. Don't talk to me. I don't want to talk to you. It's craziness. It's craziness. So this is the end of the text message screenshots, but the story continues. Right after this, the following morning, he continued this behavior, this attitude, and ended up dumping her because of this whole pork chop fiasco, which is a huge blessing in disguise for her because this is not a good partner. This is a crazy person. To have this level of blow up over not getting pork chops, wow, that is some concerning delusion. So she does expand on it a little bit. He continued to insult her the following day before dumping her. So just a piece of shit all around. And I just had to talk about this one because I don't think I've ever seen a relationship, at least of this long, 3 years. They apparently were saving up for a house, end over something so trivial. I haven't seen a relationship crumble over something so meaningless like this. This is a wild case here. So yeah, I wanted to talk about this one a little bit. I know I said I was going to do 2, but I've kind of been yapping about this one for quite a while now, so maybe I'll just save the second one for tomorrow and I'll let it be like a little teaser. I think that's what I'll do. This will be your little appetizer for tomorrow's, where I cover the other really unbelievably awful relationship crumbling text messages. But anyway, I feel bad for the girl here, but I am happy to know that they're not together anymore. I think that's a very good thing for her going forward. I know it's going to be tough for a little while, but wishing her the best. And for the dude in the story here, wishing him nothing but really bad mac and cheese and no pork chops for the rest of his life. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. I've kept a naughty little secret from all of you for the last 3 weeks, and I feel it's time to just blow the lid off of this and let the cat out of the bag. I've been playing basketball on Sunday mornings as well, so that means 2 days a week I'm out there becoming the elite hooping machine I was born to be. You might just see me walk on in the Alright, I just hit a full-blown Porky Pig right there. What I was trying to say is I might walk on in the NBA. Totally irrelevant to what we're talking about today, but you should know that I'm out there grinding 2 days a week, pick up basketball. I'm going to be an absolute monster. What's your excuse? Get out there, Buster. Enough lollygagging. We're here to talk about the huge Pokimane drama that everyone is discussing right now. So for those of you that haven't been following, and I imagine a lot of you maybe haven't, though I think there's an equally likely chance that you have... My brain is scrambled. What happened? I left my frontal lobe out on the court today. Alright, post-lobotomy Charlie, gonna try and lock it in here. Pokimane started a snack company called Mina. It's focused on selling healthy cookies right now with her Midnight Minis. and immediately it fell into controversy because the price point is very high for some cookies. $28 for 4 packs of cookies, which comes out to about $7 per bag. There's also a lot more moving parts to this drama because a lot of people started to recognize the similarities between Mina's Midnight Minis and Totesi's Midnight Cookies as well. The ingredients on both of these are pretty much the same, except Mina has some added vitamin D. It's extraordinarily similar. Even just giving it the old eyeball test, it looks like the same product. So a lot of people were saying this is a white labeled thing, which is pretty normal in the influencer space. But she's selling her cookies for much more than the Totesi Midnight Cookies. So I'm not here to just really dive into the nitty gritty on the cookie drama itself. There is so much information on it. She's also come out to try and explain that her Midnight Minis are a refined version of those Totesi Midnight Cookies. Like hers are like improved, which is why they're more expensive and this and that. That's not really what I'm here to dive into and get into the weeds of. She recently went on stream today and I think did the worst possible maneuver you could ever do when trying to sell something to your audience.
When people are like, oh my god, $28 for cookies? It's 4 bags. That's $7 a bag. I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but like if you're a broke boy, just say so. Anyways.
Matt was actually the one that sent me this clip today, and I just assumed this had to be some kind of bad joke she tried to tell, but watching the clip, it seems like she's legitimately upset and actually just calling people that don't want to pay for it or can't afford it broke. That's an elite gamer move that I had to take a step back to process that she would just say that publicly. I was so dumbfounded upon hearing that I actually went back to her stream VOD where this happened to try and locate this moment to see what happened next. Because this is only 20 seconds. I thought there was a chance that right after it, she's like, no, just kidding. I'm pulling your leg, hardy har har, just a joke. She doesn't do that.
Like if you're a broke boy, just say so. Anyways, moving on. If you want to pay $8 for Twitter Blue for some pixels, that's okay. That's fine. You spend your money how you want. I'll spend mine how I want. And everyone else will spend theirs how they want. That's the beauty of having it.
我给你一点时间，你好好想想，行吗？
She is.
That seems to be where the topic died, at least from what I've skimmed through here. So it doesn't really seem like she was doing this as some kind of like side-splitting comedy bit about like broke boy, haha, just kidding. I actually love my fans. She does giggle about it afterwards, but it feels more like condescending. And then she just says, moving on. Like, it's just a really shitty thing to say. And then she does what a lot of other people do, which I find really weird, which is mentioning Twitter Blue for some reason. Like, Twitter Blue offers this dog shit service for $8, you spend your money on some pixels, whatever. You spend your money how you want, and I'll spend my money how I want. Well, yeah, nobody's forced to purchase your product or anything, but they were having a legitimate discussion on the price just being a little out of their comfort zone for what they'd want to spend on it. Like, it's a discussion her own community was having, and then she just, out of nowhere, out of left field's like, if you're broke, just say so. It's like, what the fuck? I have no doubt her manager and her whole team saw this clip and just together took off their hat, stood up, hands on their hips, and they're like, you know what? It was a good try. Hey, we gave it our best whirl. Like, they had to have seen this, and then immediately, like, the office went up in flames. I don't know what would possess her to say something so rude and nasty to the audience she is trying to sell this product to. To directly shame the consumer that you want to buy into your product is a galaxy brain tactic. A strategy that I'm not sure the success rate of. Like, $28, no matter how you spend this, is a lot for some fucking cookies. And I think the way she keeps trying to break it down and rationalize it is pretty disingenuous. It's $7 a bag, and that's still expensive, but then you also have to factor in that the bags aren't even big to begin with. It's 4 ounces per bag. 4 ounces of cookies for $7 is still a lot, especially when you compare it to the the product that they're basing it off of and supposedly approved upon, the Tootsie Midnight Cookies, those were $10 a bag for 14 ounces. So even though the Tootsie Midnight Cookies were $3 more per bag, they offered you 10 ounces more of product. And they were sold in Costco. A lot of people really enjoyed them, but most people didn't like the price. That was a pain point of that. $10 for a bag of cookies is a lot. So $7 for a smaller bag of cookies, significantly smaller, is a lot too. Like, it doesn't matter how you boil down this math. All roads lead to this being an expensive product. That's the brass tacks of it. That is the hard pill to swallow. There's really no way of spinning this where $28 for a 4-pack of these cookies isn't expensive. It is. And to try and call people broke for not buying it or not being able to afford it is really some out-of-touch shit. And the really foul part about all of this that my little noodle will never be able to wrap itself around is a streamer calling their audience broke or poor. Bub, your wealth was built on their backs. Them watching you supplied you with money through the ads that get played to them. Them directly donating to you took their money and gave it to you. If they weren't watching you, you would be getting no sponsors, which make up a lot of streamers' income. You need them, and you are dropping trouser and shitting in their mouth right now by just insulting them over them having legitimate criticisms over the price point of the product. It makes no sense. Your wealth was accumulated because of these people you're now calling broke and poor. It is incomprehensible to me. You were made from these people that you are now shaming. It's so weird and so fucked up. Now, again, $28 for a 4-pack of cookies is a hard bargain. This is already priced out a normal consumer. This is purely for your fans that want to support you. So they are the only ones that will likely be buying this. $28 is not going to be like mass adopted by just normal snack shoppers and enthusiasts that want a good healthy snack, I don't think. It is a lot, even compared to other healthy alternatives. Because I do get healthy snacks. I know what a lot of these prices are. This is still an expensive product. I wouldn't be paying $28 for a 4-pack of cookies unless that came with 5 strippers and legitimately every vitamin and nutrient my body could ever need, and then guarantee that I'd get 3 inches taller by the time I finish the 4 bags. Now, that's not saying that the quality of the cookies is bad or something. Like, they look good. They might be extraordinary. I probably would enjoy them. They're probably pretty tasty. But they are an expensive product that I probably wouldn't pay for. This is definitely something that is 100% geared and marketed towards her audience of fans that want to support her, and now she is publicly shaming a big chunk of them, I imagine, who don't want to spend $28 on some cookies. Like, it's a very fair thing for people to talk about. Like, hey, Pokimane, this is kind of a lot for the cookies. And for her to go on stream and boil it down to people being idiots who can't do math or a broke boy is just, it's so mean and just bad. Like, not only just from, like, a personality perspective to say some shit like that and shame people that support you, but it's also just bad from a business perspective because this is all sold off of your reputation and people wanting to support you, and now you've done a huge disservice to that here. It just doesn't make a lot of sense, and it's something that 3 years ago she criticized another streamer for. Like, it seems like she recognizes that insulting your audience for their financial situation is a horrible thing to do. Because 3 years ago, she made these tweets in response to someone who was, like, shaming their audience over, like, not donating $5 or subbing for $5. I saw people passing around these tweet links, and, like, she clearly was able to recognize then, like, hey, a lot of people that watch you might not be in the best financial situation, but that doesn't mean you need to be, you know, nasty to them about it, or make them feel bad about it, or try and shame them or insult them. But then 3 years later, she just did. I don't know how this is going to play out for the future of her new snack company. It's definitely not a great start, not really hitting the ground running. A bit of a stumble here, I would say. But I guess who really knows? Maybe her audience responds really positively to this kind of thing. I'm not certain. Personally, I feel it's a terrible look. I've never really respected when people try and look down on others who have less money than them or insult them for, you know, not being as wealthy as they are. I think that is just absolute trash behavior. So this was a pretty surprising clip to see floated around today. That's really about it. See ya. It pains me to say this, sports fans, but unfortunately, I've been bamboozled. I've been schmeckeldorfed. Unfortunately, I was played like a fiddle. The video I posted last night titled Worst Date Ever may as well have been titled Worst Blunder Ever, because I made a big mistake here. If this was an episode of Penn and Teller's Fool Us, I would have been thoroughly embarrassed by this trick and made as the prime fool for falling for it. The video is staged. It's all smoke mirrors and a script. Nothing about it's real. They made it up. No one's tricked me this hard since the days when Chris Angel was making toothpicks disappear from his fingertips and I was 12 years old still drinking milk and sitting in my diaper. This was a big moment for me. Recognizing that we've advanced far enough in our civilization where sometimes TikTok videos are convincing enough to be believable. So let's go ahead and dive into it. Let's get down to the brass tacks and the ass facts. This video comes from a user named Kevin Wesley Genie. And from what I can tell, he does occasional skits like this to talk about different things. So kind of like Darman, but believable and not over-the-top ridiculous. What was really smart, and I don't know if it was intentional or just one of those happy accidents Bob Ross talks about, is the fact that the video didn't blow up on his account. It blew up on a different account from a seemingly completely normal user. So it made it more believable and authentic, because if it came from the Kevin Wesley Genie account, it'd be super quick and easy to figure out that it's not real because you'd see other content like this on his page. So it worked out really well in his favor if he was trying to make this a viral video to talk about the modern dating scene or something like that. Now overall, it doesn't really change the video I made about it, since all I'm fucking doing is making jokes about it in the first place. All it changes is that it's not a real situation that I'm making jokes about. So it's not like the biggest deal in the world, but it is still something very silly and a bit embarrassing that I actually just got fooled by a fucking TikTok video. I would have never envisioned a future where there were actual decent actors on there that would be able to pull off something convincing like this. Because most of the time it's very painfully obvious when it's scripted and not real. Like, it's not fooling anyone unless, of course, you're like 6 years old and lack object permanence or something. But this one was enough to fool not only me, but a ton of news outlets as well as a lot of other channels online and Reddit too. Like, and if you're fooling Reddit, you've done something extraordinary. In the land of updoots, very few things slip through the cracks, so that is quite the achievement. It's just really surprising because, again, a lot of the times the acting on TikTok is atrocious. Like, worse than something you'd find off like the lowest of the low ad on Craigslist or like Fiverr or something. And somehow the two people in this video do a really good job of making it really believable. In particular, the guy. The guy in the video is delivering the best performance I've seen since my role as the District 8 hospital helper in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. I have no doubt that he probably studied my performance in order to get inspired and really, like, assimilate into his character, and I'm happy that I was able to provide that for him, but unfortunately, I became my own worst enemy by being the world's greatest actor and world's greatest tutor for upcoming actors as well, because he was able to pull off something pretty impressive here. So it's really the way he's able to convey a very believable range of emotions, such as the astonishment when finding out he's being recorded, the way he stutters through a lot of the statements he tries to make, as well as kind of waffling a bit in order to try and explain himself and how he feels in the face of a date that's being disrespectful, and now in the face of like an audience she's recording him for. Honestly, top to bottom, this was just really well executed. Most of these like scripted things that are supposed to deliver a message or supposed to be outrage bait or whatever always fall into the same general categories, like don't judge a book by its cover or whatever trending political topic. This one is just like a really small scale, very authentic seeming experience that delivered a plot twist that had me for the whole loop-de-loop and pull here. Again, it doesn't really change the video I made on it because it's just joking about the situation that was being displayed. The only thing that changes is it's not a real situation that I was making the jokes about. Now, there is something else I want to briefly touch on here that doesn't directly tie into this, but in the world of everyone being fooled, like me, there is one thing that I think is a very important PSA, and it has really nothing to do with like fake videos or anything. It has to do with fake people, and it has to deal with the fitness industry. A lot of the people you see online are using steroids. Whether or not they're open about it, it's going to vary from individual to individual, but a large portion of the people you're seeing online with these fucking ridiculous physiques are using steroids. I appreciate the ones that are open about their stack, but not all of them are. But regardless, it is a huge epidemic, I suppose. I watched a really insightful Vice documentary about it 2 days ago now. I know Vice has kind of fallen off, they're kind of cringe, I get it, but this is a really well-made piece on just how prevalent steroid use has become for teenagers and young adults, and I, as well as many others, feel that it's entirely because of the state of social media online. Like, I'm sure you all hear how low the barrier of entry is to try and get started with content creation, and it's super true, but when you're trying to get started in the fitness industry, there is at least one barrier, and that's steroids. This is a point that Fillion mentioned in his video where he covered it, and I think he's right on the money. When you're competing in the fitness space online, you're competing with some of the most yoked out fucking kaiju monsters that humanity has to offer, and they're all on gear. So in order to try and stand out and try and make a career out of this fitness journey, a lot of people feel like they need to be able to compete on an even playing field with them, so they start taking steroids. And it's a fucking awful thing to get hooked on. And a lot of people online don't realize just how big steroid usage has become. And I wanted to briefly mention this since I just got fooled by a fake bad date video. I'm sure a lot of you out there watching this may have actually been fooled by a fake fitness influencer making the claim that if you buy their goat urine extract supplement, you'll be able to have 45-pack abs just like them, because they refuse to disclose that the reason they look the way they do is the product of course, hard work, but also a large part of it is due to steroids as well. So I'm going to play you just a really short stream clip. I kind of dove into this for quite a while last night. I won't play the whole thing. I just want to let people know that a lot of the fitness influencers you see online are not the result of just hard work and dedication and a good mindset in the gym. There is a lot of gear being used as well. So I don't want anyone to get like body dysmorphia or anything like that. And I was watching Fillion's video covering this. Fillion does a lot of coverage over like fake natty stuff, gear, all of that. And it was just really insightful, because I guess I was kind of blind to just how big of a deal it was. PewDiePie made this video last year talking about how every fitness celebrity is pretending to be natural when they're not, and they're peddling products under the false pretense that you can look like them when realistically you can't. Kind of like the Liver King, how the Liver King preaches the ancestral tenets and all that, even though he's got a crazy stack, he is the result of steroids. So I just want to give this blanket advice to everyone out there. Don't believe fitness influencers who are making crazy claims about like what they do to get jacked and ripped. If it looks unnatural, it most likely is. And no amount of buying their protein powders or their multivitamins and supplements and all of that is going to get you anywhere close to what they look like. I just want to throw that out there. Because one thing I have talked about is there's a lot of shit that prey on insecure men, and I guess this is a huge one now. So just be aware, you will not look like those fitness Instagram models and all of that, unless you're doing gear, which you shouldn't do. But why are they so bad if you look so good? True. How can it be bad when I look good? You can get a crazy physique while being natural, but you'll never get a physique like some of the shit you see popping off online now. Yeah, I just wanted to briefly slide this in here because it does kind of tie into getting fooled by what you see online. Also just had a huge voice crack right there. That was a fucking big one. But yeah, hopefully maybe this is helpful to anyone out there that maybe is, you know, getting body dysmorphia from seeing all of these like TikTok and Instagram fitness models that are blowing up right now, wondering why doesn't my body look like that when I'm putting in so much hard work. I'll break the magician's code. It's because you're likely not using steroids like they are. And I don't recommend you start using steroids either. They're not good for you, obviously. So just wanted to put that out there. I recently got fooled. And yeah, that's about it. See ya. Growing up, I never understood the hype or obsession over celebrity couples, like a power couple where fans just celebrate that they're in love or whatever and they're fainting anytime they see a picture of them holding hands. Just like a growth spurt, I just never got it. Why would you care so much about two strangers' relationship? I always wrote it off as just being part of this super fan culture that I just didn't understand. I know in the modern day it's very rare for people to just casually enjoy something. If you like something, you have to fucking love it. You have to live, breathe, and sleep that thing that you like. We've seen it a lot over the years with K-pop, where K-pop stans will obsess and go wild over even the smallest things, like if their favorite singer posts a picture of them eating a hot dog online. They'll cross-reference that photo with all known databases, go to a cutting-edge laboratory using the latest forensics analysis tools in order to figure out where the photo was taken, where the hot dog was purchased, so they can go there in the real world and try and fish through the trash can looking for the wrapper that they threw away so they can frame it on their wall. It's just this level of investment in strangers that I've never really understood. Until now. As a 29-year-old man, I've had my eureka, come to Jesus moment. I get it. Because I have become very invested and fascinated with a celebrity relationship, Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith. It's this never-ending disaster, this tragic play that keeps getting new acts added to it that I could have never predicted. It all started last year with the infamous slap where Will Smith slapped the devil out of Chris Rock on stage after Chris Rock made a joke about his wife Jada. And that signature anime finishing move with the slap actually pumped the brakes on his entire career. There were a lot of projects that he was involved with that dropped him, or just a lot of other projects that didn't want to touch him after this. So his whole career came to a screeching halt, all from the old 5 fingers to the face moment. And since then, there's been more and more information that's come out about their relationship that just makes it baffling. And it's so weird. Like, even prior to the slap, we had those uncomfortable moments where Jada invited Will Smith onto her show, where she just openly admitted to cheating on him and, like, having an entanglement with a much younger man, right to Will's face as he looks on in agony and sadness. And it spawned a lot of memes where Will Smith was, done up to look like Pain from Naruto and all of that. Because, I mean, it's rough. Like, it's really rough to just watch her giggle and laugh about cheating on Will, who seems very much still in love with her. And they always kept up this act that, they're strong together, they're still together, this and that. And now, today, Jada has revealed that her and Will have actually been separated since 2016. She has a book coming out pretty soon, and there was a little special filmed with Jada where she states that they've actually not been together in 7 years now.
Because I said, is this true?
Right.
Was that in 2016, you and Will decided that you were going to live completely separate lives.
Yes.
It was not a divorce on paper,
right,
but it was a divorce.
Hey, can someone let Will Smith know that? I'm pretty sure this is the first time he's hearing it. You're telling me you guys actually split up in 2016? So he just sunk his career like the Titanic over his ex-wife? But then if that's the case, why would he say, keep your wife's name out of your mouth? Right? Like, that's just not adding up. I feel like she's just making this shit up. For the last year, I've paid attention to this relationship, and it feels like every opportunity she has to hurt Will publicly, she pounces on with a smile on her face. It's diabolical. Like, she reveals some very embarrassing things about their relationship publicly. She openly talks about how she preferred her previous relationship to Will, though she doesn't use that language. It makes it very clear with some of the things she's posted that she was happier before Will. At least that's the impression myself and many others get with a lot of the things that she posts about. It's just brutal. It's like being married to your biggest Twitter hater. Like someone who's just leaving the most deep-cut comments that actually hurt you on Twitter. It's like being in a relationship with them for 20 years. At least that's how it comes across. She does not seem to respect or even like Will at all. She is always running the bus over him any chance she gets. This is a bombshell. Claiming that they've actually been split since 2016, that doesn't even make sense. Now, apparently, she's claiming that it was a private decision they reached together, but in order to keep up public appearances, because they weren't ready to reveal it, they kept pretending like they were still married. But that just doesn't track. That doesn't make sense, because if that was the case, why would Will publicly slap the fuck out of Chris Rock and ruin his career over this if he didn't think you guys were still married. That wouldn't make sense.
So why do that? Like, what was the reason?
I think just not being ready yet. Still trying to figure out between the two of us how to be in partnership, right? And in regards to how do we present that to people, you know? And we hadn't figured that out.
It's not quantum science we're talking about here. You just say that you're not together anymore. You would have saved both yourself and Will so much shame during the entire entanglement scandal if you had just said, hey, we actually separated 7 years ago. There is nothing to gain by keeping up a facade that you are still married and, you know, in love together when you're not, especially when you're fucking other dudes, right? Why would you not just say, hey, we're not together anymore, really? Like, it's just like the easiest thing in the world. You'd have to try so much harder to not say that and just bear all of the spitballs that were being shot at you for cheating. If you weren't actually cheating, then it should have been so much easier to just be like, hey, whoa, guys, look, we wanted to keep things private, but, you know, now things have hit the public sector, thanks to me talking about this on my talk show, and it's probably about time that we state we haven't been together for 7 years. And it would have been so much smoother for both Will and Jada. But again, I just don't believe this. I really don't. And this sounds super parasocial, but Will looks like he's perpetually going through life heartbroken, like in a trance, like this rain cloud over his head, while he stays with Jada, and she comes up with creative new ways of embarrassing him. Just nefarious plot to constantly publicly humiliate the guy. He just stopped his career for a whole year by slapping the man that he believed disrespected his wife. You're telling me that he did that knowing that you two weren't actually together? I don't believe that. An act which, by the way, she didn't appreciate. Like, even when it happened, she seemed to, like, publicly condemn it. And now she's talking about it again, saying that she initially thought it was a skit. I was like, there's no way that Will hit him. It wasn't until Will started to walk back to his chair that I even realized it wasn't a skit. And then she said, as soon as they were alone, she asked Will, "Are you okay?" I'm not this man's psychiatrist, but I'll just tell ya, he's not looking okay here. This really feels like a plot twist that Jada pulled out of her ass and isn't some mutually agreed upon thing. Like, I understand there's been rumors over the years that Will had some kind of affair with Margot Robbie at some point, though I don't think any of those claims have been substantiated. I think those were only ever just rumors. But Jada herself confirms an affair with somebody else. I just feel like Will and Jada aren't on the same page with that separation. But hey, then again, who knows? Celebrity couples are fucking weirdos. And this is by far the weirdest couple. And it's not even close. Like, I really wouldn't be surprised if Jada truly did just make this up because it's a really big headline and attention grabber, so it'd be great for marketing for her upcoming book. The book's not fully out yet, so we don't know all of the, you know, details behind everything or what all it's going to dive into. But just making a claim like this, a statement that they've actually been separated for 7 years as some kind of, like, big plot twist is huge for marketing for her book. So I really feel like there's a chance she did just make that up for that reason, and Will is as surprised as everyone else reading it right now. So, I could be wrong though. Maybe they are truly, a great team. They agree that they've been separated for 7 years, and Will still just sank his career for a relationship he's not even in anymore. Who knows? I just wanted to talk about this because I just find them to be a very interesting couple that I have become invested in learning about over the last year. That's really about it. See ya. Yeah, this is most likely going to be worse than Gollum, which is an incredible achievement to make a game worse than Gollum in the same year that game came out. Apparently the game's only 3 hours long. It's also $32. It's on sale, so it's usually $40. So you're paying a little over $10 an hour for the experience. That sounds about right. What a bargain. I mean, this is going to be an unforgettable journey, I have no doubt. Also, not to go full hipster here, but, well, I happen to have been following this game for the last 6 months everyone's just recently found it and got drawn into the hype. I knew this game was going to be a masterpiece 6 months ago. So I'm happy that it's finally here and getting the recognition that it deserves. Oh, I'm in! Let's go! Looks good. One thing that Matt pointed out earlier, is that you have to actively try to make something look as bad as this game, because you can absolutely find free assets that are just genuinely better. Like, for instance, Kong has like a camel toe. You could have absolutely found a free asset pack that had a better looking one. It's more impressive to make a game that looks this bad than it would be to make something that looks mediocre. Oh, that's fucking huge. Just clapping on the little birds. Oh, no, no! I had a sneeze. I had a sneeze cooked up and it threw me off. That's gonna cost me on the speedrun. Jesus Christ. Is this like Nintendo 64? No, this just came out today. For PC. You're gonna need a fucking 5090 to run this bad boy at max settings, I'll tell you that much. I'll start theory crafting the speedrun route. I wonder if they can climb. No. Oh, these poor things are so confused right now. I appreciate that they do make this trash, though. I just wish it was a little cheaper. No! Get out of there! It's like I'm watching a previs for, like, Madagascar or something. No! I'll teach you, Gaw. Ah! How do I get health back besides eating the plants? Whoa! What a maniac. I have a plan, hold on. Ah, I thought of everything. Invisible wall. Oh wait, my plan still kind of worked. He's stuck. Can I hit him from here with this? I need to get just close enough for the splash damage to connect, but not too close where he can hit me. I'm already innovating on strategies here. Is there any splash damage? Okay, there we go. No! Damn you, Gaw! Oh, is that scripted? Did I just waste all of that time for nothing? And no, it doesn't really feel like a Souls game or anything. The soundtrack right now sounds like Courage the Cowardly Dog when he gets an idea. What do you mean you're confused on the story? Two things happened. His parents died to Gaw, and he grew up. That's it. There's not a whole lot of moving parts to this right now. If you're already lost on this narrative, Lord help you with anything that has real writing. Man, these crabs are so tanky. Which I guess sounds about right, actually. This game is nothing if not realistic. Holy shit. This thing's stronger than Gaw. No way there's a skill tree in this game. Have some shame. Lord have mercy. Alright, where's the skill tree? So I can't go that way yet. And now I can't move. What happened? He just decided this is where the journey ends? Okay. Kong, please. Do I even get skill points for killing random mobs? Doesn't seem like I do. Or XP, rather. What's down here? I'm stuck again. Not like this. Not like this. Why? Kong? Damn you. Am I stupid? Is there a "you are here"? Is this me? No. This is marking the playground. Where am I on this map right now? This map is fucking worthless. I don't know where I am in here, and everything looks exactly the same. And I don't know how to do the roar skill because it's not letting me activate it. I've already tried like 5 fucking times, even though it gave me the notice for it. Unless it's a different key than what it was with old mom and pop. There's not many keys left on this keyboard, sports fans. Okay. Maybe it's in the keybind somewhere. Primal Rage, already tried that. Roar, E, tried that a million fucking times. Let me try something. Maybe when I got locked in that state, it like turned off my shit. Let's try here now that I'm not locked down. Let's see. Perfect. This is the worst goddamn way of finding where you're supposed to go. There's nothing here. And the map, like, if the map would just show me where I was, this would be so much better. They couldn't even bother to just put your position on a fucking map. God damn it. There we go. Alright. Oh, they thought of everything! There's invisible walls even out of bounds! Damn you! What's the goal of this game? To keep the player occupied for 2 hours so they can't refund it, and Game Mill gets your money. I actually think that probably is the reason why they don't just put you on the map, so that way you just have to aimlessly wander around reused assets over and over and over again, not knowing exactly where you are, so it just wastes all your fucking time. Because it's already been over an hour. There's nothing here. Oh, shit! The bad boys! The dirty gentlemen. I can't go this way, because I need the ground pound ability, which I don't have. Okay, looks like I didn't need it. They forgot to program that. Speedrun strat. We'll take it. We will take that. That's for damn sure. Now I'm doing a lot of damage. So I just need him to slam his head on the rock. There we go. Nice. Yeah, just keep beating the devil out of it. That was an incredible cutscene. Beautiful, empty, open area, full of nothing to do. Love that. Maybe at the Deku tree here. Pride Ascension. Thanks for the membership, Michael. Can't even swing. Swing! Brother, they couldn't even put your location on a map. Swing. This is Game Mill we're talking about. You're lucky you can even jump. That's gotta be the last one. Nice. Now I get to explore an equally large, equally empty open area again and just fucking feel my way around here like I'm looking for a urinal in the dark. This is amazing. Maybe this way? This looks right. They couldn't at least just have the decency to not fill it with the same fucking things over and over again, so that way there's at least defining features to each area I enter. So I don't feel like I'm going insane. I would love to meet one person who actually worked on this. Just to ask them why. Like a higher up, that is. Not just like a normal programmer who's just getting paid to do the work. Someone who actually wanted to make this. Now we're really cooking him. The strat's working. Nice. And that's what mastery of Rise of Kong looks like. They made big rigs in the newest Avatar game. I know they made big rigs. I did not remember them making the newest Avatar game, though. That sounds about right. That game is also absolutely awful. Quest for Balance. I just wonder why this studio exists. Like, there's no way they're under any delusions that what they make is good. Like, they have to know. So what's the point? And there's no way their games actually make money. Even though they're extremely cheap to produce, there's no way they're selling real units. Like, I bet Avatar Quest for Balance fucking flopped. They probably lost money on it. Because the license probably cost so much. Thanks, Hat. I'm glad to hear it. Oh my god, not like this. I'm stuck. I'm fucking stuck. My first death. Because I'm stuck in the wall. And now I can't move at all. Hold on, I'm not letting this happen. I do not feel like having to run all the way back here. I'm fucking stuck in the wall again. There we go. Huh. You know, that just gave me an idea. I wonder if I could skip ascension zones by just doing the save load thing there. Wait a minute, I might have actually just discovered something huge. Let's try it. So let's go to the edge of the ascension zone. Save load, and it should despawn that. Let's see. Oh, they thought of that. Smart. Yeah, because if I save load right there, that would have absolutely worked. God, that would have been such a massive time save. Fuck. Did the JPEG cutscene happen yet? Not yet. I saw that on Twitter, though. I'm hoping it's coming up pretty soon, but I think that was GAW. So, we'll see. Why play it then? I like shitty bad games. Someone's gotta play them. Might as well be me. Whoa! Oh, wait, this is the JPEG cutscene. This is the one that was popping off all over Twitter. Now I get to experience it in all its glory. This guy really does not feel like fighting back, I respect it. He's a pacifist on the Death Runners Council Alpha. Another one? Jesus. No! No! Not a photograph! Ugh. I'm gonna look up how much longer this game is. I don't know how much more I can take. I really don't. This shit is so fucking bad. It's incredible. It's like... Ugh. It's so much more impressive at how bad this game is. I still have like 30 minutes left. I can't do it. I can't fucking do it. It's too boring. It's just too boring. I have 2 bosses left. Today I hopped on Twitter only to find that I've been tagged endlessly in a viral clip that's floated around, and it is a blessing that I was able to witness such a technological marvel. We have reached the golden age of human evolution here with this one. I really think this is the entire reason why we left the water in the first place all those millions of years ago. So that way we could have inventions like this. So I saw this earlier, and I think it's only fair you have to now as well. The clip that's blowing up on Twitter is taken from this original video with muted audio, so I just went to the original here. It comes from Now This. It's the automatic sperm extractor, and when you look at this image here, it really looks like the pipes from Mario Bros. It looks like you stick your cock in there and you get transported to World 4-4. It is so interesting what we are able to achieve when we use 100% of our brain power. So the automatic sperm extractor, which sounds like some kind of unit you could build in StarCraft 2, it's supposed to ease the awkwardness of masturbating in hospitals when donating sperm. Which brings me and most people to the natural question, how? How did you reach that conclusion? Did you even, like, ask anybody? Because I can't imagine this is somehow less awkward than just beating your own meat. Somehow walking up to the gluttonous glory hole here and have it siphon the seed out of your wiener is less awkward? In what universe? Especially with the way these things are set up here. They have them like side by side like it's urinals. So you're going to be shoulder to shoulder with somebody else next to you who's also having their dick sucked by it. I feel like that makes the whole thing much more uncomfortable. Maybe this isn't how they're implemented in the actual hospital setting. Maybe it's not like, you know, right next to each other. Maybe there's like a divider or something. I don't really know. But I feel like that is a lot more awkward. I also feel like it's much more unsanitary because you put a lot of faith in the cleaning of this machine. Like, let's say someone gets a little lazy on the sanitation of the sperm extractor. It just seems so yucky, conceptually, to be putting your penis in the same receptacle that a ton of other dudes have also done, even as recently as maybe like an hour before you or something, perhaps. And you have no idea how thoroughly it's been cleaned, if at all. Like, maybe they just spit on it a few times and rubbed it down with a tissue and called it a day. You have no clue, really. Heavens to Betsy, it's a multi-purpose, all-terrain pussy here. Are you trying to sit there with a straight face and tell me that the iVagina here has all of these settings, including a wetness setting? So you can crank that all the way up to a whop? No, I don't believe that for even a moment. You gotta be kidding me. Get out of town with that. I also love that you can set the speed and force of it here. Like, imagine you accidentally set it to 10, and it goes from a sperm donation to a full-blown penis donation as it rips your cock off, turning it into a crime scene. I'm also super curious how much force you can set it to, like if you can turn it into a hydraulic press and it just crushes your wiener. But I also am very curious as to, like, what the optimal settings could be. Like, maybe if these really catch on outside of a hospital setting, you'll have YouTube tutorials for the most pleasant settings, like, hey, for the best experience with your sperm extractor, set the speed to 6 and the force to 4 newtons. It's immaculate. An exquisite ride. You'll really appreciate it. Jesus Christ, nothing is safe from the technological takeover. Now even masturbation is obsolete. Technology apparently does it better. This is more efficient. So kiss your favorite masturbatory hand goodbye because it's obsolete now. I also have to say, I feel like trying to mimic sexual intercourse for the sperm donations is the wrong way of going about it, because you're going to have people getting lost in the sauce way too into it. Like, they step up to the machine ready to donate sperm, you know, a good cause, and then the second it starts going, they get really into it, they start fucking spanking the machine, spitting on it, and it's going to be so much more awkward than if you just had them do it the old-fashioned way as God intended with your hand and your imagination. Or you give them a magazine or let them use your phone, I guess. I don't know. I've never donated sperm before. But this is about to make me go check it out just to see if this is there and to try it. They're obviously doing extremely well here. They're selling a ton of units, probably making a ton of money off it, and maybe it's super helpful in the hospital setting here for sperm donations. I really don't know. All I can say is that I think it's a really interesting idea here and a very fun use of technology, I guess. It's pretty silly to look at, but, you know, maybe there really is a very strong case for why it's really helpful. I don't know. Maybe it is, like, really hard to go in there and get down to business to donate sperm with your hand and a dream. Maybe this is the answer. Like I said, they're doing very well financially, it seems. So, yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I was tagged on it a lot on Twitter today. It's not new, by the way. The viral clip on Twitter is from this video, which is from 2019. So it's been around for a little while, and the video also said they've been in circulation since like 2010. So it's not new by any means, but it is just blowing up again. It's the first time I've seen it, so I wanted to talk about it. That's about it. So yeah. The only thing Garfield hates more than Mondays is drunk drivers. And so do I. I think drinking and driving is the stupidest decision a human being can make. You endanger not only yourself, but every innocent person around you. It is just a completely inexcusable, unforgivable act. There's no justifying drinking and driving, especially in the current day and age where you have unlimited access to ride sharing. There just isn't an argument you can make to even remotely justify the act of drinking and driving. Now, the reason I'm talking about this is because yesterday a very big Smash Bros. Melee player named Bobby Big Balls got banned, and saying it like that actually just made it sound like a Dr. Seuss book. Bobby Big Balls gets banned. No, I do not eat green eggs and ham. Like, that kind of goes hard. But he got banned because he streamed himself drinking while driving.
Couldn't be me, man. Hey, you know, my car's pretty old, but I ain't got no dents in this bitch. Yeah, you know the fucking vibe.
Mudahar just made a video covering this yesterday, and he actually blurred out this part where he drinks from the wine, saying that it can actually get you a community guideline strike because it's showcasing the crime itself. So I'm just going to play it safe and cut out the part where he actually drinks from it, but I'll show you when he finishes drinking from it, and then we'll talk about it.
I'm feeling like Michael Jackson, man. I'm feeling like the king of pop right now.
More like the king of poop, because this is some wild shit. Actually, the worst, dumbest joke I've ever made in my entire fucking life. But it popped into my noodle. I figured might as well let it rip with no shame. Bobby Big Balls drove himself to a 7-Eleven on stream. He got some wine, and he was feeling himself. The king of pop was in a flow state, so he ripped open that bottle of wine and took a big swig before continuing on his journey home. And it was not a long journey ahead of him. He was only like 3 or 6 minutes away from his house. So he flushed his entire career down the shitter because he couldn't wait just 6 minutes to drink. It's just bafflingly stupid. Now, this was a situation that had a lot of meat on its bones here, so there's a lot to really pick apart and digest. So before I do that, I want to just go ahead and quickly mention just one more time that tomorrow, September 8th, begins my first ever live event. It's a big party. We're going to be doing Q&A, meet and greet. We're also filming a music video with the audience and also doing a 1v1 Rocket League tournament with the audience, as well as a basketball trick-shotting championship where you'd win prizes as well as winning prizes in the Rocket League tournament. And most importantly, we're going to be watching and cheering for our esports Apex squad as they compete for the World Championship. So the doors open at 8 a.m. on Friday, Saturday, and then 11 a.m. on Sunday. But you don't have to get there at 8 a.m. A lot of people are asking that. You can kind of show up anytime within like 5 or 6 hours because that's about how long we'll be going each day. So you can show up anytime between like 8 and noon on whatever days you want to come. So there are still some tickets available, not many. Just really would love to see it fully filled, and it should be a lot of fun. It's at the Straz Center, so I'm going to go ahead and put a link in the description of this video if you want to get tickets. Now, he did post a few tweets that I'd like to go over, but before doing that, this became somewhat of a controversial topic where people were saying, like, it's only one sip, it's not like it got him hammered and he was already so close to home, what's the big deal? So what? And to that, I have to say, actual simpleton smooth brain take, so I'm going to go ahead and dumb this down so that way the glue snorting homunculi can understand. It doesn't matter if he was fucking plastered from a single sip. There is no excuse for drinking while operating a vehicle. Driving is the most dangerous activity that people engage in. Full stop. There is no reason to make it even more dangerous by adding alcohol into the mix. It endangers not only the person drinking, but every innocent person on the road around them. It is the most reckless decision you can ever make. And to top it all off in this case, all he had to do was wait 3 minutes so he could get home and then start just pounding his wine. There is no argument you can make for this not being a deserved ban. There were some alarming brain-dead locusts that kept offering the worst pseudo-intellectual takes on this situation, like, well, what's next? Are you going to start arresting people when they leave church after taking a sip from the wine? Huh? During Mass? What happened to freedom? That old thing America was built on? You can't just take a swig of wine while driving anymore? This is ridiculous. Just classic internet cancel culture. It's literally 1984. Can't drink and drive anymore. This country's in the tubes now. Despicable. It's just, it's so painful reading that shit. Even something as cut and dry bad as drinking and driving is now leading to debate bros trying to get into the nitty-gritty on why actually you're wrong for thinking that this is a bad thing, and here's why, with the worst takes and comparisons imaginable. Before he got banished to the Shadow Realm on Twitch, Bobby Big Balls did make a tweet in response to this starting to catch some steam and blow up a bit. He said, surely one singular sip of my 12% wine on my 3-minute drive home from 7-Eleven doesn't classify as drunk driving. As a streamer, I'm wrong and will take responsibility for my actions, and if the community wants to ban me, I will humbly oblige. I am not a role model. Please don't accept my internet personality as such. I stream to make people smile through entertainment. I am not meant to be a beacon of morals and values. I am just me. Drinking is a way I cope with life. You're welcome to judge me. This is just my truth, not an excuse. Thank you, anyone who still supports me. This all just feels like minimizing the severity of what he broadcast. Because he wasn't drunk, he doesn't view it as that big of an issue. Yeah, it technically broke a law, the open container law, but he just says that he's, wrong and will accept whatever comes his way, but that he's not a role model and not like the moral beacon of values. He's not, pinky out, super gentleman or anything. Thus, it's okay, is kind of the vibe that most people got from these tweets here. It's super weird here, the way that he frames this whole thing. Surely one sip from my 12% wine can't classify as drunk driving. But I'm not making excuses, even though he's immediately downplaying it. And then he goes in to say that drinking is a way that he copes with life. Which of course is awful. Alcoholism is a horrible thing, so if he's using alcohol to cope with things in his life, that is just terrible, and hopefully he gets help. But it's completely irrelevant to everything that happened here. I don't know why he'd even mention it, because it's not even in the same ballpark with what just unfolded. It's not like he needed to be drinking while operating a vehicle. He was 3 minutes from home. So even if he's using alcohol to cope with his life, it's not like that has to be done at the most inappropriate times and most dangerous times imaginable, behind the wheel of a fucking death machine. It's just, I don't know why he slid this in here. It really feels like he's just kind of shrugging his shoulders like, it is what it is. So what? That's just the entire tone of the tweets. He also did make another one more recently today after the ban and said that there were a lot of people experiencing joy at his downfall and the, ruining of his career. But I just really don't think that's the case. This is purely the consequences of a really bad decision he made. I don't see a lot of people celebrating, happy to see him go. It's more so yeah, that sounds about right for doing something so stupid and so dangerous on stream. Like, it is sad to see that one awful decision did ruin his career, but it's one decision that I have legitimately no respect for. This isn't just like some whoops-a-daisy mistake that, everybody makes. This is the most preventable accident. The easiest whoops-a-daisy to ever avoid. Just don't drink and drive. It's hard to have empathy in a situation like this when drunk drivers kill so many people every single year. And drinking and driving is such a real, huge problem. So, like, it is sad because I do know of this player. I do know of their career. And to see it end like this is really upsetting. But it's not like it's undeserved. I don't know if it's like a permanent ban forever. It might not be. It might only be like a week or something. Like, there's no telling right now. It's indefinite. But this is a crime he committed. And a very serious one at that, and one that I have been very vocal about for many years, about my absolute disdain for drinking and driving, drunk drivers, operating a vehicle while distracted. That also includes texting and driving, by the way. Anything that keeps your attention off of the road and puts you and everyone else on the road at risk is something I think is ridiculously stupid and fucked up. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it. So yeah.
There's no combination of words scarier than Netflix live-action anime. Just saying those words maybe put some vomit in the mouths of many of you watching. It's like audible epicac. It is historically a disaster. And not just Netflix live-action anime, but taking any anime and making a live-action is always a huge risk that very rarely pays off. For nearly 2 decades, we suffered the curse of terrible adaptations. Just unbearable, vile stink. Like Dragon Ball Evolution. God rest the soul of all spectators who were subjected to that torture. But recently, it's been kind of changing a bit, most notably with the One Piece live-action Netflix series, which many of you know I was a firm non-believer in. I was 100% R-atheism, wiggling my finger, no, actually, that gospel doesn't make any sense, you can't take One Piece and make a good live-action out of it. And how wrong I was. When I finally watched it, my heart grew 3 sizes like the Grinch, and now I do think it is possible, but with the right team in place. And that brings us to today, with me sitting in your lap, bouncing up and down, ready to share my opinion on Netflix live-action Yu Yu Hakusho adaptation. It came out a little less than 2 weeks ago, and unfortunately flew under the radar for most people. Now, Yu Yu Hakusho is an anime series I've talked about a lot for a long time. It was one of the first anime I watched, along with Dragon Ball Z, and the show really kind of blew my mind. It was my first entry into darker kinds of content, I suppose, which is a really stupid thing to say now, but as a child, you had things like demons in here, which to me was like super taboo, like demons from hell? From heck? Ooh, goodness gracious. And blood? Oh. And Yusuke Urameshi, the main character, used to say things like, I'm gonna beat your ass. And I was like, ass? Doesn't he mean butt? You can't say ass on television. Oh, goodness gracious, zoinks. It was a really, important show to me. So this had massive shoes to fill, and I had no hope for it whatsoever. I had my doubts. And now that it's here, I can tell you, it's better than I expected, but it's also not amazing. So, what they did is they condensed basically 70 episodes worth of the anime into 5 episodes for the Netflix adaptation here, which means the entire narrative was doomed for failure. They had absolutely no opportunity to breathe any level of depth into the characters, so if you're not familiar with Yu Yu Hakusho going into it, you will not give a fuck about any of the really flat, non-fleshed out characters that are presented here, which is a damn shame. The plot to the show is like if you asked someone who watched Yu Yu Hakusho on Toonami when they were a kid to try and recall the most important moments of the first 70 episodes, that's what would have been spit here, just like the most notable highlight moments of it just haphazardly thrown together. So there is no actual building of character relationships at all. Things just happen immediately because they need to get to the next part. Nothing feels earned. It feels more like you're being pushed through a Yu Yu Hakusho amusement park ride and catching some of the best of highlight moments as you're going through. It's just none of the emotional weight that was present in the show, or really none of the actual building up to anything is in the show. Everything just
happens lickety-split. We're moving a million miles per hour because they just didn't have a whole lot of time here. Everything is so tight, tighter than my bussy. Like, they had 70 episodes that they needed to somehow make a story for and fit into 5, while capturing all of the moments that you would want to see in live-action Yu Yu Hakusho, which, to their credit, they did do. They did have most of the biggest moments that I would have liked to see live-action. They did have them here, and they actually did look great. I'm going to get to all the compliments in a moment. I want to get my biggest complaint out of the way here. It's really just how rushed everything is. As a fan of Yu Yu Hakusho, you're going to start questioning, like, oh, yikes, why would they do that? Why is that happening? Like, they have tiddlywinks of lore from Yu Yu Hakusho that need to be there, but they're not there in the way they should be, so it just doesn't really work when taking 70 episodes and making 5 out of it. It's just, that's disastrous. But I think it's only a problem people will have if they like Yu Yu Hakusho going into this. If you didn't ever read the manga or watch the anime, I don't know how you'll respond to it. I've only mainly seen reviews from fans of Yu Yu Hakusho that have checked this out because, like I said, this flew super under the radar, so it hasn't hit like a mainstream audience that's unfamiliar with it. So right now it's mainly people like me who love Yu Yu Hakusho that are pretty disappointed that they went this direction with their plot. By far the biggest like capital crime, like an unforgivable sin, is they have the Dark Tournament in the live action by like episode 3. The Dark Tournament arc in Yu Yu Hakusho, I think, is the best tournament arc in any anime ever, period. It still holds up extremely well to this day. And that's here in the live action, kind of. They skip everything except the end. So the Dark Tournament's there, and they immediately fast forward to the very end. Granted, the very end of the Dark Tournament arc is the most hype, and it's super hype in the show, but like, come on. If you're skipping all of that, you miss so much character building, so many great fights, so many great moments, and a lot of absolutely crucial character pieces. It's just, you know, a bit of a miss there to do that. But again, I get why, because they only had 5 episodes to work with. I can't help but be a little disappointed narratively from everything here. But with all of that out of the way, let me get to what I liked about it, and there is quite a bit. I think this is one of the most stylish, like, action shows I've watched in a while. I love the fight choreography here. From the very beginning, in episode 1, it becomes clear that they're trying to do something pretty special when it comes to their action. Actually, even aside from just its action, they really stylize everything in a really cool way. All of their visuals are super impressive and pretty unique. Just from the very beginning, too, like when Yusuke sacrifices himself to save the life of a child who's playing in the street and about to be hit by a truck. What I expected to happen would be following the anime where he like dives in front, pushes the kid out, and then like fade to black, you hear the car crash, and then it's his corpse. Like, no! Well, that is not how it unfolds in the live action. They said none of that Weenie Hut Jr. garbage. So what happens in live action is he pushes the kid out of the way, and he gets blasted by the truck, and they don't pull any punches on it. So you see him get hit by a truck and then get caught under the wheels. So then the truck starts bouncing over his corpse as he's like tumbling, getting all scratched up, scraped up, blood pouring out of his skull. And they never like cut away from it or use any camera tricks. It actually just looks like somebody getting hit by a fucking truck. I wouldn't be surprised if a story came out next week where they interview the stuntman that they just hit with this vehicle and filmed. It looks that realistic to me. Like, I've never seen something like that captured in that way, especially not for a live action anime. They did go hard. And even outside of just spectacular choreography, and again, the choreography really is super hype, every fight in this show is pretty gorgeous and pretty beautiful. They don't just go for standard approach to fights, they make a spectacle out of it. Like, I was blown away by just how good the fights were. And what's wild is the CGI is also pretty good. This is something I always say never works in live action because it's always going to look corny or more like an Adobe After Effects from a student project thing when you're trying to take like a spirit gun and put the spirit gun effects on it. It works in anime because, obviously, but when you have a real person and like CGI on it, that shit is always looking fucking trash. Actual dog nuts. But somehow, in here, they kind of nail it. Like the spirit gun and all of the other moves that I kind of expected to be really laughably bad looking really hit. Like, they look very good. I'm shocked at how great they were able to make the CGI look in this show. So hats off to them for that, because it didn't look corny or stupid at all when they're using some of their biggest moves, their flashiest moves that require CGI. It kind of slaps. Really, the show overall has all of these extremely tasty, flavorful ingredients that should have made for a wonderful dish, but the recipes just kind of trash the plot, the narrative that holds it all together. It's just taking so much and condensing it so quickly into such a short period of time. You can't really tell a good story with good characters. You just don't have time to. It's such a fucking shame, because everything else I really do think is pretty solid overall. Like, to give you another example, like, I'm of course still speaking from the perspective of someone who really likes Yu Yu Hakusho, so maybe these aren't complaints that someone that's never watched it will have, but the biggest one that stands out to me as like a wow, they're really rushing this, is Ginkai gives Yusuke the orb. And in the live action anime, it's basically no big deal. It's basically a handshake at that point. It's just like, hey, here it is. Okay, cool, thanks, Ginkai. Appreciate it. In the anime, getting to that point is no easy journey, and when Ginkai finally does give that orb, it is an extremely emotional moment that leads to a very, very, very important series of things that unfold. I'm trying not to spoil things, even though it's a super old anime. I still always recommend it, so if you've never seen Yu Yu Hakusho, definitely fucking watch the anime. But seeing a moment like that, which is such a big deal in the anime, come to life in the live action, what a wet fart. Like, I can't even say it came to life. They basically necromancied it and brought back a fucking soulless husk of that moment. Like, at that point, why even include it? You could have just gone a different direction entirely. Like, I think it's just really insulting to take something like that and do it the way it does in the live action. But once again, I've said this 3 times now, this is just from someone who really likes the anime. If you've never seen it, that might not be an issue to you, and you might think that that moment in the live action is cool. I don't really know. But I really wish if they were going to do this, they gave it more time. Like, maybe with 8 episodes, they could have had it breathe a bit more and offer more depth here. But 5 is just, that was never going to work. You'd need a whole season just to do the Dark Tournament arc if you wanted to follow the show in any, like, meaningful capacity. And I know that that's extremely expensive and was never going to happen. I just really wish they had a few more episodes to try a bit harder too. But overall, what they put out, I don't hate. Like, I actually like it far more than I thought I would. But you really have to just separate it entirely from the source material, because it's basically cameos at this point. Like, it doesn't really follow the source material. They're just cameos from the source material in there, and it uses the same characters and same world. So, you know, like I said, I think it's good mainly because it is carried heavily by its amazing action. Also, the acting I thought was really good for the most part overall. I want to mention that. I thought all of the performances felt pretty true to the characters, I will say. Like, I appreciated that. But it's carried by its action and its visuals, and I would have liked if they had a better plot around it. Even if you don't want to follow the source material that closely, I still think you could have done more to offer depth to the characters or the plot. So, yeah. Just wanted to give my thoughts on Yu Yu Hakusho live action. I think it's probably worth watching as a fan of the show or as someone who just wants to watch a really fun action show. And I'm also wanting to mention that I'm shocked we're entering an age where live action anime isn't immediately dead-on arrival garbage. Like, it's not just trash anymore. The One Piece live action may have ushered in this fucking golden age of good anime adaptations. It proved that you can do it, and now we've got another one here that gets pretty close to doing something special. It just falls a little flat, losing its footing in the narrative plot department. But yeah. Anyway, that's about it. So yeah. Hey, you'll never guess who just got COVID again. Not this guy. No, yeah, I'm just pulling your leg. It is me. How'd you going, though? I fooled you with the old razzle-dazzle. I've got the old coronavirus for the 3rd time, the legendary three-peat. I catch COVID more often than Ash Ketchum catches Pokemon, and it makes me really, really upset. But luckily, the doctor prescribed the most potent remedy to fix this, a panacea, if you will. The cut. Last time I had COVID, I watched The Button. This time, I'm watching my new favorite Redditor identify porn day. That's a lot of porn consumption. You make my day every day. He's talking about it like it's some kind of holy ritual. Hey, all power to you, bud, I guess. Now, he's not the only contestant here, but he's the only one that I want to focus on because he is the most entertaining. The game is identifying who's the adult movie star based on a series of questions they ask. And this guy is like the raid boss of porn knowledge. Man's got an encyclopedia in his brain for anything involving mashing pistols. This guy really thought he could pull a fast one on the ace Redditor. It only took him one question. And the question is as old as time itself that stumped scholars for generations. Does size matter, or is it about the mastery of the wiener? To which he responds with an answer that was less than satisfactory to our protagonist. I guess the connection is the thing that matters least in porn. I don't really know. I'm not going to pretend that I'm some kind of porn dropped in the history of our species. He just used Milady in a way that, like, melted my heart. I was like, oh, shit. Like, this man, he means business. Like, he is too fucking good at this game. I think it's because he knows every single porn star in existence, so he probably walked into this room and immediately recognized who's in the adult industry, so he already knows the answer to the questions. He just does this to kind of play along a little bit and have fun. The other two contestants asked her questions, and her answers made it seem like she's definitely in the porn industry. But meanwhile, this guy's just asking her, what about the connection? And then he immediately starts doing complex algorithms in his head, making all kinds of deep calculations, and then eventually concludes, "Milady, you are not an adult actress. Please." He didn't even need a question for this round. He was able to eyeball it. He is a porn savant. Instead, he spends his time rizzing her up a little bit, talking about it being the best moment of his life. It's making his heart pump so hard, it's so thrilling. He goes full Shakespearean on this for a bit. You know, "Milady doth made me come in me trousers." It's a little more like pirate themed than Shakespeare. But yeah, I was half expecting him to reach out for a fist bump before sending her back in line, because he knew she wasn't in the adult industry. I just love the way he speaks. He's projecting himself, like his voice, as though he's giving a class
industry person.
Those are fighting words right there. To his face, the disrespect. He's just trying to casually flex here in front of the porn stars that might be watching that he has a penis in excess of 6 inches, allegedly. But he didn't hang hog, so we don't know for sure if it's true or not. But I mean, I have no reason to doubt him. All I have to wonder is, why is he blasting this guy for no reason? We caught just a glimpse of his true power right there. For a brief moment, his mask cracked, and we saw the devilish R-atheism supervillain lying beneath the nice guy exterior. In this moment, he is euphoric, not because of some phony god's blessing, but because he is enlightened by the size of his cock. So here comes all the big reveals, and what if I told you our Redditor Matt actually fucking blew it? What if I told you he was so goddamn bad at this? Would you believe me? Because you should. He did not perform super well here, unfortunately. It wasn't the best showing from our boy. He's gonna have to hit the books again and start doing a little more research on porn. So they're going down the entire lineup here. The first guy... Okay, sorry. Had to blast you with that real quick. The first guy that the other dude calls Big Dick is a porn actor. So, Matt was wrong there. He did not guess that. Unfortunately, he's 0 for 2 right now in this performance, and he's backpedaling a little bit here. He's talking about what he could have done differently, you know, if he had drawn up a better game plan. Maybe if he had asked more questions instead of just, like, looking at somebody and immediately making the judgment on whether or not they're a porn actor or not. He probably could have done a little bit better. But you can't fault him for being confident in his abilities. This man is apparently, you know, jerking his meat every single day. You would expect him to at least recognize who is and who isn't based on very little. Because this man he's in, like, the cerebro of porn, apparently, since he says, you know, porn actors make his day every day. So, I can't exactly be surprised that he was this. Welcome you with open arms, buddy. I can't wait to see you down here. I also like that he's pretending to not know what a BBL is. I feel like that's become so, like, prevalent with people talking about it that he had to know and he was just playing it a bit coy, which I respect. Though I do think it's a little odd that he'd open with, "Have you had any ribs removed?" But anyway, I don't know if the world's ready for Matt with a BBL. I don't know if we can handle it. I mean, that'd be like Cell reaching his perfect form. Matt being caked up for no reason on a Tuesday? Just fucking let it rip. Matt with the BBL would go insano style.
You got me wrong.
I got you wrong.
I do not make porn.
Did you ever think about it?
Oh yeah, plenty of time.
Now he's just speed running his shame. The guy that he belittled for saying that his manhood was not big enough to be in the adult industry because it's less than him is like, actually, no, you were wrong, I am in the adult industry, to which he gives just like a very sad little fist bump. And then the last little cherry on top is being wrong about his final guess, which is someone he thought was in the industry, but wasn't. And looking back on it, his reasoning was very, not that deep. It's just, is his cock bigger than mine? Yes. Must be a porn star. No. Absolutely can't be under any circumstances. Not the best tactics, and you can clearly see it didn't pan out super well for him. This last section here really just upset me. Everyone said their most memorable moment was meeting the Girth Master. But I have to say, that should be the second most memorable moment behind getting to meet Matt, the Redditor. Like, Girth Master's a cool name, no doubt. It reminds me of the old WWE wrestler they tried to jumpstart named the Shockmaster, who during his debut fell out of a breakaway thing, and then his Stormtrooper bedazzled helmet fell off, and he also had the worst voice changer of all time. But apparently, unlike the Shockmaster, the Girth Master is very successful. But I would argue he's not as successful as Matt. I really think he got done a little dirty here. I would have liked to see more people celebrating that they got to meet Matt. But anyway, I had fun watching this. It made me feel a little bit better, so that's about it. So yeah. Boo! Did I scare you? Does the sight of peak male performance bother you? Is it uncomfortable to see the glory of a man operating using 100% of his brain power at every waking moment of the day? Is it too much for you to handle? You coward. It's almost Halloween and the scariest thing you're seeing is me. It's too damn bad, because I'm not going to muzzle my fierce bite here just to make you feel a little more at ease. In fact, I'm only going harder. Because today we're talking about comic books. Well, we're actually going to talk about a lot more than that, but I want to start with comic books. Many of you know that I work on 2 comic series. One of them is Godslap, which I'm sure, as you can tell, decorates every single molecule of this dojo that I'm in right now, and the other one's Plague Seeker. And these are 2 comic series that I've been putting a ton of time and energy into for a long time. And I know I've been singing the gospel of Godslap and Plague Seeker for a while, so I'm not here to just try and give you the hard sales pitch on them or anything. I want to talk about a bigger picture thing that we've embarked on over the last couple of years that I've never really dove into publicly. If you have read Godslap or Plague Seeker, whether digitally or picked up a physical copy, you've done so through a website called badegg.co. Unless, of course, you haven't. Perhaps there's a few swashbucklers out there that sailed the 7 seas and, looking for the One Piece, happened to find Godslap and Plague Seeker posted online for free, maybe some pirated versions of it. We're not stupid. We know by offering a digital version of our comics, people are going to post them online for free. And you know what? That's fucking fine. I'm not going to sit here and start wagging my finger trying to shame anyone. If you were interested in Godslap and Plague Seeker but didn't have the means to pay for it, do what you gotta do. As long as you're enjoying it, we're happy. But anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. Point is, badegg.co. I imagine anyone that's shopped through there has assumed that the website, Bad Egg, was a publishing company that we had signed some kind of partnership agreement with in order to print and publish the comic books. I'm not a mind reader. I'm not some kind of ESP with superhuman abilities. I can't get inside your little noodles and pretend I know what you're thinking. I'm just venturing a guess that most of you just assumed this was a company that we had shook hands with to make our wet dreams a reality. And to a certain extent, you're right, but it goes deeper than that. Bad Egg is actually a company that I and all of my friends that work on our comics started. We started it with comic industry veterans that wanted to do it better. So we started this a couple years ago, and we teamed up with some of the best the industry has to offer in order to be able to provide a full service to anyone, not just us, that wants to make comic books. Obviously, that means printing and publishing, but also includes providing writers or artists or really anything you would ever need to make a comic book using all of the connections we have in the industry and everyone on our Bad Egg team. We just wanted Bad Egg to be this all-encompassing spot that could make whatever incredibly great idea someone might have for a comic series come to life. I'm super proud to say that we're accomplishing that goal. We have a lot of big projects in the works, and one of them I am super excited to talk about is dropping today. It's a comic series from none other than the Big Tuna himself, Jacksepticeye. Many of you may know him as the most handsome man on the planet with the most beautiful eyes. Legends say if you stare into his eyes for too long, you'll freeze in place, be petrified, like looking at the basilisk from the Chamber of Secrets, but with beauty from Sean. Jacksepticeye has just launched his comic series with us called Alterverse. Issue 0 is available for pre-order right now on badegg.co. It's a really fun adventure that Sean has cooked up here, and we're so fucking proud of how great it turned out. So I'm not gonna like dive into the Alterverse like too deep. I'll let Sean talk about that if he wants to. I was just so hyped to see this come to fruition because Sean and his team had a great concept, great ideas, and to help them flesh it out and make it a reality was just so fun. Him and his team were heavily involved every step of the way. They were very hands-on with it to make it exactly how they wanted, and I think it just turned out really amazing. I think it's something very special. So yeah, obviously I got pretty excited and I wanted to talk about it a little bit here. Bad Egg is now more than just our comic series. We're branching into a lot of other really fun series with some very creative and very talented creators, and I can't wait to share everything else with you as it comes out. Now, there is something else I want to talk about here. I vaguely referenced it on stream a few times, even though I probably shouldn't have. I just get so excited and hyped up about things. I'm like a little dog where if you start like jumping up and down with like a ball in your hand, the dog starts fucking going crazy and gets the zoomies. That's like me sometimes when something really cool's been going on behind the scenes. I'm just like a bladder with too much fluid in it. I just want to burst and share everything with all of you. Even though in a lot of cases I know I can't really dive into it much. So even with what I'm about to talk about now, I still have to like tiptoe around it to not get too deep into the weeds. But the support on the comic series, Godslap and Plague Seeker, has been so incredible that I just want to give a huge thank you. And thanks to that level of support, specifically on Godslap, we caught the attention of one of the biggest and best animation studios in the world, and they absolutely fell in love with Godslap. They adore it. And it's all thanks to all of you who've supported it. It put Godslap on their radar, and they checked it out and just really got super invested in it. So we've been in a lot of talks with them. I can't say who they are because of obvious confidentiality clauses and everything, but they are a studio that every single one of you watching this has watched their work. I know for a fact because they are one of the best there is. Some of the highest quality animations is produced by them. They've done some of the biggest projects in the world, and they really want to bring Godslap to life in the animated medium in a big way. So we have been working tirelessly behind the scenes to craft something truly spectacular with them, and I can't wait to be able to share more with you, but I just want to at least mention this because it all ties into just how supportive, like overwhelmingly grateful I am for all of you that have just really gotten into our stories. So just a huge thank you, and I just want to let you know we're just keeping our foot on the gas to keep making bigger and better things, and there's plenty more to come from Godslap, Plague Seeker, and now the Alterverse, and just plenty more from Bad Egg entirely. So just on behalf of the entire team at Bad Egg, thank you to everyone. It really does mean the world to us. So I'm sorry for like the mushy video today. It's just with Sean's comic dropping, and we recently had a call with the animation studio again, and seeing their enthusiasm for the project and then seeing Sean's enthusiasm for his project all with us is just it got me in my feelings, right? It got me ready to just start tearing up like I was watching the end of, the Pokimane episode where Ash sets Pikachu down in the forest and runs away. Like I got really emotional. So yeah, overall that's kind of the whole story of Bad Egg and what's going on there. Also, I'll go ahead and take this opportunity to just go ahead and give everyone an update on release schedule for Godslap and Plague Seeker. If we have any Godslap and Plague Seeker enthusiasts watching right now, issue 5 of Godslap will be coming out within a month, and issue 1 of Plague Seeker should be out very early next year. Now, I know if you don't know anything about Plague Seeker, that may be a bit of a head scratcher. Issue 1's not even out, then what's out for Plague Seeker right now? It's the issue 0. So issue 0 is about 25 pages, and it's mainly to bring the world to fruition and showcase what the entire idea behind Plague Seeker is. Issue 1 is the actual beginning of the story. So issue 1's about 70 pages long, and that's what should be out very early next year. I don't know an exact date or anything, so I can't drop that at the moment. But I will keep everyone updated on it, of course. So yeah, just overall, super, super thankful to everyone who's supported the comics, and yeah, hopefully you all enjoy them, and that's really about it. So yeah. I haven't showered yet, I'm sure you can tell. I gotta keep that Fazbear grease on me. So I saw Five Nights at Freddy's the second that it released in theaters. I wanted to make sure I was planted, swamp ass in seat, ready to be blown away. I'll be fully transparent here. I went into this film without the highest of expectations. I expected perhaps a fun, bad movie. Not necessarily because I think the property's weak or anything. It's just video game adaptations don't normally land. They're usually pretty stinky. But I was hoping, maybe I'd be pleasantly surprised. And to a certain extent, I was. This is going to be an extremely hard moist meter to do without spoilers, because a lot of what I want to talk about is very spoiler heavy. So I'll go ahead and get this out of the way as well. I'm not the biggest Five Nights at Freddy's fan. I've played a handful of the games. Mainly, I speedrun Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. That's like my, big venture into the franchise. I know enough about the lore to understand what was going to be going on here, as well as like the references and the characters and everything. And when I saw the film as flopping with critics, I kind of understood why, because it is a pretty deep, rich lore that I feel one movie isn't going to be able to do justice to get people brought into it. And so I kind of went in here expecting that this will be a movie Five Nights at Freddy's fans are going to love, and anyone who's not already a fan of the property is going to hate. And now that I've seen it, I think that's probably pretty accurate. So let's go ahead and dive into the old Fazbear pizza here. So, what I really liked about the film is the main character. I actually think Josh Hutcherson is the best part of this film. He also happens to be a fellow Hunger Games co-star of mine. Josh and I go way back on the set of the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. Some might say I taught him everything he knows about acting, but, I'm not here to toot my own horn. Point is, he is the best part of this movie. He plays a troubled man who watched his brother get kidnapped in front of him while he was a young boy, and he is still haunted by that memory to this day, all these years later. Every single night, he goes to bed to go to that point in time in his mind. He dreams that moment every single night because he believes somewhere deep in his psyche, he saw the person that kidnapped his brother and he wants to catch him. So he goes there, tries to get more clues to try and catch the person responsible for kidnapping his brother so many years ago. It's a really interesting concept, and it plays into the overarching plot pretty well. I would have liked it to have more of a role in how things pan out towards the end, but I'm still very satisfied with what they did with that. I think it's a really cool concept. Aside from that, everything plays out exactly how you expect it to if you're familiar with the games. Mike, the main character, gets a job as a security guard at Freddy Fazbear's place. It's actually kind of goofy how he gets there. He was a security guard at a mall beforehand, and then he saw someone that he believed was kidnapping a child, and he just beats the fucking daylights out of him in a fountain. Like, he tackles him into, like, a fountain and just gives him knuckle sandwiches out the ass. He was feeding him more knuckle sandwich than Freddy Fazbear fed kids pizza. Like, this guy was going crazy on him, so Mike brutalizes the guy, which is never really touched on again, even though I feel like he would have been locked behind bars after that incident. It was a big misunderstanding. He wasn't actually kidnapping the kid, it was his dad. And then after that, he gets the job as the security guard. Now, the movie is absolutely at its best when it's at least trying to be a horror film. This is by far my biggest critique of it. There's only a handful of scenes that even attempt to do anything unnerving or tense or scary. Now, it's important to mention that if you're familiar with their games, then you know the backbone of the scares of Five Nights at Freddy's is jump scares. Would you believe me if I told you that there's almost no jump scares in this movie? I think there's only 2. I think there's 2 jump scares in the entire runtime of this film, which blew me away, because I thought this would be like a completely unapologetic jump scare, like, bonanza. But it wasn't. And for the first time in history, I swear on a stack of Bibles, it actually was a detriment to not rely on jump scares, because that's what built the franchise in the first place. So I really think this is like one of the few movies that really could have benefited from having more of them. Now, ordinarily, I think that's extremely cheap for your scares, because usually I'd prefer if you'd try and actually build tension, be unnerving and all of that. And since they weren't using jump scares, they did try that, but it doesn't really work super well most of the time. So let me give you an example. A scene where a character's hiding in a closet and a light's flickering behind them. You can see an animatronic fucking rabbit giving it like some psychopath eyes, giving it the stink eye. And it becomes less tense and more silly. Because at its core, looking at animatronic animals being evil is a silly, wacky concept. So the tension building doesn't really work in the film. So I think this really would have benefited from just, playing it safe with jump scares. I think that would have been a little more effective. But even if it's not the best when it comes to frightening the audience. I still think it's at its best when it's at least trying to. And when it's doing that, it's very fun to watch. Like, the animatronics look amazing in this movie. The animatronics look spectacular. Like, I think they did a great job with Freddy and the gang. I really do. And there's a scene in particular where some rapscallions, some less than savory individuals break into the establishment to try and destroy it, just ruin it, even though it's already fucking disgusting. But they go in there to cause a ruckus. And the animatronics fight back. And it actually gets kind of gruesome at one point. Like, I was actually surprised. It's a PG-13 movie, but there's actually a couple scenes of gore, which I think is good. Like, I think it added to it. This movie was never going to be R in any universe. That would be extremely stupid. Five Nights at Freddy's is a property that's enjoyed primarily by the younger demographic, and you can't have an R-rated movie that kids can go to. So it was always going to be PG-13, but I am shocked at some of the stuff they put in here during some of these kills. I'm happy about it. But when they're not doing that, they're basically treating this movie like it's Five Nights at Freddy's fanfic that they found on Tumblr, complete with some cameos that drop their famous lines here and there, as well as like an entire sequence dedicated to Freddy and the squad building forts with Mike and his sister Abby and a cop named Vanessa. It becomes like a summer camp thing for a little bit. Like, they treat half of this movie like it's a fucking episode of the Rugrats sometimes. Like, it just feels like it clashes with the tone of the horror of Five Nights at Freddy's. Perhaps it's because I haven't played every Five Nights at Freddy's game and I'm not super deep in the lore. Like, I'm not like a lore historian on it. But for the film, I feel like it would have done better if they leaned more in on the unnerving aspects of it, as opposed to kind of making it a 50-50 thing where 50% of it is kind of bubbly and sweet, and the other half is the more horror stuff. But again, maybe that's just not me maybe that's me not being knowledgeable enough on how the property plays out in the lore. But those were my least favorite parts. And especially because I think a lot of times the writing gets very, very silly. So in that scene I mentioned about the fort building, the cop, Vanessa, is like, best day ever! Like, she's having so much fun. She loves being at Fazbear's place. She's loving that Mike and his sister Abby are getting along really well with Freddy and Bonnie and Foxy. Like, they're having so much fun, and she couldn't be more happy. But then Mike and Vanessa go to a broom closet, and Abby plays the guitar and kind of like shocks herself, which of course, you know, it's scary, and Mike freaks out and Vanessa freaks out, and then she immediately flips this switch where she's like, don't you ever come back here again, Mike. If I ever see Abby in this facility one more time, I'm going to shoot you. Like, she just directly threatens him, even though the cop Vanessa has been actively encouraging Mike and Abby to play with Freddy and the friends and like be part of the crew here and have fun. Then all of a sudden she's like, I'm gonna fucking shoot you if I catch you here again. Like, it just feels like there's scenes missing where it builds up to her like disdain for them being here, because like actually 30 seconds ago she had the biggest smile on her face, grinning ear to ear. So it just feels like maybe they knew where they needed to go but didn't know how to get there in a smooth manner. So sometimes it just fucking flips. And I think it's actually exclusive to the cop Vanessa, because her whole role in this film is kind of just to be the Five Nights at Freddy's wiki. She is basically just an exposition robot. She's not really so much a character in the film. She's more like a YouTuber who swoops in and wiggles their finger. Well, actually, Mike, did you know? And then goes into like this whole exposition, you know, dump on what's going on. So, like, it's no problem with the actress or anything. I actually think she did a fantastic job on screen. It's just, she was written to kind of only be here to be a savior out of nowhere, to keep people alive if things get a little too hairy, or inform the audience of the overarching lore that's taking place, or what's actually happening here. So it just feels odd. Like, I wish they had done more with her, as opposed to just making her the Wikipedia page for Five Nights at Freddy's. She's not the only character that I feel is written kind of poorly. There's actually a couple that seem like they're only here to remind the audience that these animatronics can kill. So they're kind of there just to die and nothing else. But aside from that, I think what it focused on with Josh, I don't know why I'm calling him Josh, you know, we may be Hunger Games veterans, but we're not on a first-name basis. Mike, the main character, and his sister Abby are really the focus of it, and everything that happens around them outside of what happens inside Freddy's place is kind of just very odd. Like, it starts to fall apart. I really want to talk more about this movie, but it is all spoilers. This is going to be a minor spoiler, but I just have to mention this because it is such a head-scratcher of a plot idea. So, minor spoiler, just fair warning here. A big thing that drives Mike to take the job as a security guard at Freddy's place is he may lose custody of his sister because his evil aunt is trying to get the girl so that she can make money from the government off having that kid. Even though she seems to already be really financially well off, and it's not like the government's going to be paying her fucking millions of dollars for this, but regardless, I think that's already a bit of an interesting idea. The way she goes about it is she wants Mike to die. Like, she even contemplates having him killed. All so that way she can take custody of the daughter to make, like, a monthly paycheck off having the kid or something like that. It's a really weird motivation, and it's not even really important to the plot. It's really just there because it gave Mike a reason to grab that job as a security officer. But aside from that, it's just kind of dumb and gets sidelined pretty quickly. She herself is also not really a character in this film. She's just here to be like a cartoonishly evil presence that kind of, haunts the place, basically. Where she's there, and she's on screen to be hated, and that's it. I'll stop going into spoilers. There's a couple more things that I'd like to say, but that would be way too much in the spoiler territory. There are things I liked, there are things I didn't like. Overall, this is a film that I am confident most Five Nights at Freddy's fans are going to enjoy, and I'm also confident if you don't like Five Nights at Freddy's, this doesn't really have a whole lot for you to get you invested and make you a fan. Although I do think the concept with Mike and like going into the dream state to try and solve a kidnapping case is interesting enough that I think it might push people to at least check out Five Nights at Freddy's lore to some extent. And Five Nights at Freddy's lore is actually pretty fucking good. Like, it is pretty interesting. So, maybe that will be what happens. I also mention this because a lot of you saw the video. There was also a fight that broke out at the premiere of Five Nights at Freddy's. This is the last movie I would expect people to be throwing hands at, but I wanted to mention that. They're calling it the Fight of 87, which is a reference to Five Nights at Freddy's with the Bite of 87, where for some reason a bunch of people just started brawling in the theater on opening day for this movie. So, just wanted to toss that out there. I did see the video. Very, very wild. Anyway, plugging Five Nights at Freddy's movie into the moist meter, I'm going to give it a 45%. I think it is not a bad film, per se. I think there are bad moments, and I think there are things that weren't executed as well as they could have, but I do find it to be enjoyable enough that it was worth watching. When I initially left the theater, I was a lot less enthusiastic about it than I am now, mainly because there is just like a period of it where it just kind of becomes a slog to get through, and it clashes with what I think the tone probably wanted to go for. But looking back on it, I really did enjoy it with my friends. Like, we were talking to each other a little bit back and forth, whispering, of course, because we're not trying to disrupt the theater, about, like, how it ties into Five Nights at Freddy's lore. And then also, like, there were a couple scenes where, like, all fucking five of us all at once, when it happened on screen, went like this and then like that, because it was so nonsensically dumb what just unfolded. So it was a fun experience that I did enjoy, even though overall I don't think it's an amazing adaptation for the property. I think it's good enough that fans are going to be satisfied, but I don't think it's strong enough to stand on its own 2 feet where people that aren't already invested are going to get invested. I think they're going to maybe leave a bit disappointed. But anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
Yes, I know the quality of the webcam is less than stellar. It looks like the footage from The Dark Knight when the Joker is like selfieing himself as he's torturing a guy. I know it doesn't look great. It's highly pixelated, looking like PlayStation 1 graphics, Charles here, but it is what it is. It's the only webcam that I have, and I really want to talk about something since I can't sleep, which has become all too common. It's extremely late right now. It's 3 a.m. I gotta get up at 7 a.m. and I didn't sleep last night and I'm not sleeping tonight. Insomnia is absolutely beating my cheeks in and it's making me mad. But the only thing that makes me more upset than not being able to sleep is porch pirates. And that's what we're here to talk about. Since I was tossing and turning, having nothing but the most inopportune moments for deep existential thoughts, which kept me awake, I decided I'd go on the cyberspace to see if there's any kind of lullabies that could put me to sleep. You know, maybe Jigglypuff could sing me a song or something. But instead, all I found were two very peculiar cases of porch pirates stealing some packages that I just think are really interesting, so let's talk about them. You know that trope that exists in anime and other fiction where the villain is super smart with like the most creative and most galaxy brain scheme imaginable? Yeah, it doesn't usually happen in the real world. It's usually just a bunch of fucking brain-dead morons that have the dumbest ideas and then commit a crime. But not in this case. We finally have a rare unicorn here with a turbo genius criminal. So, they wanted to steal a package, but they didn't want their identity to be compromised because most people have Ring doorbells or something similar in this day and age. So, how do you get around this? They don't have the mask technology that Mission Impossible does or anything, so they had to get creative. It seems like they found a nearby traffic cone and hid inside of it, which does a great job of concealing not only their face, but their whole body. This could be a full-grown man, full-grown woman, or a child. There's no telling. The only clues we have to go on are the barefoot pitter-patter from the door to the driveway. That's it. That's not a whole lot of clues. You'd have to get the forensics team out there and start like swabbing the concrete to see if you can get some kind of like DNA off it, maybe? I have no idea. So they might actually get away with this one. I do have a working theory though. I think the culprit here is someone that is familiar with the family. I think it's a family friend or maybe even a nearby neighbor. They knew they could be easily identified by the homeowner, which is why they took such extreme measures here. That, or it's staged. This could just be faked. This could be just a prank, like a staged video for the sake of it going viral, which it absolutely did. But I like to pretend and suspend disbelief here. I like to think that this was a real instance of a porch pirate coming up with a really creative solution. But anyway, there's no further updates that I can find on this story, so this menace is still at large. Sleep in fear. Or in my case, don't sleep at all, because insomnia is a real bitch. But also, if there's any traffic cones nearby, you might want to hide them somewhere so that way they can't be utilized like this and steal your packages. Now, while this one could be faked, the next one is not, because they've been caught. Though they did have an equally creative idea on how to get away with stealing packages. I'm kidding, it's actually a really fucking stupid idea. I'll just go ahead and show you the news segment on it.
Dash driver arrested. Police say she was caught on camera instead of delivering, taking. Take a look here. Police say Juliana Sagaram stole a package, as you see right there, from a Manhasset home last month. Video shows a woman walking up to the doorstep on Highland Terrace holding a brown paper bag there, and police telling us it was a Chipotle order she was supposed to deliver nearby. Neighbors say this is unbelievable.
So Juliana's plan was simple and also not super effective because she didn't get away with it. There were a lot of holes in this scheme. It wasn't exactly a bulletproof plan. While doing food delivery, she decided to take this package here, and I guess her whole idea was if she's in the middle of a food delivery, no one would think twice about her going up to the front of a house, and then she could make a getaway with the package without anyone stopping her. So it seems the whole idea was to avoid suspicion by having a good cover story. No, I'm not here to steal packages. I'm here to deliver food. You're out of order. You lost your marbles. But she failed to account for modern technology where most people have like Ring doorbells now or anything that records video outside their home because of the rising problem of porch pirates. So it didn't do anything to prevent the authorities from seeing who she was. And I guess really she just wanted to make sure no one would like interfere with her plan. But I don't know how common that is. Like, I don't feel like there's a ton of people that recognize when a porch pirate is striking because they usually run up, grab it, and run away. There's not a whole lot of time for someone to fucking swoop in and stop them, unless, of course, she's doing this in Gotham City and Batman happened to be nearby in the neighborhood. Like, I just don't think that is really commonplace. So overall, Buddy with the traffic cone over his head actually had a more effective strategy than she did. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about these because they were super silly. They both came up with pretty creative plans on how to be a scumbag, and one of them so far has got away with it. The other one is at least facing charges, so that's good that she's, been caught. And I guess we'll see if the traffic cone supervillain pops out of hiding at some point again in the future. But anyway, that's about it. So yeah. You're not going to believe this until I show you the proof, but the situation with Brandon, the guy who spent $62,000 on Ruby Rose's OnlyFans, actually gets so much worse and more sad, and honestly just downright scary for Ruby Rose. I imagine she's considering getting like a really strong team of bodyguards, like trying to hire the fucking Justice League to protect her, because Brandon is unhinged now. And in the last video I made about this, he had met her in person, and Ruby Rose chalked it up to being like, oh, what a coincidence, I bumped into my #1 spender on OnlyFans. Meanwhile, I'm quite sure Brandon, cold calculated, tracked her down in order to just spontaneously run into her. So he's already showcased that he will find her in the real world if given the opportunity, I believe. And after what Ruby Rose posted today, if that happens again, I feel like there's no telling what he might do in the mental state that he appears to be in. It's fucking frightening. Let's just get into it. So Ruby Rose dropped this banger on Twitter today, "Tat my face on you so I know it's real." And it's a video of text messages between Brandon and her, and that's really not an accurate description because she does not engage in these text messages. It's just Brandon talking at her endlessly. And then another video of the tattoo Brandon got of Ruby Rose's face on his body. Now let's take a peek at the sacred texts here. Let's look at the documents. So right away, Brandon's name is saved in her phone as Brandon Weird OnlyFans Fan. And I think that is just beautiful. Dude has dumped $62,000 in a month on Ruby Rose's OnlyFans content, only to be known by his queen as the Weird OnlyFans guy. I think that is such a powerful lesson many people need to learn. And it's one that extends beyond OnlyFans. This extends to like streaming too. There are a lot of people that believe if they're donating money to someone, they're entitled to some kind of relationship with the recipient of their cash. Whether it's friendship or in this case, fucking marriage, lifelong soulmates, that's just not the reality of the situation. Now let's start reading the texts, and it's important to keep in mind that all of these happen over the course of about 48 hours. So really let that marinate in your noodle up there, because it is crazy how deranged this gets. So he starts by saying, "What are you doing tonight?" And then when he doesn't get a response in a timely enough fashion, he then comes around the next day saying, "Why aren't you answering me? I thought we had a genuine connection." And then the legendary quadruple text, "Ruby, why aren't you answering me? I have invested so much money into our relationship." Pause. So Brandon believes he can purchase a relationship like it's a microtransaction in an EA video game. Brandon dumping his piggy bank while squeezing his hog to Ruby Rose did not buy a relationship with her. And it didn't mean that she was destined or obligated to fall in love with him, which is a concept that Brandon just can't seem to grasp. The only thing he's able to grasp is his cock while watching his OnlyFans princess. This is some frightening delusion here. I imagine Ruby Rose was already a bit concerned when Brandon dumped 62 grand on her in a month. That seems like obsessive behavior, and nobody wants to be the center of an obsession. It's a horrible feeling, and frankly, it's downright dangerous. That's creepy shit, which is why she labeled him the Weird OnlyFans guy, I imagine. And now it seems she reluctantly gave him her number, and he is going crazy with it, further solidifying that he is an unhinged creep. He continues, "I am in love with you. Why won't you love me?" Jesus Christ, brother. And then he goes into like the longest speech I've ever read. I think he got this directly from the transcript of an anime. "I would do anything for you. I would fly anywhere to be with you. All that I can ever think of is you. There's not a single other person in the world as perfect as you are. You could be my queen and I'd be your king. I would give you anything you could ever wish for. We can even have a one-sided, open-ended relationship where you can do whatever you want as long as I know that at the end of the day, you come home to me and are only with me.
I promise. I will treat you I will treat you better than anyone, Ruby. I love you with all of my heart. I've never felt this way about anyone. I want to marry you. I want to have a family with you. I want to only be with you. I would quit everything and give up everything just for you. I will do anything for you to love me. I will give you everything I have just for the chance that you never leave me. I want you to be with me forever. In my eyes, I've never seen or known something that I am so sure will be perfect. I can imagine waking up every day and looking over at you asleep on the bed looking perfect while you sleep, and I run my hands through your hair, or my getting you the largest diamond ring that I can find so that it's on the hand of a true queen. I will buy you whatever car, boat, or jet you want. I will never love someone as much as I love you, Ruby. I love you more than Bitcoin. I only love you. I love you more than Bitcoin. Shit, he just won over my heart with that one. Wow, more than Bitcoin? Really, Brandon? What the fuck? That's a lot. That's a lot of love. I will give up everything to have you to only be mine. Please don't ignore me, Ruby. I am sending you more money right now. You are making me cry right now by not answering me. I am bawling at the thought, thinking that you won't be with me forever, and that you don't love me anymore. I don't know if there is a point anymore to anything. What the fuck do you mean you don't love me anymore? She never loved you in the first place. You have only ever creeped her out, clearly. All I can ever think of or dream of is you. You are on my mind all day, every day. Thinking of how you smelled in the hotel lobby when I first saw you. Thinking of your perfect voice. Thinking of your perfect smile when you first laughed awkwardly as I told you that I was your #1 fan. Everything about you makes me get butterflies in my stomach. Oh, it's making my fucking skin crawl reading this. This is like the most alarming text message I think I've ever fucking read. Without it just being like an overt threat. This is like the closest thing I've seen to just downright declaration of cringe, like frightening obsession. Like, good God. So, it seems like Ruby Rose reluctantly gave Brandon her number when he somehow just magically bumped into her the other day. And this is how things are going. Clearly, these feelings aren't reciprocated because Ruby doesn't even know him. And he doesn't know her. He has an unhealthy obsession with her. And he's imagined this fantasy world of them getting married and all he can think about is her. The obsession is very scary. As I mentioned in the last video, Brandon is a porn addict. He was on an entire TV show dedicated to his porn addiction. And it's clear he is still addicted to porn. And now he is obsessed with her. He actually has a mental illness that needs professional help, clearly. And this is just terrifying. Please tell me you're just very busy and not seeing my texts right now, princess. Please? I cherished every second I was with you. I adore you. You are the reason I wake up every morning. I have no purpose without you. You are my rock. Ruby? Ruby, stop ignoring me! Why are you ignoring me after all the money that I've given you to show you that I'm only loyal to you and how much I love and appreciate and adore you? How dare you not answer me? I see you actively posting on your Instagram story, and you have not answered me once. You are making me very mad. I have treated you like a princess, and you won't even take the time to respond to me. I will not tolerate this. So he's going full mask off here into his Batman supervillain origin story, and I can already just see him slamming his fist into his desk at the last part of that message. I will not tolerate this any longer. Notice how all of this is taking place over the course of hours, like a handful of hours. It's all one day to lead to this, spiraling into the deepest pits of hell with this fury that not even Lucifer could conjure, all because the OnlyFans model that he sends so much money to isn't in love with him and responding to his text messages. His very creepy text messages, mind you. It's not like he's just trying to have normal conversations. He's immediately opening with like, I love you. We need to get married. You are actually all I think about, all I dream about. You are literally my purpose. You are my fucking rock. I know I'm a stranger to you, but you are actually the only angel in my life. You are the sun that shines for me. And I'm looking at the sun and it's not burning my eyes. It's opening them. Luckily, Jekyll comes back out and he puts Mr. Hyde away, and, you know, he's very apologetic for his outburst. It was highly unprofessional and ridiculous, actually. Which, again, this is not uncharacteristic of someone with an obsession. These violent mood swings and all of this anger, obsessions are a horrible thing. And this is clearly an obsession. So, He says, I am sorry for getting mad at you. I did not mean to. I shouldn't have, but the love I have for you causes me to get very emotional, especially about you. I love you so much, Ruby. You're my world, my rock, my queen, my everything. There's nothing that I wouldn't do to make you the happiest little princess in the world. I promise that I love you, and only you, for you. Wait, I promise that I love you, and only you, for you. It's like a fucking riddle. What is that? That's like some kind of gotcha moment that Gollum would have used on Frodo Baggins. I don't understand. But anyway, I don't care about your followers, your fans, your money. I only want you. Oh, wait, I get it. He's saying, I only love you for you, as in, like, her personality. Like, I don't care about any of the other stuff. I love you for you, babe. Oh, my goodness, that's so sweet. Oh, and they say chivalry's dead. Wow. What a heart melter. You're the best thing that ever has happened to me. I know that we only met for 5 minutes and that you had to leave, but I have cherished it so much I cannot stop thinking about it and you. You were magnificent. It was almost like it was out of a movie when I first saw you come down the elevator with your perfect smooth hair, your perfect clear skin, your beautiful smile and eyes. I would never change a thing about you. I only want you forever, my queen. You'll be the only thing and all that I need to be happy. You become my sole purpose in life. Baby. It's so over the top that it almost seems satirical, like it's supposed to be a parody of an obsessed stalker for an OnlyFans model. But I really think this is genuine, not only because he gets a tattoo, and I'm pretty sure it's a real tattoo, but also just knowing Brandon's history, where he is legitimately a porn addict, and even had a whole, like, show episode dedicated to it. So I really do think this is all genuine here, and that is very alarming. But for just a moment, let's go ahead and play with the idea that this is all fake. What will be the purpose? I suppose if this is all like a coordinated effort between Ruby Rose and Brandon, it could be used to try and drive traffic to Ruby Rose's OnlyFans, perhaps? But I still think that's a bit unrealistic because I don't think anyone would ever agree to play this role, and I don't necessarily see this leading to a lot of new OnlyFans signups, because if anything, it highlights the, like, danger of it to a certain extent. So I don't think it'd be a successful marketing campaign if this is all fake and that's the purpose. Please, answer me, my queen. Please don't leave me. I adore you, Ruby. You are all I need to be whole in life. I will never leave you or even look in the same direction of another girl. I want to marry you. And then he sends another 30,000. I even spent 30,000 more on you since we met because I thought we had something genuine and real. Like, it's so crazy. What do you mean? If it's genuine and real, you wouldn't have spent $92,000 on it. It would have been free. It would have been a real, genuine experience, not like a fucking transactional one. And you didn't even get an experience. You met her for fucking 5 minutes when you bumped into her, which, again, I know you schemed and planned for that. You absolutely, like, I'm imagining him on, like, stakeouts and shit, like in an unmarked vehicle kind of following her around, like getting her schedule and then, like, waiting for the right moment to bump into her. I will empty my bank account just to be with you. I will travel across the country just to randomly run into you again. I will never be over you. You are the love of my life. My perfect little princess, you are stunning. You are my breath of fresh air in a world that is so dark and cold. You are the sun to my thunderstorm, the spurt of luck in my day, the pot of lucky gold at the end of the rainbow. You are my everything in this life. That has to be the worst written line in the history of humanity. That is the worst romance line that has ever been fucking put to paper. Well, put to text. That's worse than 50 Shades of Grey writing with the sodden panties and the I don't make love, I fuck hard. That, what he just said there, that whole sentence is nauseating. And I wish nothing more than to spend the rest of my life with you. I can spend all of my money and be homeless just to wake up every day knowing that you are happy. I can watch you have sexual actions with other men just to pleasure your sexual needs. I can be your sissy boy and let you boss me around while I do whatever you demand of me in my sissy maid outfit. I will do anything at any cost just to make you happy and just to be in the same room that you're breathing in. I have an obsession with you since the day I first saw you on Instagram. Ever since that day, I have made it my life mission to one day have the chance to see you. I'm going to skip a couple of chapters here, like 6 paragraphs worth of more, like, fucking vomit from his mouth, and go to this. I will send you 10 Bitcoin right now if you answer me. That's worth almost 400 grand. All you have to do is respond to me with one word, Ruby. Please, I need your attention. I need to make sure that my kitten is safe. He's actually trying to bribe her again. Like, look, 400 grand for you to say anything to me. And actually doesn't even need to say anything. He goes down and says, All you have to do is just react to one of my messages. Please, I beg you, I cannot think of life without you. So all she has to do for 400 grand is just react to one of them. It could be like the laughing crying emoji or something, like how cringe all of it is. And he would then give her 400 grand. Holy shit. That is so fucking pathetic. Now I'm skipping around again here, but then he sends her pictures that he's in a tattoo parlor saying he has a surprise for her, and then sends pictures of the tattoo being done and then the finished work as well. That to me does seem like a real tattoo. I don't think that's one of the fake temporary ones, but it's kind of hard to confirm beyond a shadow of a doubt, like 100% it's real. Like in the pictures, like it seems like there's not a lot of redness there, which every tattoo I've ever had quite a bit of redness around there and like some blood still oozing out. In the pictures, I can't really see that, but it's also possible that it's just been wiped away. And in the videos showing the process, it does seem like he's actually getting a real tattoo. So I'm leaning more on the side of this all being true and not just like fake or some kind of scam or anything. And that's scary. Like this whole situation is fucking frightening to see the inner workings of an obsession. And his behavior isn't even unusual for obsessed people. Like, this is why it's so dangerous. These fucking violent mood swings, this outrage, it's a terrible situation. It's a legitimate mental illness. It's really sad. It's actually sad, and he needs to get professional help for it. He has a porn addiction, and has had a porn addiction since at least 2009, and now an obsession with Ruby Rose and her OnlyFans content. This is an individual who needs legitimate professional help. And Ruby Rose needs to actually make sure that she is as far away from this guy as possible. Like, she's going to probably need security to ensure that Brandon doesn't get anywhere near the premises that she's around. Because this guy does not seem to be in his right mind. So, just wanted to give you an update to this story because it's a fucking wild one. That's about it. See ya. Well, hello there. So, where to begin? Many of you know that I stopped drinking about 4 years ago, but many of you don't know that I stopped stopping drinking 2 weeks ago. It was a buddy's birthday, it was Chase's birthday, a special boy, and in order to celebrate, we went out and I had a couple of drinks. Nothing crazy, but it was the first time that I broke my sobriety since starting it. And it was fun, like visiting an old friend that you used to be pretty close with, but you know you shouldn't be friends with that person. It was nice. And I figured, you know what? You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. I'll drink occasionally, lightly. Nothing too crazy. No need to let the demons out. But, those devils reared their ugly head 2 days ago. So, we went on a little road trip. I won't spoil the surprise on what it was for, because there's a whole video for that. And after the event we went to, I decided to have a couple of drinks. And then a couple of drinks turned into a couple thousand of drinks. And then before you know it, my whole universe came crumbling down around me. You know that cliche in every horror movie when someone gets possessed and then like their spirit comes back and they say like, I've been suffering in hell for an eternity, but it's only been like 2 minutes on Earth? That was me with this drunken state that I found myself in, this drunken stupor. Time moved so fucking slowly. Everything, it was like a black hole absorbing time. The alcohol in my system kept taking in time and not letting it pass. So I just stayed in agonizing misery for at least 12 hours. And it was a road trip, so we were going back, and I needed to be in a car for 8 hours in this state.
Okay, so it's, what's today, Sunday?
Yep.
At 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Today we were supposed to be driving to North Carolina, and Charlie decided it was time for him to go hard last night.
I went absolutely off my rock. I went off my gourd. It was disgusting.
Just to be clear, we were supposed to leave, what, 5 hours ago? 4 hours ago?
It has been 12 hours, and I am still fucking wasted. Like, I feel like I am still at a club right now.
Well, we can turn up the music.
Yeah, we got the All-American Rejects playing for that DMCA strike. It's sounding good. And I feel like $1 million.
Well, the good news is this car's actually really nice and drives smoothly, so we should be good.
Yeah, we're gonna hit one bump and I'm gonna puke everywhere.
There's a yak bag up there.
here.
Yeah, I got my yak bag. I've got, yep. Yeah, the gang's all here.
We're having fun.
It didn't even require a single bump. In fact, almost 50 seconds after this video ended, I sat up and puked all over the rental car. Because, surprise, surprise, the bag that we had designated as my yak sack had a hole in it. So what ended up happening is I puked in it, and it just went right onto my lap, blasting out the bottom of it. So I must have actually pressure washed it with bile. It was awful. So the reason I'm even sharing all of this is because this is a promise to myself going forward to not drink like this again. I think I'll still occasionally have like 1 or 2 for celebration events or whatever, but just never more than that. This is, I limit tested here for the first time since college, and I didn't like the results. Like, I'm not going to be doing this again. And let this be a lesson to all of you out there to drink responsibly in moderation. I swear to God, I have never been so sick in my life. I got alcohol poisoning one time in college, and I didn't feel as bad then as I did during this. I think it was a combination of all of the drinking and also the road trip, like compounding. It was brutal, legitimately brutal. So I ended up puking close to 30, maybe 40 times. I'm not really sure. It's hard to keep track, you know. Can you count all the grains of sand on the beach? It just wouldn't stop. I couldn't eat. I couldn't drink without puking. I was so dehydrated, I have no doubt I looked like SpongeBob when he needed water. It was so awful. So I came out of retirement from sobriety, and I'm ready to go right back into it. You know, the star that burns brightest burns out fastest, and that's exactly what happened here. Plenty of drinking in that night for their whole lifetime. So let me go ahead and play you like an aftermath clip because we recorded this morning where I was feeling a little bit better. Hey, good morning. So I'm feeling better. I left my calling card in the hotel room. I puked all over it again. But this time, since I had the fruit punch electrolyte, it looks like just a fucking ton of blood. So it looks like a murder scene. And I'm feeling good now.
I think we should give a little update on how the drive went yesterday.
Pretty smooth. I think I maintained composure pretty well for the most part. You guys probably didn't even know how bad I was.
No tears were shed.
Yeah.
Not yours, not mine.
Yeah. So I don't think I stopped being drunk until we got here at like 9 p.m. and I took a shower. But yeah, I remember crying a lot in the car.
He was in some pain.
I like the idea that every 4 years we do 1 week of drinking, and that's it. And it's like the Olympics. And then we never drink again for the next 4 years.
More like every 4 days. I'm ready to go again. Experts estimate that I drank like 15 mixed drinks 2 nights ago.
If Chelsea's the expert, I heard the number higher.
Yeah, so not bad. I can do better. Since it was a blackout or back out kind of night, I don't remember a lot. So we went to some guy's house at some point. I remember meeting him. He was very nice.
Yeah, super nice guy.
And when I saw he posted on Twitter, I was like a super sleuth investigator, like trying to piece together breadcrumbs of what happened last night. So it became like this whodunit. So I started messaging him like, did I fall? He's like, yeah. I was like, I knew it. I knew it. And also, which one of you cowards peed in my pants last night?
Oh, I'm laughing so much because I'm so much more excited for today's drive than yesterday's drive.
Oh, yeah, I'm back in my puke throne. I remember I puked all over myself in here. Not on purpose, though. It's because the bag had a hole in it.
The other times were on purpose.
Yeah, that one.
It was a good first 2 hours because you passed out. I was like, this is actually going smooth. 6.5 hours. We're crushing it. And then the next middle 4 were like hell on earth.
Yeah.
We had to keep persuading you not to go to a hospital in the middle of nowhere, West Virginia.
That's where the experts are, though. They had an anti-drunk potion they were ready to give me. You deprived me of it.
Yeah, it's called moonshine.
Yeah. So weird. My doctor only is wearing overalls. Yeah, it was good though.
Yeah,
that was fun.
Yeah, that was cool.
It was a bonding experience.
No, I think it brought us all much closer.
Yep.
So that's definitely the lowest I've ever been around human beings. At least you get that. At least when you had your alcohol meltdown, you were in the comfort of your own house.
That's true. I was in my bathtub, curled up in a ball. I honestly do not envy you having to do that in a car ride for 6.5 hours. That sounds miserable. But yeah, at one point, Charlie embraced me in the nicest hug he's ever given me and cried into my chest. And at that moment, we became brothers.
I was crying because I was just having so much fun.
Like, Matt, thank you.
It's like, can we drive farther, please?
Why are we stopping?
Yeah, so that pretty much closes the book on that whole adventure. I am pretty sure I fell, though no one seems to know when or if I hit my head. But, like, the side of my head, like the back side of my head, was hurting a lot. Still does hurt now. But there's, like, no noticeable bump or anything. So it's also maybe because I had my hair up in a bun, which I never fucking do. And I had it up there the entire time I was drunk. So, like, fucking 24 hours, basically. So there is a good chance that it was just yanking on my hair for a while, and now it's just kind of irritated. Hopefully that's all it is. Also, if the hotel staff is watching, I am so sorry. I feel awful for it. I tried to clean up the puke, but it was just not coming up easily. It really did look like something out of like CSI Miami crime scene or something. I did try though, and I am very sorry about that. But yeah, I wanted to share this story because maybe this can be a good lesson to not drink like I did, and also this is a very public promise that I won't drink like that ever fucking again. It was so bad. That's really about it. So yeah. Good evening, everyone. It's your superstar of sunshine here, delivering some positive news for a change. I'm gonna be serving you a holiday ham with a side of smiles this season. So let's start with something super simple, but also something near and dear to my heart because it happens in my home state, Florida, on my turf, on my sacred soil. Some hooligan, some heathen, decided to meander down here and make a ruckus. And while this sounds like negative news, it has a happy ending. So, a tourist from Pittsburgh came to St. Pete, which is a place very close to where I live here in Tampa, and actually visited a location I'm pretty familiar with in St. Pete, where he was rambunctious, disruptive, and just an all-around menace. And he went too far, flew too close to the sun when he molested a beloved manatee statue outside of a restaurant that I've actually been to. I learned about this on stream last night, but didn't realize just how close to home this hit. I have been to that restaurant before, and I am pretty sure I laid eyes upon that manatee, and I would have never expected him wow, I just hit a full-blown scat man there. This was so concerning to me, it made me stroke out there for a moment. I never expected this beloved manatee to be molested like that, defiled, in front of all of us and God to see. The perpetrator's name is Anthony, and it first started with him throwing gator nuggets into the Rick's Reefs restaurant, which sounds like a diner out of Bikini Bottom. And that is just the most Florida sentence ever, throwing gator nuggets in Rick's Reefs restaurant. Such a beautiful sentence. And then he got even more disorderly. His staff came up to him. He became belligerent and then went outside and sexually molested the manatee statue. Now, the astute observers amongst you will have noticed that the manatee has no visible orifices. So I'm having a hard time picturing exactly how this happened, because it's not like he could start fucking one of the holes or something like that, nor can he necessarily stick anything from the manatee inside of his holes. So when I learned about this on stream, chat kind of came to the conclusion that he must have just been humping the statue, like dry humping it like a dog on a leg, and that's what they're referring to here. And then after committing that vile act, he ran to the Postcard Inn, which is another local cameo from a place that I have been myself. Postcard Inn, back when I was in college, was kind of the spot most people went when they wanted to go to a nice beach area, because that part of the beach is basically all college kids, or at least it was back then. I don't know what it's like today. But back then, I had been multiple times to the Postcard Inn, and specifically the beach around there. So when I read this story, this is just one of those things where I pointed at the screen and said, hey, I know that. Anyway, this is long-winded. What's the good news from this? Well, he got arrested. So all the manatee statues out there can sleep easy tonight knowing that he is no longer a problem. And what's not to like about that? Let's get into some actually wholesome, genuinely positive stuff. In the midst of all of the controversy around the completionist charity scandal, I think it's important that we remember not every YouTuber is here doing shady things when it comes to charitable organizations, and I want to highlight two of the absolute best in the world. I'm going to start with the most recent example, Dr. Lupo.
As of right now, he is doing something called Build Against Cancer. And it's a fundraising effort that Dr. Lupo is well known for. His charitable work is well documented and extremely effective, extremely great stuff. And on day one here, he raised $500,000, more than $500,000. It was $530,000 on day one for the Build Against Cancer stream. I'll go ahead and play you a quick clip there.
$532,008.69.
Nice.
Nice. Do me a favor. When you go to bed tonight, please remember that if you contributed in any way monetarily or socially, or we're just here, that you contributed a big way, and I appreciate the heck out of you, your families, the viewers, every single one of you. It doesn't matter if you donated $1, if you donated $10 or $10,000. Every single dollar goes to a good cause.
Indeed, it does go to a good cause. This helps benefit the St. Jude's Children's Hospital. And as of right now, the Build Against Cancer fundraising is actually over $800,000. So it's just an amazing thing. To see a YouTuber bring together a community to benefit a genuinely great cause is always so nice. Almost $900,000 raised here in the last day. Just a huge fucking W all around. And I think it's important that we remember that the negative headlines are the ones that garner the most attention, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the norm. I feel like it's extremely common for people to lose sight of that, and I understand why. Information is constantly blasting your ass every second of every day. The stimulation never stops. It's just this million miles per hour machine, and almost everything that you're consuming is extremely negative. So it makes it very, very easy to cast this blanket of assumptions. When you're reading these headlines like, YouTuber has this shady charity situation going on, or these streamers are getting paid to do charity streams, it's not genuine, it's inauthentic. It becomes easy for people to just assume that content creators only use charity as like a marketing vehicle or some kind of PR stunt, or they're paid for it. When that's just not the case for everything. There are content creators that do incredible charitable work, and Dr. Lupo is one of the shining examples of that, and I just wanted to highlight what he's doing right now because I'm always really happy to see it. It's just something that puts a big smile on my face and really warms your heart, because who doesn't want to see some good in the world, especially when it comes to everything in the current climate of things where it's all overwhelmingly sad and miserable. And of course, I dabble in the most unhinged of tragedies, like fucking awful romantic texts and weirdos doing horrible things and other revolting stories. But it's always nice to remember that for the most part, there is a lot of positive stuff happening as well. It just doesn't garner the same attention because people just brush it aside. They'll be like, oh, thumbs up, cool. Now let me go get mad about something over here. Let me find something to get upset about. The positive stuff doesn't pop the same way the bad stuff does, but it doesn't mean it's not there. So I just want to highlight a little of that. So I want to move on to something else. Another charitable fundraising event that I'm sure all of you know of. It's Jacksepticeye's Thankmas. Jacksepticeye, a couple weeks ago, had Thankmas, and they raised over $6 million. 6 million clams, 6 million bones here. They were able to raise in a single day, about 8 hours worth of streaming.
Like $6 million is a fuck ton of money. That is no small amount of money, and I really want to point out how insane that is to be able to do in a single day. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So, on behalf of me, on behalf of the entire Thankmas crew who put this on every single year, we are so proud, we are so grateful, and we'll be back next year. Thank you so much, and good night.
$6.3 million raised for the World Central Kitchen from Jacksepticeye's Thankmas in one day. That is so incredible. It's always amazing to see content creators use their platform in a way like this where it benefits so many people and has this wide-reaching effect of helping others. And I just have a huge amount of respect for not only Sean, but Dr. Lupo and all other YouTubers that also do similar things. This isn't rare. There really are so many creators that try and use their platform for good and do things like this, raising money for charitable causes, or even if it's not directly financially trying to support a cause, they do other things and other methods of trying to support something or someone to help.
And I just always want to give a huge, warm thank you to the people that do. But anyway, I just wanted to make this video as a reminder that there are incredible things happening. It's not all bad, it's not all negative, and I wanted this to just be a little uplifting, happy video. Like, yes, constant negativity is flooding your feeds, fucking poisoning your eyeballs, but don't let it blind you to the good that is also happening at the same time in the world. So, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. Boxing Simulator is a 3D strategy simulator action fighting fist fight boxing game. These Christmas deals are going crazy. I get $2 off of Boxing Simulator. So I have 10,000 doubloons. And I need to recruit a boxer from the sex offenders registry, I guess. I can't afford Gilbert. Can't afford Eric. All I can afford is Leo. Oh wait, I have 10,000. I thought that was 1,000. Whoops. Give me Leo. Take this, Ronald McDonald. Come on, baby. Let's go, Leo. Let's go, Leo. Uppercut. Oh. Good looking uppercut. Nice. A lot of power behind that. It's like a whole car accident in the palm of your hands. Let's wait for the stamina to come back. Someone feed Leo a cheeseburger. Someone tell Gandalf over there to give me some kind of potion. Ooh. No, wait, what? My health was almost full. What happened, Leo? What? What? How? What? Did someone hit me with a blow dart or something? There's no way he knocked me out. My health was almost full. 6-day rest. Sounds good. Is that you, Leo? Yep, of course it is. This is my workout. Work hard, play harder. Amen, brother. Okay. So far I'm 0-1 against people with red hair. Let's change that. Alright, Jackson. Oh, yes! Jackson doesn't lose these. He's got 5 kids at home. He's got a... What?! What are his hands made out of? Fucking lunchboxes? How? Back to the recruitment board. 14 days off? Fuck, he blasted him into another dimension. Oh, perfect. 55-year-old man. Let's go, Isaac. Need you now more than ever. Good work over there, Isaac. Just hanging out next to my 2 deceased fighters. I love that for us. We're really piling up the corpses here like a cemetery. Give me somebody that I can beat. This guy has 16 health. 16 health, he is basically dead already. There is no way. If I can just land 1 punch on him, I should be able to knock his head off his shoulders. Holy shit, but Isaac only has 11. But 18 strength, so he packs a wallop. Glass cannon. Let's go, Isaac. Let's go, Isaac. Nice, 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 nice. Put him up. Block, 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 block. Ah! Nice, nice. There we go. Isaac, the fundamentals. Back to the Bronze Age of pugilism. Yes? Yes? Yes! That's my boy. There's no referee. Nah, street rules. If you die, you lose. You're still breathing, you win. Oh, Isaac versus Isaac. This guy's stats are nuts! 47 strength? 97 strength from Chad? Now, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Let's do it, Isaac. I believe. I just can't let a punch land or I'm dead. Oh my god. Oh my god. Almost collapsed my sternum. Please stand back. He's got huge reach, too. Oh, god, god. Bob and weave. No! That sound. That was ear piercing. It was like he dropped like a predator strike on me. Hip. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. It's over. Isaac, get out! Get out! Oh. That was a headbutt. That was actually a headbutt. Well, for once, we're like almost in better shape than our opponent. Oh my god. Call him the Sandman. He just put him to sleep. In like 3 hits. Oh my god, Leo. Maybe all he needed was that one traumatic brain injury and it's unlocked the caveman within him. And he's got that super primal strength. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We got a demon here. Let's go, Leo. I am pretty much out of money. How do I make more money? I am fucking broke. What sucks is I also just don't get much money from beating these bums like Patrick. But he's the only one that I feel confident enough that we can beat. Alright. Send him to meet his maker. Let's go, Leo. Alright. That was a little reckless. I went rock'em sock'em robots on him. Regain, regain, regain. Let him wear himself out with that trash ass footwork. Oh! Wait! That's my boy! Oh. He had that fighter spirit in him, though. He wasn't ready to roll over and die. He had to be put in his grave. He did not go quietly into the night. And I respect that. I'm out of money. So now I just can't play the game. Now I feel like I can beat Caesar. This will be my strongest opponent yet if I can beat them. Let's go, Michael. Let's get it, baby! Keep my gym in business. Nope. Oh, shit. What the fuck? Oh. What even hit me? Come on, Derek. Come on, Derek. Punch through him. Punch through him. Nice. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Fuck, I'm out of stamina. Derek, get out! Derek, get out! Let's go, Derek. Come on, baby. Fuck, I'm out of stamina again. God, he gets gassed so quickly. Someone feed my man some Little Debbies. Christ. God, my footwork is spectacular. Uppercut. And that's how we do it. Laying the wood on him. That-a boy, Derek. That-a boy. Alright, Derek. Back in the saddle again, baby. Let's do it. This time I'll be coaching you, alright? You're going against David. This guy is truly a menace. But I've got you. I know his weakness. Oh. All in on the attack, Derek! Go, baby! Go! I feel like these dials don't really do anything. He's just gonna do what he wants, regardless. Because he's just blocking endlessly, and I have him on full attack. Derek! Fucking fight! Oh boy, he's got him waving around like an inflatable tube man. Come on, Derek. Come on, Derek. Pressure him. Fucking move! Oh, he's up! Let's go, Derek! They counted you out, but not me. I'm here. Derek, please. The future of my gym depends on you. Fight! Derek! Oh. Okay, stop. Maybe this will do something. Derek, get out! Derek, get out! Get the fuck, Derek! Alright, Leo's back. Fresh out of the hospital. There's no way I beat Billy. But beating Caesar's where he has 0 health. He's here on life support already. What is the point? Whatever. Fuck him up, Leo. You need confidence. We need to build your confidence. For the love of God, Leo, he has 0 HP. Not like this. You will disgrace my dojo. Fuck. Fuck. Oh my god! It's as easy as that. Surgical. Surgical. Why couldn't you do that, Leo? 3 hits is all it takes. Now I've got his arm going through his torso, punching himself in the face. I still don't have any goddamn clams. I don't make any money beating bums. What am I supposed to do? Oh, wait, Leslie's free. He just really wants to come to my gym. I've heard great things about this facility. I'd love to train there. Welcome, Leslie. We're so happy to have you. Ooh. Leslie's getting his first taste of violence. Work the body. Oh boy, we're in a heads-up fight. Stop, 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 stop. We lose those, we lose those. You're not trained for that yet. Okay. Flexibility. A+ for sure, Leslie. But we need some offense now. He's got to start connecting. What happens when time runs out? Finish at the bell! Finish at the bell! Hey, we take those. I must have bribed the judges or something. We take that. I feel like I lost that. I really feel like I can take Gilbert. Michael had a very strong performance last time. I think I win this. And then we'll finally be back in business. Alright, Michael, this is a really big one for us. Nice. Fuck, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. This guy's got hands. Jesus, he's swinging hard. Oh my god, those fucking bear paws are made out of steel. Jesus, Gilbert. Hook. Okay, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. Okay, way to eat it, way to eat it. Way to stand strong, way to stand strong. Come on, baby. Come on, Michael. Come on, Michael. Yeah. Yes. Good combo, good combo. Nice. Work the body, work the body. He's giving us his tummy. Oh, he heard me. He's stream sniping. Work the body, work the... Fuck. God, he's keeping his distance really well. Way to corner him, way to back him down. Oh shit. Get out, get out. Ah! Is he stuck? Punish him. Body, 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 head. Alright, nice, nice, get out. You know what? We'll play points. I win this on time. Just play keep away. He can't catch us. Activating afterburners. Oh fuck. He's trying to corner me. I win this. Nice, nice. Yes! Alright. The gym is alive. Send him back to the North Pole. Let's go. Let's go, Leslie. Leslie's got that alcoholic dad strength. Let's go, baby. Fuck. Oh, God. I threw an extra punch by accident. We're at full health, though. There's no way he is, though. We've been laying meat on him. Okay, get out, get out. This guy's tough. This is a tough cookie. A tough customer. Come on, Leslie. Come on, Leslie. No one's tougher than you, though, brother. Work the body. Let's work the body. Maybe it's his tummy that's his weakness. Bro's on the naughty list this year. What the fuck? No! He was good. Hey, no shame in that loss, Leslie. That guy was really good. I don't know how he was still standing. Nice, nice. Who wins? I can't tell. Oh, we're both still up. Can we get some fucking, like, a flag on the play? That's gotta be a penalty. He just tackled me. Damn it, I wanted that last one to be a body shot, but it wouldn't go. Get out, get out, get out! No! This guy is immortal.
Who is he? God, do your punches do anything? I feel like I'm healing him off every punch. Fuck, you suck, Leo. Please. How are you missing? You are inside of him. We are kissing. Please, Leo. God damn it. This is a pacifist, Leo! Just put him down! Thank you. It's about time. Our stats are significantly better. But sometimes there is that X factor that you just can't teach. Yep, never mind. The only thing I taught him was discipline. Easy. Absolutely ruthless. Good work. Good work. Good work. Come on, Leo. Uh-oh, I'm getting greedy. I'm getting greedy. Leo's not built for that kind of action. The star that burns brightest burns out fastest. Come on, baby. Just, you know, do it. Do it to him. Do it to him. Demon time. Yep, yep, yep. That's my boy. That's my boy. We got him on that tight regimen. Lat pull downs and meth. Just charge him, just charge him. No one expects this of you, Leo. No one expects anything from you. Show them why they're a fool to think that. He misses every single right jab that he throws. It's actually impressive. Leo's getting kind of good now. A man can only get knocked down so many times before he's had enough of it. He said, I won't get knocked down again. Now I need to make some actual money here, so I'm going to fight Javier. This is huge. We need this, Michael. Sorry, Derek. Alright. Stretch it out. Let's use Derek's signature move. The brain off rush. That almost worked out for us. One more time. One more flurry. Come on, no! Okay. Derek. My prince. My sweet boy. Okay. That was greedy. That was greedy. That was greedy. Okay. Not against Javier. Leo's got some swag about him now. He's getting an ego. I can already tell he's getting smug. Man, he's the best to ever do it out here. I can almost get some new gym equipment thanks to Leo. Almost entirely thanks to Leo. Wear him out a little bit. You've got to be about tired of missing these punches, Junior. Punish him, punish him, punish him, punish him. This is where we strike. Yes, sir! Alright. Leo has inspired my entire gym now. Everybody's fighting well. Alright, now we strike. Oh, this guy is ferocious. Yes. Yes. Oh, wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen. We finally have some movement here. And we got Leo on the bench press. Yep, ego lifting a little bit. Love that. Let's go, Leo. I'm still just going to have you farming bums, though. I don't trust you enough yet. You got to earn that. Just charge in. Fuck him. Whoa! That's my boy. I've created a monster. I am Frankenstein. And I've created the ultimate killing machine. The One Punch Man. Same strategy. I'm just going to keep rushing him. Speed run. Everyone in my gym is on some shit right now. We have hit our stride. Get in there, Leslie. Let's see if you can do it too. Okay, that's alright. Get knocked down, but get up again, like Chumbawamba said. Okay, we are not. Okay, Leslie. I should have known. Leslie was a walk-in. He came in off the streets. He wasn't really a fighter. This was just a guy going through a phase, looking to blow off some steam. He's not built for that. I shouldn't have tried.
But you know who's back? Leo. Somehow. This man recovers instantly. I must have like some fucking sensu beans in here that I keep feeding him. Alright, here comes the goat. Let's bait out some punches this time so they're a little gassed. Wind them a little bit. Man. Wait, this is new. Wait, they're actually doing a count here? Wait, what? I haven't seen that before. I don't think he's getting up. Yeah, I sent him to the Shadow Realm. I blew up his liver. Fucking punched him in the abdomen and activated the factory reset. The self-destruct device. No way he's still alive. No way! That was kind of a... I'll be honest, if I was this guy's coach, I would be pissed. That was definitely an illegal maneuver right there, but whatever. Close the book on him. Please get up. Please get up. Where did it all go so wrong? Get up. Please get up. Those eyes are rolled in the back of his skull. It's over. Yeah. Do they fight each other to train? Because if so, that's really counterproductive for me. Also, yeah, I was just about to say, this is the walk-on. Leslie is not really a fighter. We're not really teaching him anything, we're just hurting him. Oh, fuck! Oh my god! Huh? What happened? Did someone throw a water balloon at me? What happened? Why did I get hit in the back? This guy's scary. Alright, just go. Go for it. Please stay down. Stay down. I can't fight you anymore. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. Let's go. Oh my god, what a fucking tough fought one. Especially when there was a sniper in the stands shooting at me from behind. Damn. Fucking ragdolled me. Leo! 14 days in the hospital for that return? I'm going for Patrick. We're doing it. Let's go, Michael. 50 strength, 39 health. That's pretty good. Let's go, Michael. Let's go, Michael. We need it. We got him scared. We got him scared! I think that's the first time I've beaten the third card. I'm going for third card again. This one's a little bold because this third card guy is crazy. His stats were nuts. But if anyone can do it, it's Jackson. Let's go. Let's go, Jackson. Okay, this guy hasn't even thrown a punch yet. He's scaring me. Ow. Okay, this guy's good. He's placing his punches well. Waiting for the right time. Nice, 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 nice. He's getting reckless. Punish him, punish him, punish him. Tell him the Lord won't forgive those sins. And neither will I. Oh, fuck. Go, go! Push it, push it! He's strong. He is strong. A tough nut to crack. But I'm gonna nut me in, baby. Come on, let's go, Jackson. What? Nice step back. Nice step back! Okay, way to plant a mean one, though. Right down the pipe. No! No! Now that was a match between gladiators. Ooh, ooh. Scary. Never mind, not scary. He's playing right into my strength. He doesn't know Michael's got it like that. You do not want to scuffle with Michael like that. What are you thinking? Where's your coach? He needs to be fired. Nice. Alright, Anthony, show me what you got. I'm throwing you in the deep end of the pool, Anthony. Fourth card. Our first fourth card bout. Come on now. Come on now. Show me what you got, Anthony. Show me why you deserve to be in my gym. Ah, oh my, oh wow. That was like a gunshot to my chest. Okay, okay. This guy's good. Anthony, I'm so sorry. This was a bad idea. Alright, we have to make up for this. I think we lose on points. Just go for it, Anthony. Sacrifice your body! Actually, I might have just won on points. That last second flurry. Anthony! Welcome to the big leagues. But he's wobbling. He's wobbling. His left foot, it keeps, like, buckling. One more of those should do it. Go, Jackson! How is he still up? Poke his fucking eyes out. Go, go, go! Oh! That's such a big win for us right there. That is such a big W for us. We have the most elite warriors boxing has ever seen. This guy read the scouting report. He knows what I want to do. He knew what I wanted to do, but he couldn't stop me. Yep. Alright. We're top of the food chain now. Hey. We beat the game. 20 grand in the bank. This game's over. We took control. Boxing Simulator, 100% completion. Yeah, this is the newest creation from the beautiful mind of Im Dickey, of Hard Time fame as well as Wrestling Empire, just banger after banger. He's a mad scientist and all he brews up is absolute heaters. So I've got high expectations here. You're telling me this guy is 16 years old and he's 5'4". I don't know if I'm a student or a teacher, I'll be honest. I guess we'll see. I'm a student. I've been held back a few grades. I'm also in the witness protection program. Unlucky. Hello, fellow 16-year-olds. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm just being honest. Yeah, I'm 40. Let me suplex her. That way all the other students will like me. That'll be huge for orientation. Oh, wait. Am I in control right now? How do I... Oh, it's arrow keys to move. Come here! I'll teach you to tell me... Oh, yeah! No one tells Jay and Rico to go to class and gets away with it. Ah, Jesus! Principal Storm, no! God damn it! No, Jesus, sorry, wrong. Principal Storm, please move. Yeah! Yeah! How's this for an icebreaker? Oh, he stole my guitar. I don't know what that sound effect was. I think I farted in his face. No! Oh, God. Professor Utonium! And a sex offender's up there playing the acoustic guitar as well for a little soundtrack. Oh, man. An actual little kid. Take this! I'll bully you for being shorter than me. Oh, fuck! He's flying! Ah, there we go. Why are you booing? It's called hazing. All of my peers are here. Oh God, oh fuck! From the top turnbuckle, oh no. I'm so sorry, Professor. Miss Cooper, no! Oh, I broke her arm. Oh no! I'm ready to learn. What does the Latin word Lucifer mean? Devil. Oh, demon. Well, that didn't go according to plan. Got me with a big ol' fucking power bomb there right through the desk. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, go get him for me. Take this, Henry! Yeah! Yeah! Furious kicks! Like fucking Sanji. Yeah! 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 Go home, Henry! Yeah, that's right, nerd. Go read a book or something, dweeb. Hit him with the iPhone. Yeah! No woman will ever text you back. Oh, okay. Alright, I'm going to eat now. I've had my fun. Is that Dwight? Oh my god. Why are you doing this? I'm just a boy! Oh my lord, I'm telling my parents. Oh god! Jesus, all the sound effects stacked on top of each other sounds like Ed, Nettie. Okay, I've learned my lesson. I'll go to class. No more hooky. Good god, they beat me within an inch of my life. Henry, you again. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson? God damn it. Lower lumbar injury again. I took my eyes off the game for 1 second, now all of a sudden I'm in a Letterman. Alright, I become like a jock now, that's pretty cool. Is that you, Henry? That better not be you, I swear to god. No, it's not. Am I drunk? What is happening? How injured am I? Oh, fuck. They threw me in the trash. Can you stop teabagging me for a second while I recover? Thanks for the membership, Paragon. Oh, Mom! Why? Come on! Haven't I been through enough? Oh, Dad. Oh my goodness. Mom's throwing dynamite at me, Dad's giving me hugs. Balanced, as all things should be. Oh, another hug. You're so affectionate. Thank you, Dad. I really appreciate the good vibes. Thanks for always believing in me. Mom, don't do it. Don't do it. Not in front of Dad. Okay, now I'm about to witness some domestic violence, perhaps. Why is Mom so aggressive? You dialing the police to report this? I don't blame you. Wow. The driving mechanics feel really good. Oh, is that you, Henry? Who am I hitting? Oh, no, that's not Henry. But you broke my motorcycle. I don't need to work on my mental health, I'm fine. I'm gonna see a movie. What's playing? Oh, 007 GoldenEye, my favorite. Oh, Jesus Christ! Ouch! What the fuck is this? Why? I'm not going to the principal's office. School's closed, ma'am. Jesus. Okay. What accusations against me? I got assaulted at a movie theater. She grabbed onto my back like a fucking sloth. Oh no, I did do that. That's fair. No, that... She does have a point there. Come on, baby. Come on. Let's go! Suck my dick, Miss Monaco! I'm innocent. You're just jealous you're not as good as driving as Jay. Yeah. How do I get off? There we go. No, no, no! Oh, shit! Oh! Damn it! Ouch! I just wanted to go inside the bus. What? I don't need an orange. You keep it. Leave me alone, Penny. What? Why would you do that? But why is everyone so mean? Fine, if it's a tussle you want, it's a tussle you're gonna get. You little sack of shit. Yeah! 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 Nah, fuck you then. Come here. I'm going on the top turnbuckle. Come here. You can't escape my Frankensteiner. Or Moonvault. Nope, never mind. I'm going to bed. I don't even know how I hit you, ma'am. I am so sorry. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Just beating more children here. How do I throw this football? Oh, no, not that. Don't do it. Don't. Okay. Highly unnecessary. god. Oh my god. Nurse! Help! There we go. Oh. Dominic, stop it! How do I throw this football? I'm trying to toss the pigskin. Mom, what are you doing out here? Man, my mom is so aggressive. You again. Penny Spencer. My- oh, no! My arch nemesis! Oh, shit! Why? You too, Mom? E2 Brute? Why? Defend me, mother! I'm blacking out, I'm blacking out. Hold on, I'm- alright. I maintain consciousness. I'm getting in the car. Take this, Penny! This is all your fault! I think this is school. Yes. Okay. Oh god, why? Who reported me? It was Penny. I already know it. How do I climb this? There we go. Oh god damn it! Ah, the rain made it slippery. Fuck. I'm trying to go to class. Can you lend me a hand there, bud? Oh, thanks, Oliver. Oh, no, no, no! I can't see what's happening to me. Ow, someone's hitting me. Someone's hitting me. Ow! Who is it you, Oliver? Oh god, now everyone's ganging up on me like they're trying to recover a fumble. Please stop it! I'm just a boy! A 40-year-old boy! In high school. Oh, there we go, I reversed it. What do you mean, what am I doing here? You are trampling me. I am trying to get to class. Actively. What did he- oh no. Oh boy. God, being a teacher is just such a thankless job. She's dual-wielding brooms to protect herself from the rowdy students. You hitting on me, Becky? Alright, let's- I'm ready to ride. I can't wait to see how the AI drives. Okay, I guess I'll never see how the AI drives. Where are you, Becky? Did I get pranked? I'm going to the cinema, I'll drive you. And then she doesn't come in. Please don't throw that Molotov cocktail at Walter White. We're in a movie theater. Oh god, watch out! Oh, it was a dud. Okay, he didn't like me picking that up. Is that you, Becky? Oh, it is. Okay. Nice. Okay. That was cool. Oh. Oh, yep, you better run. He's looking for you. What is his... I wonder what his destination is. Oh, nice. I'm in the studio now. With all the babes. Here, let's start a fight in here. That's always good podcast content. Oh my god! Fuck! Oh boy. Man, the podcast listeners are gonna love this audio. Yeah, get all this on tape. Oh, we fell in love. Fuck yeah. Or wait, oh no, that's my mom. What the fuck are you doing here, Mom? Hiya. The chaos is very cool. Help me, Jay. I'm not sure I can handle Felix Bean. Thanks, Lego. I mean, I can't handle Felix Bean either. Look at him. He's a fucking killer.
Alright, Felix. Oh, shit! Damn you, Felix! I really don't need the advice, Nathan. I didn't ask. Though I am a little exhausted. But I still didn't want you to tell me. You don't see me telling you how to live your life. What gives you the right? Let's go! This is where Wrestling Empire takes place. Wow. Okay. Alright, this guy's got narcolepsy, I guess. Ugh. I'm so close. Just a little alcohol. No! Oh, Chloe's here. Alright, who do I buy beer from in here? Ah! Help! Help! Oh, god damn it, help! I'm so close to the stool. What? Why am I supposed to be in the theater? I can't even walk anywhere in this town. I'm too exhausted. Leave me the fuck alone. Fuck you. Oh. Okay, alright, big guy. You just had to be a hero, huh? I would like that phone, actually. Thanks for beating my ass and then offering me a phone. Oh, hey, good luck, Nathan. I don't know who did that to you, but good luck. I've got no information on what happened to Nathan. What is going on? Why is this guy so mad at me? I'm swimming. This man's over here doing like a crazy breaststroke like a fucking mermaid. What did I do wrong? Get back in here, Buster. Come here. Come here, Igor. Why can't I grab you? Get in the pool. Assault? What? What are you talking about? Who? I'm being framed. Get in the pool. Thank you, Professor. Get him in the pool now. Oh my god! Professor, I'm here to help you. What? Oh! Wait, no, not me! Ow! Ow! Well then. I think swimming went pretty well. Mr. Turner was the aggressor, not me, Principal. You assaulted the same student! You strangled the devil out of him! And then threw him into the pool and he can't swim! It better be ruled in favor of me. I've done nothing wrong. Mr. Turner's a menace. Thank you. A little common sense on the premises. Mr. Turner should be in jail. The teachers are over there forming some kind of club. About a month ago, I covered a situation around a massive YouTuber named Kwebbelkop. If you don't know who that is, probably just sounds like Rick and Morty gibberish to you. I'll give you a brief rundown. He was once a beloved YouTube Let's Player. His content mainly was geared towards a younger audience. He'd have videos like First to Poop in Grand Theft Auto, gets a diamond sword, you know, that kind of thing. And eventually, over the last year or so, made a hard pivot going all in on AI technology in order to fully replace him. So he wants to phase out the cringe organic meat machine that is a human being and replace it entirely with AI. AI doing the scripting, AI doing the voice recording, AI doing the face cam, all of that. And I made a video going over it, kind of just taking a victory lap, wiggling my finger saying I told you so, because that is a pleasure more satisfying than sex.
I had been preaching like a crazy person that the flesh was limited. Like our days were numbered. AI was going to swoop in and nothing was safe. And people pushed back and fought me on it, saying like it can't really replace a personality. No one's going to sit around and be entertained by AI online or anything like that as like a streamer or a YouTuber. And I had said, you know, that's a bunch of horseradish. That's absolutely in the cards. That is very possible because you wouldn't know it's AI. And that's exactly what Kwebbelkop's been trying to do. He rolled this abomination out where it's an AI voice modeled after him, as well as this fucking Nick Jr. looking caricature of himself up on the top left that does all of the face cam and all of like the pog faces and all of that shit. And it wasn't received super well. And I was just kind of talking about how it's very primitive right now, but in another couple of years, you're not going to know it's AI behind it. And that brings us to today, where Kwebbelkop released a tweet that said it was the end of Kwebbelkop AI. And I got tagged in this hundreds of times by people saying, look, he's giving up on it. See, you were wrong. AI will never work here. So let me splash a little cold water on you. You didn't watch the video. This is not surprising, very par for the course for the modern internet. It was clickbait. He played you like a fiddle, you bunch of fools. If you had just turned on that video underneath the caption, you would have seen that he is not quitting AI. He is actually rolling out an improved version of it. People keep saying, did you hear Kwebbelkop's getting rid of his AI? That is just proof that you only read the headline. In the video itself, he even says, it makes it very clear that not only is that video AI, it is his AI speaking the whole time, but that the only thing that he's regretful of is that he let it go out while it was still too primitive. He's not getting rid of AI. He's going even harder on it. All-encompassing, we'll cover this, he is not stopping. Since no one likes to actually watch the video that the headline was for, we'll do it together.
11 years ago, I started my YouTube journey. My one and only goal was to entertain as many people.
If you even watched it for a second, by the way, if you even went past the headline for 5 seconds into the video, you would immediately notice that something is awry, because it's not synced. The voice sync, or the voice and lip sync is completely off.
And I wouldn't trade this in for anything in the world. But even a dream job,
OMG, it's like a dub anime. It's not, okay, it's not that off.
This is not something I'll be able to do for the rest of my life. There will always be a point where I'll end up quitting. That might be now, that might be 10 years from now.
But anyway, he goes through this whole spiel and then makes it very clear he is not quitting. That was just an attention-grabbing headline for the video and the Twitter post. Here.
That's why we decided to train a brand new Kwebbelkop 2.0 model with every bit of feedback we've received. And the
Kwebbelkop 2.0, baby. Bigger than Cyberpunk 2.0. He is not stopping AI. Please, just fucking watch the thing that the headline is for.
Every second you've been watching of this video so far has been completely AI generated. The Kwebbelkop you're seeing on the screen right now
I can't believe it.
Really me. I hope this video provides a better glimpse and a future in which influencers can use AI to enhance their storytelling, lower the barriers of entry.
That is, when I heard him say that the first time, it made me really upset. There has never been a lower barrier of entry to any job position in the world quite like content creation. Anybody, pretty much, even if you don't have a computer, can start firing up content creation thanks to built-in content creation tools on like a console. There has never been something with a lower barrier of entry. Completely talentless, completely effortless. You can do it right now. It's all at your fingertips. There is no benefit to using AI as some kind of lower barrier of entry. In fact, it's only a higher one because you have to pay Kwebbelkop for it. That's baloney. That's fucking dirty barnacles.
Regardless of any disability they may have. So please consider subscribing and enjoy the story the real Kwebbelkop wants to tell. The story of Kwebbelkop AI. Thank you.
Huge. So please, just watch the thing that the headline is for. So many people think that he's actually getting rid of AI. He is not. This was all announcing Kwebbelkop 2.0. He is only going harder. Your stance on AI is cap? What? What stance on AI? That YouTubers using it are just to make it even easier to pump out content forever? AI is not an enhancement tool for a YouTuber. Or, sorry, a content enhancing tool for a YouTuber. It's a more minimal effort tool. Just have AI do it for you. Then you don't even have to be there. There is no benefit to YouTubers using AI for their content. At least, okay, I can see a use case for certain branches. For example, he did mention something that is true. It would be helpful for anyone with like a disability. That is a legitimate use for using AI tools. But for like a goofball Let's Player, there is no benefit to just having all of the footage be recorded by someone that's not you, and all of the audio recording and the face cam and all of that be recorded by AI. It's just more laziness is all. Just makes it even more mindless. Another thing the chat and I discussed last night in regards to this situation is what about AI tools? So not so much like a deep fake or voice model after a person, so AI pretending to be a human or deceiving people into thinking that it's a human being behind the content, but tools that are AI powered, such as real-time translating into other languages. So taking a video or any piece of content and in real time translating it into other languages. And I actually thought that was a pretty strong and interesting use for AI, as opposed to what Kwebbelkop keeps pitching. Some of his tweets indicate that he wants to sell this as a service that kind of just does everything for you, so you can just kick back and allow the AI to do all of the video production with very minimal input from the channel owner. You just sit back and let it just squeeze on the titties of the YouTube algorithm by flooding it with AI content. Not too dissimilar from back in the Finger Family era, if many of you remember the Dark Ages, God rest your soul. Basically, the Finger Family rabbit hole was a bunch of videos that were pretty much AI generated, I think they actually were at the time, where it would take a song, such as, 5 little Indiana Jones jumping on the bed, one fell off and bumped his head. It would take that song, and it'd have like a very short animation with it that looped fucking endlessly. It was like worse than purgatory. Going to hell would have actually been more pleasant than watching the Finger Family content. And it would take that video and song and change one word in it every time. That was just another popular character. Hulk, Captain America, Freddy Fazbear, whatever. And it would just keep pumping out the exact same video with one slight change to the animation and the song, and it would flood the YouTube Kids section with that. Not exactly high quality stuff that Kwebbelkop seems to think it would be in his utopia where everyone's using AI to be YouTubers, I guess. He keeps trying to fall back on this copium that it's there to enhance content, but it's not. It's just purely a detriment. No one is clicking on a Kwebbelkop video hoping to find a robot impersonating him. They're there to watch him play Minecraft or whatever, not someone deceive them. Right now, the only reason people ever click on a Kwebbelkop AI video is because they don't know that it's AI that they're going to be watching. It's there deceiving people. It's not there because people are like, man, this is really enhancing the storytelling that Kwebbelkop wants to tell. Which is such a goofy thing for him to keep spitting out. What story are you telling here, Kwebbelkop? The story of how Scrooge McDuck found a way to make even more money off minimal effort with AI tools? You're not telling a story. You're making Let's Plays and trying to replace yourself in there so you don't actually have to even do the bare minimum of playing a game and talking. He has other people record the gameplay footage and will have AI do everything else. So that way he's not even a part of the channel, but he makes all the money off of it, and he wants to sell the service, at least based on some of the tweets I read. It's just having your cake and eating it too. If I can get a little profound and deep for a moment, all of this is something that I predicted was coming all the way back in 2020 with our music video for Skynut. Skynut is a timeless masterpiece up there with some of Mozart's best work, all about how robots from the future came to our timeline to milk us because they were powered by our cum. And if I may venture into the weeds a little bit, if you really break down the metaphorical vicissitudes that I put into that storyline, it fits perfectly in line with the modern AI gold rush. You see, the AI is powered by our genetic material, our DNA, at least in this context. So Kwebbelkop is being milked by his AI, and his AI needs that milk to survive. Without Kwebbelkop being milked, the AI has no purpose, it ceases to exist. No one is going to watch a completely personality-less bot, but they will watch one that is modeled after a person that they liked. Thus, the AI needs to be constantly milking the supple teats of Kwebbelkop in order to stay afloat here, for its own survival. It's impressive how right I've been all along, even all the way back with Skynet. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to set the record straight here since so many people just read the headline and nothing else. Kwebbelkop is not stopping AI, it's only motivated him to go even further on it. So, yeah, that's really about it. So, yeah. Santa Claus came early with the cringe. His little helpers were cooking up something fierce, and, well, it got gifted under my tree a bit early today, and I wanted to share it with all of you. It's definitely different than the normal things we've been covering when it comes to this romantic rabbit hole of tragedy. The worst text messages, the worst flirting, the worst dates. This one is different from all the others I've covered, actually. So, cozy on up with your favorite Christmas sweater, get under the mistletoe, and get ready to kiss your sanity goodbye, because this one is a real head-scratcher. For the first time in this goofy little series history, we're getting the perspective of a man talking to a woman here. Usually it's the other way around, where a woman has a really creepy encounter with a man and things go cattywampus, shit pops off, tits up, it's all over the place, it's a catastrophe. This time, we're going Freaky Friday mode, we're switching bodies here, so we're on the perspective of a man who has just matched with a woman from Tinder. They've been talking for a little while and it leads to this. I'm jealous, I want ribeye. I'm assuming they were talking about ribeye. I'm quite the detective, I know. I just have a hunch that that's what the conversation was about. She then continues, lol, I'm glad you liked that. To which he says, I would happily cook for you. What's your favorite food? Oh, you will? I love baking, so maybe I'll bake you a cake or some bread, lol. I love steak, rare or medium rare. I love that idea. When can we make this happen? What a great start. I dare say these two are soulmates. This is wholesome, the exchange is going super well. Looks like they're about to set up a date to cook together or bake together. How could it possibly go awry? The good vibes continue. I'm not sure. You haven't asked me on a proper date yet. To which he says, what are you up to tomorrow evening? This is already looking like something out of a Hallmark movie. This is super efficient, super, great all around. She says, I'm pretty sure my family is stopping by because my sister's in town, but I'm not completely sure. What about you? I see. I've got nothing tomorrow evening. I'd like to schedule said date with you, but I also need to maneuver around holiday busyness. Do you have availability 12/26? And she says, I'm off all next week. The 26th would be perfect, with 2 blushing, smiling emojis. And I'm just sitting here, smiling, blushing, reading this story. Got me cheesing, it's so happy and wholesome. I also find it cute that in order to schedule the date, he conducted it like it was some kind of business meeting, penciling her in and locking it down. And the whole thing is just adorable. So how could it possibly end up in the shitter? What went wrong? Well, let's take a peek. Beautiful. It's a date. Would you be comfortable coming to my loft in blank and we can cook? I have a cat here too. She's lovely. To which she responds, no, I'm sorry. I don't do apartment dates for first dates. That literally made me so disappointed that you said that as a suggestion. I'm going to cut this loose. I hope you have a good Christmas and good New Year. Wish you the best. To which he says, all good? That's a totally understandable position from the woman here. Not going to a stranger's apartment for the first date is probably the safest decision you can make, so there's nothing wrong with setting a hard line in the sand like, hey, I don't really go to people's apartments for the first time meeting them. That kind of decision probably keeps you alive. You might end up at like a fucking serial killer's place. You go over there for medium rare steak, and you end up the steak. Turns out your Tinder date is Armin Meaves or something from Cannibal Cafe. So there's nothing wrong with her not wanting to go there for the first date. But she immediately jumps to being like, all right, we're done here. I'm so disappointed you even suggested it. Even though they were talking about cooking and baking together. It's not like he just pulled this out of his ass like a nefarious plot where he was rubbing his hands together and came up with this scheme. They were talking about cooking and baking together. How are you supposed to do that together outside of a household or an apartment or something? There's really no way to do that, so it should be pretty obvious why he suggested it. And he wasn't pressuring her into it. He even said, if you're comfortable, here's an option I think would be fun, since we've been talking about cooking and baking. He wasn't like poking her or trying to bribe her into coming over there and set a trap or anything. He was just putting the offer out there. So I feel like a less aggressive response from her would have been something more along the lines of, hey, politely, I'd like to decline that. Don't feel comfortable going to your place for our first time meeting. And according to the comment section, he planned on offering an alternative because he understood why she wouldn't want to do that. But then things really start to pop off before he had the chance. So he says, I hope you have a great Christmas as well. To which she responds, Jdi du perdele zatratse. I'm 100% sure I butchered the pronunciation on that, but I popped it in a Google Translate here, and it translates to go to hell, get lost. And I decided to investigate further, damn near having to revive Babelfish to try and get like another translation because that just sounded so incomprehensibly mean after all of this. But the other translation that I keep seeing for it is basically fuck you, which just doesn't make any sense to me because the guy was just following the conversation they were having. They were both saying like, yeah, let's cook together. And then she even suggested baking, like, yeah, let's bake together. So he's like, all right, bet, let's do it. Let's cook and bake together. And then she just goes, fuck you, scumbag, get lost. So he tries to like explain himself. He goes, for the record, it just seemed like a logical next step in the conversation because we were talking about cooking together. Sorry to offend or disappoint you, ma'am. And she just goes, go fuck yourself, dude. This time, plain English. So that one I understood. And then he just says, very weird response in my opinion. And then she unleashes the demon here. She lets Hulkmania run wild. You know exactly why you fucking invited me to your loft. And it wasn't for cooking. Don't text me ever again, blocked. And then he just goes, we met on Tinder, remember? Wish you the best in getting a date. I'll be warning all 30,000 women in blank about you. Now you're blocked. And he's just like, well, actually, wiggling his finger, blank has a population of 6.47 million, about half of which would be women. Warning 30,000 people about anything is an extremely tall order. You don't even get 30,000 people that heed hurricane warnings in Florida. If she's somehow able to send up the bat signal here to warn all 30,000 women in that immediate area about this guy, hats off to her. That's an incredible achievement, and she should use that power for good instead of evil. This guy didn't do anything wrong. He's clearly starting to take the piss here a little bit and just play around with it with that population remark. But I almost don't blame him because this is such an unbelievably hostile response to something that wasn't ever really meant in a disrespectful way, at least not from what I can see. She just immediately jumped to the conclusion that this guy is only looking to have sex with her. He's not actually inviting her over to cook. He is inviting her over to his place just for some coitus. There would be no steak being prepared. The only thing being steamed in that apartment would be ham. Steamed ham. I'm referring to them fucking. Like, that's such a stupid way of saying it. Mashing pissers, whatever have you. So she just believed that this guy was some huge asshole and was only using cooking as some kind of Trojan horse to get her over, but his true intentions were for a little bedroom rodeo action and nothing more. When really, to me, it really seems like they were talking about cooking and baking together. They were both on the same page. So when the idea of a date came up, which she proposed, the logical conclusion you draw is, hey, we've been talking about cooking and baking together, let's do that for our date. Like, it doesn't really seem like there was any kind of malicious intent behind it, and he never really had a chance to offer an alternative because she immediately just shut the whole thing down, which she has every right to do. There's nothing wrong with that, but it does seem like he wasn't trying to just be some douchebag or whatever. Like, it seemed like he was just offering a date that they had been talking about as a mutual interest. I'm sure he probably would have offered an alternative since she wasn't comfortable coming over to his place. He continues to just get a little sarcastic about things. He goes, please warn them about how a guy from Tinder invited you over to cook the day after Christmas. To which she says, dude, I'm in multiple groups totaling over 500,000. With your face, LMAO, you won't be getting no play unless you pay. Good riddance, roach. Honestly starting to sound like the Navy SEALs copy pasta. I've got over 500 confirmed blocks, and I will have your face plastered in the papers for 500,000 people to see. I'm part of every goddamn Facebook group on the East Coast, and they'll all know your name, villain. He just says, lol, roach. She continues, and I will! 2 exclamation points. It's like she's giving like a big speech in front of an auditorium. I'll let them know you tried to fucking invite me to your pathetic ass apartment for an easy lay masquerade as a cooking date. Yeah, we aren't stupid. Even your fucking hairline ran from you. Now sit back and enjoy being alone. And he just goes, I hope you find peace and love. Yeah, I mean, what else can you do except pray for happiness for her? Like, this went south so quick out of nowhere, and I don't think it needed to. They could have just said, like, not comfortable, are you open to anything else? And if he tried to be pushy about it, like, no, you have to come to my apartment, then all of this is a totally reasonable thing to say. Like, no, you clearly just want to fuck, get out of here, get lost, scram, Buster, you know, hit the road, take a hike. But she didn't even get that far. She immediately just jumped to this assumption that this guy is a piece of shit and he needs to go to hell and get lost. And now apparently she's going around putting up wanted posters like it's One Piece with a 5 billion berry bounty on this guy's head, all because he had the gall to invite her over for a cooking date that both of them were discussing together. I just don't really know how she'd even frame this as a bad guy to her 500,000 person group that she's a part of. I don't even know what group that would be. That's like a wildly large group to be a part of, and I can't imagine she has like a power position there where she can put out an APB on this guy or something. But even still, I don't really know how you could even spin this guy as a horrible person. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to cover this one. This one's different from the norm that we usually go over here, so that's really about it. See ya. I finally watched Zack Snyder's new movie, Rebel Moon, Part 1, A Child of Fire. But I promise you the only fire this movie offers is the one that's going to be ignited in your soul with rage over how awful it is and how angry it makes you for wasting over 130 minutes of your life. Do you remember all that hoopla a couple weeks ago where big fans of Zack Snyder were screaming and shouting from the rooftops about how unfair it is that Rebel Moon Part 1 has a low Rotten Tomatoes scores from critics? Then the claim started floating around that Rebel Moon was the victim of review bombing, so all the reviews that were being posted weren't genuine or reliable whatsoever, so you couldn't take the Rotten Tomatoes score as an indicator of it being bad, because it's actually extremely good, and that the critics' reviews here are just baloney. Well, that's a bunch of cope right there. That is the biggest lie ever told since me trying to pretend I was 6 feet tall on Tinder. This movie shouldn't even have a 24% on Rotten Tomatoes. That seems high. That is generous. How it has a 65% audience score is an affront to God himself, because this is not a good movie no matter how you spin it. It is extraordinarily derivative of just Star Wars itself to the point where it almost feels like it was supposed to be satirical of Star Wars, but if it was created by someone going through a really edgy phase in their life. I hate to draw the immediate and obvious connection to Star Wars, but it's very clear that had a huge influence here because there are so many plot elements that are directly shared with Star Wars, as well as just blatantly having a lightsaber ripoff. It's so shameless. There is a character in this movie that uses lightsabers. Come on. It's right in your face. Zack Snyder is pounding his meat into your mouth, letting you know that this is Star Wars fanfic done really poorly. Now, as I understand it, this was something Zack Snyder tried to pitch for quite a while and was constantly turned down until recently, where he was given the means to make it. And man, it should have stayed in the drafts. This should not have made it to the screen whatsoever. So let's dive in. Let's start with its disjointed plot and nonsensical subplots that it tries to introduce here. Now, I'm going to give you a brief synopsis, and it's going to sound really familiar to some property you've seen in the past. So if there's any copyright attorneys in here, you might start sweating when hearing this. There's an evil intergalactic empire that wants to control the whole galaxy, and they're bad news, Buster. You don't want them paying you a visit, because shit will pop off. And if things don't go their way on the planets they visit, if they don't want to serve the way that they think the planet should serve them, they have no hesitation blowing the planet up with their low orbit beams that will explode the planet. Our protagonist is one of the most fearsome warriors that empire had ever produced, but she left that life behind in order to live a life of solitude on an isolated planet elsewhere. But unfortunately, the ghosts from the past pay her a visit. The empire comes through, and in doing so, they cause a ruckus on this new planet that she's trying to call home, and thus she decides to rise up and lead a rebellion against this evil empire that she left so long ago. That's the bare bones of it. I don't even really care if it's like a super simple plot, to be honest, because you can make that work as long as you fill it with an interesting world and interesting characters, neither of which this movie successfully accomplishes. So, its characters are the most soulless I think I've ever seen in a sci-fi movie. They are so bland and emotionless. They don't have a personality at all. Zack Snyder forgot to write that. And he forgot to write the characters bonding with each other. So the whole film is basically just collecting new members for the rebellion for the most part. And when they do so, they join very easily. It doesn't take much convincing at all. It's not really feeling earned when they join. And when they're there, you don't ever see them interact with each other. They're all basically just fucking strangers to one another. I don't know how you can make a movie like this and forget the most important part, which is showcasing character bonding and building relationships. It doesn't even attempt to do that in any way. But anyway, these characters really don't have any kind of defining personality traits whatsoever. In fact, they all kind of share the exact same traits. They're all stoic, they're all brooding, and they're all mad all the time. Like, and I don't even mean like outwardly mad, like screaming or anything. They don't even get that emotional. They're just always like angry, like wearing a big frown on their face because it's all so grim and dark in this universe. The only one of their crew that even somewhat has a personality is Kai. And he basically just becomes their chauffeur. He drives them around to collect new members for the rebellion. And that's kind of his whole role. And he sometimes makes some wise cracks. Thus, you can make an argument that there is at least a semblance of a personality to him, whereas everybody else has nothing. It's so weird how you could make a cast of characters this uninteresting. And what's wild is, you don't even get to see them use their expertise. For example, one of the people that join the rebellion is supposed to be this hotshot general. And the only reason you even know that this guy's a big deal is because when they're reflecting, the Empire's reflecting on this mounting rebellion, one of the big bad guys says, and then they have General Tiberius, I think is what it was. I'm already forgetting the names because, again, the characters are just not interesting. But he's like, General Tiberius is with them? You mean the genius general? One of our finest generals ever? And it's like, oh, okay, so he's a big deal. But he never uses that expertise at all when he joins the crew. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't do anything at all. Really, none of the characters do for the most part. So there's like a prince that joins, has no role to play in this group whatsoever, and him being a prince has no role to play in this whatsoever. The general doesn't use any of his expertise. Like, it's just, they have all these like subplots and all these like tiddlywinks of lore that never go anywhere, and they kind of just serve as like bench players behind our main character as well as the main farmer that joins them. And the main farmer, like, he is probably the most personality-less out of all of them. So much bad shit happens to him, and some of it is like actually directly his fault, and he just sits there just super stone cold stone face, and sometimes he'll do this. And that's it. Like, he doesn't, there's no depth to any of these characters. They don't flesh them out. They don't do anything with them. It's basically just like having action figures in your movie. And then occasionally Zack Snyder decides he wants to play with them, so he'll make some of the lamest action sequences you'll ever fucking see. He has this obsession with slow motion for this movie. I swear to God, at least 45 minutes of this film's runtime is dedicated to slow-mo shots. And they're so lame. It's like the most boring things you could ever use slow-mo for. One of them, I shit you not, is a character jogging. And he's jogging. And he's jogging. And he's jogging. And he's jogging. And then he finally jumps onto the back of a bird that threw him off. Like, it's just so, like, why slow-mo that? Slow-mo the jump. Don't slow-mo the entire jog up there. It is agonizing. Oh my God, it was miserable. I felt like I was in some kind of fucking time vortex. Like, just, it was actually, I actually felt like Zack Snyder wanted to personally offend me and waste my time with how much slow-mo he puts in here. You have to really fuck up to make slow motion boring. And somehow he pulls it off. Slow-mo has always been cool. It will always be cool when it comes to action moments. But he uses it for the worst action. Like, another good example. There is a slow-mo action sequence where our main character is running and sometimes firing. And that's it. Like, there's sometimes some, like, lasers going by her. But she doesn't do anything else. It's, again, just slow-mo of her running through these lasers with the occasional shot being fired, which you don't even see hitting anyone, and then eventually she slides under something. Why slow-mo that? That would be a lot more intense if you had that going at normal speed. She's dodging all of these lasers, it's really high stakes, it's really intense. This thing's collapsing and now she needs to slide to beat it. And she slides and just barely, narrowly gets through there. That'd be much better than this 3-minute sequence of her running towards that thing with like a few lasers zipping by her and occasionally her pulling the trigger. It's just, why slow-mo some of these things? I don't get it. I really don't. It feels like when you back were in school for a summer book report and you needed to reach the word limit, so you just start typing a bunch of mumbo-jumbled gobbledygook. that's what I feel like he used slow-mo here for, just to pad the runtime a bit longer, because I have no other explanation for it. But anyway, we'll move on from the lackluster action. I don't think it's all bad. There are some cool moments here, visually and in the action. And you know what the cool action moments have in common? They're not fucking slow motion. Like, their non-slow motion action was so much better than the sequences that they tried to slow down. So they really, they should have worked more on that a bit. But there are a few cool moments. Some of the planets they visit are visually interesting. Like, I can really see Zack Snyder had this wild imagination that he wanted to bring to life, but didn't really know how. So it's kind of just this disjointed mess of visiting a bunch of places in Zack Snyder's brain with no real reason for them to be there narratively that feels rewarding or earned. So, like, there's this spider woman who eventually fights the lightsaber wielder, which I think is a really cool concept and a really cool idea. And in fact, the scene between them is pretty good, but the actual writing of it is terrible. The spider creature has a couple of minutes to try and make her like a sympathetic character, and then the lightsaber wielder, who does join the rebellion, has a couple of minutes to try and flesh her out in some way, and then they fight. And then that's it. We never really see the lightsaber character talk to anybody else ever again, so we get nothing else from the lightsaber character ever. The spider creature's dead. I guess spoilers, but it's not an important character anyway. It's just a throwaway, just to showcase some lightsaber action. And it's like, okay, you had this cool visual idea here with the spider creature fighting the lightsaber wielder. You needed something more to tie it together, because at the end of the day, like, this was kind of flashy and kind of nice, but there's no real substance there. We don't really get anything out of it for the rest of the film, and it's never addressed ever again in the film. So what the fuck did we really do this for? And there's a couple other moments like that where I'm like, damn, this is kind of a cool place they're visiting. This is a cool atmosphere. We spend 4 minutes there, never to come back, never to address any of it again, and the character that we got in the rebellion from it never says another word to anybody in the crew. So what a waste of time that was. And that's just what the whole movie feels like, a waste of time. There is nothing worthwhile in Rebel Moon Part 1. It doesn't set anything up that makes me like biting at my nails waiting to see what happens in Part 2. The villain super sucks. The villain is just cartoonishly evil, and that's his only trait, really. He doesn't have any depth to him either. Nobody and nothing does. Even the main character, the way that they try and write depth to her is by her monologuing her past, and then them showing the flashbacks. In slow motion, of course, obviously. But outside of her monologues, she doesn't do anything else besides just try and drive a hard bargain for people to join her rebellion. And by hard bargain, I mean she literally asks a couple of times, and then usually they say yes. Or she'll do like a very simple chore, and then they'll join. Like, it just feels so lame and underwhelming. I do think the universe has potential. Like, I do think they set up a pretty cool universe, and they introduce an interesting plot element that hasn't been explored in Part 1 at all when it comes to, like, potentially breathing life back into creatures, and potentially magic. And that could be pretty cool if this film was successful at all in generating any type of interest in seeing it explored more. I just don't know who would sit down and watch this and care about any of the characters at all. Like, again, they don't have personality. This whole movie is emotionless. It's all muted. There's a death amongst the rebel crew, and I guarantee there's not a single person out there that cared, because we had only met that character like 20 minutes ago. He only had like 3 or 4 lines in total, really, before he died, like after joining the crew. So it has no impact whatsoever. There's no weight to it. And that's just kind of the whole movie. And I also feel like the movie itself has an identity crisis, because it tries so hard to be dark and gritty, but it's also very clearly aimed at a PG-13 rating, because there's no blood or anything like that, and it pulls all of its punches. So our big evil guy, he has this big stick that he hits people with and kills them with it, but when he hits them with it, after the initial hit, it'll usually cut away to just a close-up of him slamming it down, and then it's implied they are dead because of it. Well, it's not implied, like, they are dead because of it, but they don't show anything. Like, it doesn't actually go through with the dark and gritty tone. It pulls its feet out of the pool at the last second. So the whole film just really feels so messy. It really feels like all this film wanted to do was get to things that Zack Snyder thought would look cool, but he didn't really know how to write it in a way that makes sense to get there. So he said, fuck it, we'll just do it anyway. We'll do it live. And that's what it is. It's just this, you go here, recruit them, and leave. And while you're doing the going there and recruiting them, you look at something cool. Maybe there's a cool scene that unfolds, like riding a griffin or something, and then you immediately leave. And then that character that joins, you never hear from again. It's just a bad movie, really. Like, there's just not a whole lot that's good about it. I think Zack Snyder has some cool ideas, but he needs someone to really fine-tune that shit and put good writing behind the ideas. So, yeah. Rebel Moon, Part 1, Child of Fire. It is pretty bad. I'd say it's about as bad as everyone's saying that it is. That's about it. So, yeah. Normally when I make a video like this about a movie outside of it being a moist meter, it's to talk about how unforgivably awful the film is and just kind of tear it apart. That's not how this is going to go today. I actually saw a movie that was so surprisingly good that I have to just glaze it. The movie I'm going to be talking about is Godzilla -1. I can't recommend this movie enough. So, I have for quite a while been a public enemy to Godzilla fans. I am very harsh on a lot of the Hollywood Godzilla films that come out, to the dismay of many fans. And it's not because I hate Godzilla and I despise fun and I'm trying to steal the Christmas like the Grinch or anything. As I've stated many times, I actually love Godzilla. I grew up playing a lot of the video games. I've watched tons of the movies, including a lot of the black and white ones with my parents. Rodan, in particular, is my dad and I's favorite. Like, I do like Godzilla. The reason I've been so harsh on the more modern films is because I think they're just pretty fucking stinky. They've focused on the most boring human characters imaginable and just have a snooze fest of a narrative. It's all just completely hypnotic, generic trash until Godzilla's on screen doing some fun shit. But it's just so sporadic in the modern films, it's just not worth it. They're barely even Godzilla movies. They're basically just like throwaway Tumblr fanfic that occasionally Godzilla makes a cameo in. Except for Godzilla vs. Kong. I actually liked that quite a bit. I thought that was a great ride. So, aside from Godzilla vs. Kong, I have not been a huge fan of the more modern Godzilla films. But now, we have Godzilla -1, and I think this film is extraordinary. Not only is just a Godzilla movie, but just a general movie. So even if you're not nostalgic for Godzilla in any way, shape, or form, I still think you will likely enjoy this film. Now, I know Rotten Tomatoes can be a real mixed bag of dog shit here, but for once I do think they've got these scores right. It deserves to be this high. It is really good, and I want to dive into it. I am going to get into some spoilers, so I'm going to give you a fair warning when I do get there. But for now, let me take you by the hand and show you the light here on what makes this movie so good. So, first and foremost, I want to make it clear, it's not like Godzilla -1 changes the formula or anything. Godzilla only has 5 scenes in total. Now, that usually to me would be a detriment. It's like, I'm here for Godzilla. I'm not really here for the lame-ass people. I'm a fucking cringe organic human being. I want to see a giant kaiju monster lizard fucking shooting nuclear beams out of his mouth and blowing up buildings and playing patty cake with boats. But here, those 5 scenes, well, I need to stop saying scenes. It's not just scenes, it's like full sequences. Those 5 sequences that Godzilla is in are so special. Like, you get so much out of it. And the bulk of the screen time is spent with human characters, which to me would usually have me like a fucking vampire that's getting garlic in his face, like just shying away from it. Like, stop, no, please, not this. But they did something unthinkable. They told an incredible story with these human characters, and they used Godzilla to complement it. Who would have guessed if you actually focused on a good story, you can make the human side of a Godzilla film work? So Godzilla is the bad guy here. He's the villain. He's not the anti-hero. He's not fighting to save the world. He is fucking shit up. And you get to see it in a way that I don't think any other Godzilla movie has even come close to capturing the devastation and the despair that Godzilla is capable of. The way they convey the hopelessness when Godzilla is anywhere near life is extraordinary. They do such a good job with it, and it's because you actually care about the humans. In every other Godzilla movie, they're just throwaways. It's like little action figures. They just, pop the head off, throw them in the trash. Who cares? It doesn't matter. Here, you actually feel for the characters because they do a good job of fleshing them out and building the relationships. So the main character is the best the Godzilla franchise has ever seen, in my opinion. So it takes place during World War II initially. The main character was a kamikaze pilot who abandoned his duty and has a run-in very early on with a young Godzilla, and he sees firsthand the power and havoc that it's capable of wreaking. After failing to save the people around him on the island that he was on when Godzilla showed itself for the first time, he returns home feeling ashamed, feeling as though he doesn't deserve to live. He's a coward for not going through with his duty. And he returns to nothing. He doesn't have a family anymore. They were killed during an air raid, and he's just really struggling to see a purpose to his life right now. And then he stumbles into a family. A woman with a baby kind of fall into his lap and like move in with him. And they share a really interesting connection that the movie does a great job of building, slowly but surely. So over the course of a couple years, our main character finds a job, he finds happiness with that woman and the child, though he still feels as though he hasn't earned the right to like actually be romantically involved with that woman, but he does feel a responsibility to her and the child to look after them, so he finds this job, and while working this job, Godzilla comes back bigger and badder than ever, and he is fucking again. I love what they've done with Godzilla in this movie. I think this is the most terrifying he's ever been, especially when it comes to his heat breath. It is so fucking good, and it's complemented by incredible sound design. Of course, you get some of the classic Godzilla sounds as well as like classic Godzilla music, but I think they went above and beyond for this. So like his heat breath, it's a very slow buildup, and when he fires it, it unleashes like this devastating nuclear blast, and it looks amazing. This is apparently a $15 million budget, but this sits up there at home like comfortably with some of the biggest budget movies that come out, like actual blockbusters, $100 million budgets. The visuals, I think they crush. There's a couple of times it gets a little shaky and a little wonky, but overall, I think they nailed it on such a small budget. It blows my mind. But anyway, the nuclear blast from the heat breath, it is just so fucking tense. The blast is happening, then silence, and you're just waiting on bated breath for the impending, deafening explosion and shockwave to follow. And the movie showcases all of the destruction that comes with it. Like, I think the way that they have used Godzilla's heat breath in here is the best it's ever been. It is so powerful, and you feel it. Like, I love it. I really can't compliment enough what they've done with the heat breath. It's Godzilla's signature move, of course, and I think they've done it a great justice here. Now, I also mentioned soundtrack briefly. Like I said, you will get some of the classic Godzilla music, but they added some incredible orchestral pieces. So when Godzilla comes back for the first time while our main character's on his new job, there is a part where he attacks a giant destroyer. And it reminded me, this is a really weird thing to reference, but it reminded me of Courage the Cowardly Dog during the Doc Gerbil's world chase scene where Doc Gerbil is chasing Courage and there's this unbelievably haunting ethereal orchestral piece playing in the background. That happens here when Godzilla is like destroying this destroyer, which just came out of nowhere to save our main character. It's this triumphant moment where it's like, oh, there's hope here, we're saved. And then Godzilla reaches over and flips that fucking table right in their face. He blasts it with his heat breath, he slaps shit around, destroying the entire ship, and it's all so beautiful because it's not only visually appealing, but it's complemented by an incredible musical piece. And I also think this is one of my favorite Godzilla designs from a visual standpoint. They, of course, borrowed from classic Godzilla designs. They didn't get super fancy. They didn't try and reinvent the wheel with Godzilla. But some of the things they did add to his design really helped bring out this menacing aura and this evilness to him. Like I said, it is like the OG Godzilla design, but modernized. And with that comes, of course, improved visuals on how he does all the shit that he's known for. So when he is using his heat breath, all of his scales are like popping out and then start glowing. It's almost like a Transformers sequence when he's about ready to blast his heat breath. It's just so cool. And like I said, this is extremely unique where you're going to be okay not seeing more of Godzilla, I think, because the movie does such a good job with the other characters. The humans are actually good here. Even outside of the family relationship with the lead character, there is a friendly camaraderie with the crew that he's working with. So when he gets that new job, it's with a small team of people around him. And that small team has a great dynamic, and they're all good characters in their own right. And the way they work together is extremely fun, and you care about them. And then they eventually work together to form a plan to fight against Godzilla. And it's a really creative plan, and that whole final sequence where they're trying to execute that plan is extremely tense. It's extremely beautiful to watch. But again, like, the human characters are really good. So even though Godzilla has been the villain, just the straight up villain in a lot of other movies, I imagine most people don't really care. They will still likely root for Godzilla in those films because it's fun to watch him. In this film, I don't think anyone will be rooting for Godzilla because you actually care about the humans that are there now. So that has to be like a fucking franchise first, honestly. Everything this movie aims to do, it fucking nails. It goes back to the roots of Godzilla being like this horrific monster, the product of like atomic bombs and all of that. And the movie's themes are very much about the horrors of war as well as recovering and moving forward. And there's a lot to unpack here, all of which they do a great job with. I would have never expected a Godzilla film to make me care this much about things that aren't Godzilla itself. Like, it's so good. But now, I don't think it's perfect. This is where I'm going to get into spoilers, because I do want to talk about my only 2 complaints. Now, they're not big complaints by any means, but I want to put them out there on the record. As I've always stated, even my favorite products aren't perfect. Fucking nothing in this world is. Let that be a lesson to all of you. Don't delude yourself into thinking anything's perfect. The only thing perfect is my former Mr. Krabs overdoses on ketamine and dies speedrun world record. That was truly perfection until it was taken from me by someone who got a bit luckier with the route. I'm getting off on a tangent. Point is, I love the movie. 2 complaints I want to point out, though. So my first complaint comes during one of Godzilla's rampages. Old Godzilla's stomping around. He's destroying Ginza. And in Ginza is Noriko, who is the woman who ended up living with our main character, as well as the child that she brought with her. Now, to explain that dynamic, Noriko is not the mother of that child. She had taken that child on during a very tragic thing that happened during the air raids, and the 2 of them together kind of just stumble into this household with our main character, and they all stay together as a unit, even though they're not married, and really, she's not related to the baby, nor is the main character, but they equally take care and care for the child. Anyway, Noriko is a very important character for obvious reasons. She is working in Ginza during Godzilla's attack. We see her going through peril, and eventually it culminates with Shikishima, the main character, coming to her rescue in order to get her out of there and get back home out of this warpath that Godzilla's going down, because he's just this malicious force of nature that, for seemingly no reason, is just destroying everything and fucking everything up. Now, while the 2 are running away, Godzilla uses his heat breath. And this is the most tragic one because it's used in the heart of Ginza. So he blasts, huge nuclear explosion, and the shockwave is coming right towards Shikishima and Noriko. And it does a classic movie trope that always grinds my asshole. As the shockwave's coming, the 2 of them are standing there stunned, and Noriko pushes Shikishima down an alley, which saves him at the cost of her own life. So then she gets taken away by the shockwave, like blasted back. And Shikishima is fine because of that. That is my least favorite tropes in movies because it's very clearly you wrote yourself into a corner, like you knew where you wanted to go but didn't know how to get there, so you fell onto this. Because the logical thing is, why wouldn't Noriko just grab Shikishima and both of them go into the alley? They are right next to it. It's not like she gave him like a giant fucking force push and sent them 50 yards back into this alley. They were less than a foot away from it. They were both right next to it. She could have just grabbed him and even fallen with him into the alley, or anything besides just a big push and standing there herself. This is something that I've seen used thousands of times in movies, And it just always makes me scratch my head and then puts a frown on my face for a brief moment. Because I feel like in the real world, even during a very high intensity situation, even during a panic, the natural human instinct during something like that would be to tackle the person. Like when you see these clips of maybe someone doing a heroic act to stop someone or save someone, in the real world, usually it's them tackling, jumping on the person, and getting out of there. Thus, they both end up at the same place. So here, I feel like what would have happened is Noriko would have tackled Shikishima into the alley, and they both would have been safe from the explosion, not just like shove him. You know, like it's a nitpick. It's not the biggest deal in the world. It's just a trope that I don't really like. And then to piggyback off of that, the other complaint I have is actually the very end. And I don't even know if it's a complaint because I'm kind of 50-50 on it, but I want to mention it anyway. So at the very end, I don't want to get into too crazy of spoilers, but I will tell you this. At the very end, he receives a letter that his wife is still alive. She survived this nuclear blast shockwave. And even though a lot of time has elapsed in the movie, he only just now, at the very end of the film, gets the word that she's okay, actually, in the hospital. So then he takes the child to go see her there. And the movie ends with them sharing an embrace as she finally asks, "Is your war finally over?" Because he had been struggling with so much, and after the events of what transpired with the last-ditch effort plan against Godzilla, he goes to see her and a huge weight is lifted off of his shoulder. So presumably the two get married and live a very happy life together. It is a feel-good happy ending, but the reason why I'm kind of divided on my feelings for it is because it feels a little like it was tacked on at the very end to make it a happy ending. Because how the fuck did she survive the Godzilla heat breath fucking nuclear blast? Like, it's almost an Indiana Jones Kingdom of the Crystal Skull situation when he survives a nuke by being in a refrigerator, I guess. But she just takes it on the chin. She eats it. Like, it explicitly shows her getting pushed away by the shockwave. And she survived somehow. It just seems like they wanted it to be a happy resolution. And I appreciate that. But it seems like it kind of also goes against some of the themes that were present here. Like, Shikishima is constantly battling these demons that he's created, where it's his fault the people on that initial island that Godzilla attacked died, and they haunt his dreams, and he can't move forward. He doesn't marry Noriko because he's still fighting this war inside of himself. He can't be at peace, thus he can't be with her, and it becomes kind of this looming ghost. And that's something Noriko even says, that these are ghosts that he's created. And in doing so, he never realizes that he can move on and marry Noriko until it's too late, when he finally comes to that realization. But then it's not too late because, surprise, she's actually alive. I feel like it just would have been more powerful if they did just commit to it where she didn't survive. But overall, it's hard to be mad at a happy ending. It's not like it feels unearned. It definitely does feel earned for Shikishima. Like, he went through hell. Like, the absolute bottom, like, worst things ever. Despair. Like, he deserved some happiness. Like, it does feel earned, but I do think it would have been harder hitting if they didn't end it that way. Like I said, kind of split on it, but wanted to mention these two things here. My only real complaint really is just that trope of, like, the pushing. Otherwise, I think this is just a really, really good movie. And I think it is the best Godzilla movie. It's my favorite Godzilla movie now. I guess we'll see how the new Godzilla and Kong sizes up to this one. I think they're going to be very different. I don't think it's going to go in the same direction this film did, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. I just really, really liked this movie. So I highly recommend it. If you're a Godzilla fan, I think you're going to fucking love it. Even if you're not a Godzilla fan, I think you're also going to enjoy it. There really is a lot to like about this movie. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. It's beginning to feel a lot like Florida with the story we're about to talk about right now. A police officer in Maryland was cheating on his wife, and he was making out with his mistress in public, while on the job, while across the street from a playground that had children actively playing on it. And then after they were done exchanging saliva and smooching, they go into the back of the squad car together. And I'll be honest with you, sports fans, I don't think they were going back there for a game of chess or to exchange any kind of information, unless we're talking about genetic information. I'm pretty sure they were steaming ham back there, engaging in a little coitus. The whole situation is downright diabolical. Not only were they shamelessly making out in public for all to see while the officer was on the job, but then they go back into the squad car together to fuck, while they are parked across the street from a playground that has kids actively playing on it. It's so yucky. Now, I went over it on stream, so I'll play some of those clips, but there is actually a lot of developments from this story. So the officer has been suspended for this, and his wife actually posted on Facebook when she was made aware of this whole situation, and the woman that the officer was cheating on his wife with actually came forward and said, "I've done nothing wrong. I'm going to continue living my life doing what I'm doing. In my heart, in his heart, I know that I've done nothing." He knows, Paula being his wife, "I've done nothing wrong. God is my higher power." God has abandoned you after this act of sin. You broke 11 of the 10 commandments with this act alone. You got your donut glazed by a married man on the job, in public, in front of children. That is downright diabolical. And you have the gall to say that you did nothing wrong? Mind-blowing. Now, she did say more about this situation, which I'll get to in a moment, but I want to play you the footage first so you can be caught up to speed on the lore here on what unfolded. But, again, in a nutshell, basically, she got her spaghetti meatballed by a married officer on the job in the back of their squad car, in public, middle of the day, across from a playground that actively had children playing. It is gross.
See here from last night are being investigated. Appears to show the uniformed officer
paid vacation. Yeah.
Get in the back seat, you can see here, of this cruiser. Now, a man taped it all with his phone at a neighborhood park right next to Oxon Hill High School.
What the fuck? Why there? He slabbed up outside of a high school to have sex with her in his car. What a weirdo. I still love that everything addresses X as formerly known as Twitter, or just straight up Twitter. Such a disastrous idea to try and change it to fucking X of all things. I was like, oh my god, there's kids around here at the time, and all the time, and he didn't care, and it was not dark. He doesn't respect the uniform, he doesn't respect the police car, I can't believe that. FOP89 has been made aware of the videos circulating on the internet. We have no information as to the investigation of the videos or the officer involved, as that's handled by the department's Internal Affairs Division. We ask that our officer be given the same consideration that any other person would ask for, and that you reserve judgment until all the facts are known and videos are put into context. He is on video making out, literally like sucking the lips off of her face, and then they go into the back seat of his police cruiser. What do you think happened back there? They didn't just go back there to keep smooching. What the fuck do you mean? In what context? What context? It's all just right there. He's just openly making out with her in public across the high school. Across from the high school. He was investigating her mouth. Yeah, I guess she had a bomb in her pussy. And his cock was the only thing that could defuse it. He actually ended up saving the whole school. It's like a speed situation, and you had to keep your thrusts above 4 pumps per second in order to keep the bomb from going off in her vagina. That's a crime, right? Like 100%? Having sex in broad daylight outside of a high school? Like, I guess you're in your car, but it's not like it's private. You're still in front of the high school in public having sex. Body cam footage? Oh wait, yeah. They need to release the body cam footage. Maybe that'll be all the context we need. Perhaps it was some kind of deep sting operation and they go into the back seat in order to exchange information or something. I don't know. I really want to see the body cam footage now. We need the context. Can't find where to get Critikal's comics at. Oh, badegg.co. First OnlyFans with police POV. That would be big. Well, since he got suspended, So maybe he will need to turn to OnlyFans now. Let me see what the rest of the report says.
Arlette, and this is not his first suspension. Now, the incident happened right here in this parking lot at South.
Not his first suspension. Is it for the same thing? How many times does he fuck women on the job in his patrol car outside of a school?
This viral video. A Prince George's County police officer appears to be kissing a woman. Then they both get into.
What do you mean appears to be? Hold on, let me get the unblurred version. What do you mean appears to be? It's not like they were just like pulling a quarter out from behind her ear or something. Like, that was the sloppiest makeout session ever. That's like 15 brewskis deep at a dive bar, and you're like blurred making out with someone and just slobbering all over them. Where's the non-blurred version? Because that leaves nothing to the imagination. He was conducting an oral swab. Yeah. You can even hear kids playing. God, that's fucking revolting. Now that you've seen the evidence here, which is pretty substantial evidence, let's go back into more of what she said. Luckily, she was kind enough to explain that this was not a one-night stand. She said, that's the main story, that this isn't a little thing. Of course, since he's a police officer, it looks bad. But I just want people to understand that this was not a one-night stand. I just love that that's her priority. Like, this is the number one thing she's addressing. Like, okay, listen, everyone. You know, stop all this hoopla. I'll set the record straight. This is not a one-night stand. We've actually been seeing each other for multiple years now behind his wife's back. You know, so get that straight. I'm tired of rumors circulating. The most important thing is to know that this is not a one-night stand. In fact, he cheats often with me. And I guess publicly, too. What's so exciting? He's a cop. I'm a civilian. We got caught. It sucks, but this will pass. She also has a kid of her own, and she just doesn't seem to care about this at all. She's reacting to this the same way I react to finding out I'm out of ketchup. Just like a, geez, darn, oh well. Like, I would have expected something a little more here. Also, this isn't the first time the officer was suspended. In 2016, he was indicted for child abuse after he allegedly spanked a girlfriend's 3-year-old son so much that the boy lost consciousness. But then it was later ruled that the allegations were unfounded. But the mistress here said that the incidents and this current scandal don't get in the way of her feelings for the officer. Now, you know, I don't think you needed any more evidence that this might not be a good guy. But I think this is an important little tidbit of lore to have around this officer. But yeah, I just found this to be a pretty wacky story here that I wanted to talk about a little bit. That's it. So, yeah. I've never had a threesome, and I've never had an experience where I read something so cringe that it made my tummy upset. One of these two things is about to change today, and I don't think it's the threesome. I just read something from, yet again, my deep diving onto the horrors of modern dating with absolute deranged weirdos. And the whole interaction was so mind-bogglingly peculiar that my body couldn't help but suffer from a physical reaction after finishing this adventure here. I don't know where these men are coming from. These dudes are just being printed in the cringe factory and being thrown into the dating world as like the worst NPC encounters you could ever have. So anyway, let's go ahead and dive in. But before doing that, just a quick heads up. The Moist Global Retro Basketball line is still available right now. This is the best assortment of merch the internet's ever seen, so you can go to moistglobal.com right now and pick something up. Links in the description. I just read some of the backstory she was posting about this situation in the comments, and it's actually pretty sad. Apparently these two had been dating for about 3 years. It was a horrible situation all around, and a couple months ago she left and took the kids, but this is the most recent interaction between the two of them. She 100% made the right move in leaving. This guy seems like a fucking menace. But anyway, it begins innocently enough. That's good, just working away with 3 exclamation points, so he's having a jolly old day at work. Did you get to the doctors yet? She says, yeah, I have COVID. What did he say it give you? What? What did the doctor say or give you to feel better? Take Advil, Tylenol, sleep as much as you can, and quarantine. This is so timely because I myself just finished going through COVID over the last 11 or so days. And this is the third time it's fisted me. It has gone elbow deep in my ass 3 times, and all 3 times that is the exact same advice I was given by doctors. Now, of course, you can still ask for like a Paxlovid prescription if you want. It should help with like symptoms, but it's not usually the first thing they give you unless you're someone who is at risk for like complications, I think. It is an option, but typically they'll just tell you that. You know, take Tylenol, sleep it off, rest, fluids, simple stuff like that. So it seems innocent enough here, and the guy she's communicating with almost seems jovial. You know, like when he says, just working away, I can already see him typing that and going, just working away. You know, one of these with a big old smile on his face, ear to ear. He seems like a happy-go-lucky kind of guy. And then it all falls apart. This feels like a real Jekyll and Hyde situation. He immediately just doubts her, doesn't trust her, accuses her of lying. Lol, so you didn't go to the doctors. Before this turns into a fight, just tell the fucking truth, lol. She says, I did. There's no meds for this. Yes, there is. Go to the doctors, lol. I need the address and the name of the clinic that told you there's no medicine. Also, the name do the doctors. They will be losing their license. So he's fucking spiraling immediately here. And I feel like this isn't exclusive to just him. I feel like a lot of men these days assume that every girl they interact with, even their significant other they've been with for 3 goddamn years, is some kind of lying, cheating harpy or something. So they're constantly interrogating because they don't believe anything they say. I feel like there's just so many dudes out there with this, like, insecurity within them where they doubt everything their partner says, believing that they're cheating in some way. And they're lying about something, hiding something. And it's fucking awful. So this guy's trying to checkmate her here with the scholar's mate. Like, okay, then give me the name and the address, because I'm going to call them to double check, because I don't believe you, madame. She then says, stop being so fucking melodramatic. I seriously don't need this shit right now. There isn't anything they can give me. I'll be fine once it works its way through my system. He just continues to press, please, name of the doctors, location you want to, please. I know you sick. That's why I'm jandling this for you, and just need to know which doctor you went to. I can handle this properly. This guy has so much steam coming out of his ears, it's clouding his eyes. He can't even fucking type properly. He's typing like a caveman. He's going full Neanderthal mode here. Like, what in the world is happening in his noodle? He's gonna start jandling this? That reminds me of jelking. Like, that was an old thing on the internet where you're supposed to, like, masturbate in a certain way to elongate your wiener. Jandling feels like it's some kind of, like, sub-discipline of jelking. But anyway, she says, I don't need you to scream at the receptionist for no reason at all. Stop being ridiculous. I won't scream at anyone, just tell me the information. K can handle this, please. If you don't provide it to me, it's because you're lying and didn't go to the doctors. There's nothing to handle. So just tell me the name of the doctor you saw. This douchebag is making so many typos, it looks like he's trying to transcribe the Scatman. I can jandle. It's like ridiculous how crazy he's going because he's so angry. I don't know why he'd even think she's lying about this. He admits that he knows she is sick. So why would she lie about going to the doctor? Well, like, what the fuck thought process is that? I know my girlfriend is sick, but it's probably dick sickness. She's probably hungry for cock and it's causing her physical pain. That's probably what it is. She didn't go to the doctor. She went to a penis appointment. That's what it is, and she's lying to me about it. I knew it! It continues to just get out of control. She says, lol, I shouldn't have to prove to you anything. I'm sick, I have COVID. She's absolutely right. She doesn't have to prove anything here. She doesn't need to try and, like, defeat his delusions. That's not her responsibility here. She's done nothing wrong. And he just continues, you're not proving anything to me, lol. There is medication for this. I know for a fact, as I know someone else who had COVID last week. There isn't, unless you're old as fuck or have an autoimmune disease or your lungs are shit. Otherwise, you're just a carry through like normal fucking virus. Yes, there is. Let me call the do it. And I will get you proof. Where did you go, baby? That comes out of nowhere. After all of this, he hits her with a where did you go, baby? I can already just tell from reading this shit, this guy is extraordinarily manipulative and a completely insufferable person to be around. But anyway, she goes, I went to a walk-in and frankly, I'm not going to allow you to cause a muck over nothing. I'm going back to bed. What walk-in clinic? If you don't tell me, I'm don't with you. because I'm not a ducking idiot, and I know you're lying, haha. You have 3 minutes to get me the address of the walk-in clinic or else. So now man's out here setting a time limit. He's dropping the ultimatum. You give me the name, and I will hunt them down. Out here like Liam Neeson, about to track them down with his particular set of cringe skills. I guess his thought process was he just wants to confirm that she actually went to the doctor, because for some reason he doesn't trust her even slightly, even though they've been together for 3 years. I also imagine if he did call them, he'd start yelling and screaming and causing a big hoopla, because he seems like that kind of unhinged, deranged lunatic that would do shit like that. But anyway, the 3 minutes to get me the address of the walk-in clinic or else, that's it. Buy more chances for you. She says, fine, be done with me because I don't want you yelling at someone for no fucking reason. He says, no one's going to get yelled at. You're just nothing but a liar and KM Jot a fucking idiot. I wouldn't have even called them, but everything you say is a lie, and you think I'm an idiot, and you can fool me. Anyway, joke's on you. Enjoy. Hope it was worth it, kid. His use of exclamation points and emojis is absolutely infuriating, but even more so than that, the cherry on top of the shit cake is him saying, hope it was worth it, kid. He's speaking like he's back on Xbox Live in a Call of Duty lobby. What? Hope it was worth it, kid? Oh, God, sickening. But clearly the reason he's using the emojis and the exclamation points is he's trying to put on this strong, masculine front that none of this bothers him. This is the biggest mistake of your life. You're going to regret this. But me, I'm laughing. I'm having fun with this. This means nothing to me. So much so that I'll drop a laughing, crying emoji and 5 exclamation points. Haha, not hurting me. She then says, lol, joke's on me because I'm sick. Great joke. Love that for myself. Love that I feel like I'm being dragged through the mud, fire, literally feel the worst ever. Great support, thanks. Joke's on you because you lost the best man of your life because you'd rather lie than tell the truth. Leave me alone. What the fuck? Oh my God. It's just so painful reading this. It's so fucking sad reading this, knowing that not only have they been together for 3 years, but I guess also have kids. Like, and speaking of the kids, his final message to her is this. You got it, Buster. Have fun being a homeless narcissist liar that no one loves, not even their children. He just dropped a cold Buster here at the end, and then told her that she is a homeless narcissist that not even her children love. What kind of delusional, evil shit is this? He's calling someone a narcissist. That's unbelievable. Pfft. And then to say that not even their children love her? What? I don't know how you go from like, oh, where'd you go, baby? You know, like, obviously, like, in love kind of thing, to immediately, like, no one loves you, everyone hates you, I'm the best man that has ever existed in this entire fucking history of our species, and you just blew it with me. This is your fault. You're unlovable. You're a liar. Your children don't love you. You're a narcissist. Like, it's just crazy how quickly someone can become this. It's so fucking sad. She definitely made the right call leaving this guy. I'm, of course, no, relationship counselor or guru or anything, but very clearly, this is an unhealthy person to be around. This guy super sucks. This guy is a turbo fucking loser. And according to her comments, this was only like the tip of the iceberg. She actually called this interaction mild. So I can only imagine how awful of a person this piece of shit is. She definitely made the right call. And to think all of this happened because she got COVID and went to the doctor, and that was enough to set this guy off. That's terrible. That's horrible. But yeah, like I said, I have been deep on like the modern dating scene, travesty, seeing like what all's been going on and being posted by people online. I just find it all so interesting. So I can't help but talk about some of these that really get crazy. So yeah, that's really about it. See ya. About 5 months ago, I made a video about a YouTube prankster who had just gotten shot for doing one of his degenerate harassment pranks on a stranger in public, and he survived the shooting and luckily learned his lesson. He had a big come-to-Jesus moment while in the hospital fighting for his life, and he realized the error of his ways and vowed to be a better person as a result of it. I'm just kidding. If I was Pinocchio, my nose would grow so much it'd poke the camera from here with the size of that lie. This isn't a Hallmark movie. This is a douchebag with no self-awareness and no grip on reality. He truly believes everyone around him is NPCs for his content, so what actually happened is, after he got shot and survived, he vowed to keep making prank videos with a big fucking douchey smile on his face. And now, fast forward to today, the jury has just passed their verdict on the shooter. So to break down the situation, this YouTuber, his name is Tanner, was performing a prank on a stranger who told him to stop a couple times and then shot him. He was then taken in by authorities where he faced a couple of charges, the biggest one being aggravated malicious wounding, and now today we have our answers to what happens next. Also, the video of the prank and subsequently him getting shot has released. So let's go ahead and start with that footage before we see what the jury ruled in this case.
What?
Quit thinking about my twinkle.
What's that mean?
Quit thinking about my twinkle.
No.
Quit thinking about my twinkle.
Get out of my face and fuck off. Stop.
Quit thinking about my twinkle.
Stop.
I have to pause at the climax here because I can't show you someone getting shot, obviously, but you can see exactly what's about to happen. Only Tanner can't. Tanner looks as though he's perpetually caught by the orb of confusion in SpongeBob. He is just a legitimately stupid-looking human being who has not registered that there are people out there that aren't in the most healthy of headspace, so if you harass them, they are going to snap. And that's exactly what happened here. Now, in the previous video, I mentioned that the individual that shot Tanner, his name is Coley, is someone that's not exactly an anime hero to be cheering for. I know everyone hates pranksters, but what he did here is an unhinged response to the situation. I dislike pranksters as much as anybody. I look at a prankster like Tanner the same way I look at a cockroach, with disgust and anger. But even still, just because he's being obnoxious doesn't mean that shooting him is the right course of action. It only takes 20 seconds from the time Tanner fee-fi-fo-fums his way over to this guy before he gets shot, and he only tells him a couple of times to stop. Now, I also don't know what the prank even is here. He's just playing something from his phone that I can't actually make out the real words of. I think it says, "Are you looking at my twinkle?" or something. Which is fucking stupid. What is the prank? This is just shameful. Like, he doesn't deserve to be shot. He deserves to be bullied endlessly for this, and made fun of, and spit on constantly. This is just such revolting dog shit that I truly think he should lose the right to make videos for the rest of his life. I wish the judge would just rule that he can no longer have access to a phone, and if he's ever caught with editing software on his computer, it's 10 years in the slammer for going against the ruling. Like, it's for his safety, because eventually Tanner's just going to get himself killed since he doesn't want to stop doing pranks like this. In fact, the only lesson he learned from this is that getting shot was great for exposure for his trash-ass YouTube channel, but if he's unable to make videos for the rest of his life, it not only protects him from dying, it also protects the rest of his community from being bothered by this absolute parasite loser vermin. So, there's just nothing but wins across the board if he's forbidden from making videos. I'm telling you, that might be the solution here.
Coley's defense attorneys argued self-defense, and since this happened, the social media world has really gotten behind Coley, saying Cook was harassing him, a complete stranger. Now, you heard Coley tell Cook to stop a few times, but then pulled that gun and shot one round, injuring the YouTuber.
This was the big thing when the story came out because the prank wasn't known. There have been a couple of cases that I also talked about in that video where YouTube pranksters did something legitimately life-threatening to a stranger, such as a YouTuber pulling a fake robbery with a knife prank where they like ran up to someone with a knife and they got shot and killed for it. So there was a chance that this could be a legitimate self-defense moment where Coley was in a situation where he feared for his life, where his life was in danger. But now that the footage is out there, it's pretty clear that the only thing Coley was in danger of was cringe from Tanner. So it's not exactly the most appropriate response to that to shoot him. It is harassment, and I really wish Tanner had also been charged for, you know, like harassment or something, or at the very least, criminal cringe.
Coley was found not guilty of aggravated malicious wounding and guilty of shooting into an occupied dwelling because this happened inside the mall. Coley faces 2 to 10 years in prison when he's sentenced. Cook, for his part, says he plans to continue making his YouTube prank videos.
It almost brings a tear to my eye seeing that we are all unified by our mutual dislike for pranksters like Tanner. Embedded deep in the human DNA is a hatred for pranksters like this. So even the jury ruled not guilty on the more extreme charge, but guilty on the lesser charge. So they argued that because Tanner is a pretty tall man with a pretty imposing stature, Cook felt intimidated by him, and since he kept refusing to acknowledge and accept his request to stop what he was doing, he felt legitimately threatened and fearful, which is why he drew the gun and shot it. It was an act of self-defense. And while I'm still not fully agreeing with that, I do actually understand it the more I think about it. I'm looking at this through the lens of someone who's been on the internet for like 20 years and have seen the rise, fall, and then resurgence of insufferable assholes like Tanner, these pranksters that just go out in public and treat people like props to exploit. But someone like Coley may have no idea that this type of demon exists. So to him, he's just minding his own business, and then all of a sudden you have this absolute Goliath goober come up to you, put a phone in your face with one of his friends doing the same, that's just saying some weird shit that makes no sense to you. You ask them to stop, he's not stopping, now he's following you around, and he's also got like this blank psychopathic stare that he's doing to Coley the entire time. So it actually would be pretty alarming and scary. So maybe there is a real argument there that he did feel legitimately threatened by this guy. And the jury certainly seemed to think so, but they did find him guilty on a lesser, albeit still serious charge, which Coley's defense attorney is saying is a bit of hooey. They're saying that the conviction on the firearms charge is inconsistent with the law given Coley's acquittal on self-defense grounds, so he's asking the judge to set aside the conviction, and the judge will hear arguments on the issue next month. Now, even the news reporter was saying that not many people were on Tanner's side, but you know what? Let's hear from Tanner himself. Maybe this is his chance to win over a few hearts here, and maybe get some new fans on board that might want to see more of such a humble gentleman. Let's see what he has to say about all of this.
And regardless of the outcome, you know, the jury's the jury, and we totally respect how our law plays out, and this was the outcome today, and we respect that.
Let's go. Just real quick.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks. He is like an actual apocalypse of cringe. Jeepers creepers. It's like if you took every single unlikable trait about a human being and combined them into a petri dish and grew it into something that resembled a human, it would look like Tanner. He actually reminds me so much of James Corden, and that might be why just watching him do something as stupid as making this silly face makes me want to puke. He looks like James Corden if he was just scaled up. Like if you didn't maintain the James Corden aspect ratio and stretched his image, it would look like Tanner. I think I've really got to the bottom of why everyone dislikes him, even aside from just being a trash prankster.
Tanner, you said you wanted to... What's your message to the people who might have a question about your content itself?
I don't know. Guess we'll just have to keep watching.
So you'll continue to make videos?
Yeah, probably. We'll see, you know?
How disappointed are you about this?
I really don't care. I mean, it is what it is. It's God's plan at the end of the day, so...
He acts like what 12-year-olds in the 90s think would be cool. I bet he wish he had a cigarette that he could light right there. I don't really care. God's plan at the end of the day. And then just like flicks it into a bush or something. It's mind-boggling to me how this guy gets shot and not only doesn't learn any valuable lessons from it, but instead uses it to get an even bigger ego and somehow views it as a positive thing, like, hey, you guys are gonna have to come watch now, huh? See what's next. Like, I don't know how he can't realize that him getting shot is an indication that he sucks. Like, he actually fucking super sucks. Like a turbo loser. I don't know, it's just almost impressive, the delusion here. I also can't help but be a bit curious here because this was the best moment of his life, I guess, because he did get a lot of attention from it, and that's clearly all he cares about. Attention means more to him than air, and life itself, I guess. So, is he going to have to keep amplifying the extreme nature of his pranks, hoping to keep getting shot, to keep his audience hooked? Because the people that go to him now aren't going to be there for his, like, really, you know, lame stuff like going to Target and bothering employees. No, now they're going to want to see him putting his life on the line in every prank. So what's his next batch of content going to be? Going to a gun show and calling everybody cucks until he gets shot again? Who knows? He's full of awful ideas, but one thing's for sure, I won't be watching. Fuck this guy. I just wanted to give you an update on this whole situation. That's about it. See ya.